We crowned a World Series champion a handful of weeks ago. Today, we're crowning a Fall Circuit Finals champion alongside baseball writer, gamer, and friend of the MLB The Show community, Paul Sporer. I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. Paul, it's great to be with you again today.
Back in the booth, Robert. We're going to have a Fall Circuit winner today, too. I can't wait.
Yeah, shout out to those of you watching on Twitch and those of you watching on YouTube. Keep those comments coming. Paul and I see you, so don't get too out of pocket, if you know what I mean. All right, so this is how it's going to work. We started the weekend with 32 players. Paul, we're down to 4. Let's show the bracket because there are some big stakes. And obviously, these players are the cream of the crop. You think you're good. These guys are really, really good. First semifinal, Weens 19 taking on 1-as-1. Weens, a very popular member of the MLB The Show community. Izzy taking on JBD, a.k.a. Kreiner. And Paul, the interesting thing about this bracket is these players have played against one another throughout the course of the season.
Just a killer quartet here. It seems like they're actually not doing friendly quits against one another. So they have some experience, and we're going to see a lot of high-quality action today with this group. People know Weens, people know JBD. Don't sleep on 1-as-1 and Izzy, though. They're going to be ready to play, too.
All right, I mentioned the high stakes. Let's show it to you. $15,000 goes to the first place winner, and they're also going to go home with a $1,000 gift card. Second place, they get $5,000. And also third and fourth place, they're going home with some cash. So Paul, all 4 of these players, they're going home with at least something at the end of today.
Yeah, minus the 10% that each winner gives us. But then after that, they will go home with something, and so will we.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be very nice. Hey, we want to give a special shout out to our man Thune. He called yesterday's action, 32 players, as I mentioned. He did it by himself. He was doing it red zone style. That was yeoman-type work from Thune.
Great work from Thune. Checked in on him for a little bit. He was on his Vin Scully, Scott Hansen beat there, and he did a great job.
Yeah, follow him on Twitter. That's Thune with 4 U's. Hey, if you're on Twitch, rejoice because Twitch drops are active. Make sure that your account is linked and claim your Twitch drop today. All you have to do to get a Twitch drop, of course, just keep watching us. And Paul, everyone loves a good Twitch drop.
Those bronzes aren't going to open themselves, Robert.
That's right. Now, if you think you're good and you want to test your skills against some of the other best players in the community, you're in luck. It's obviously too late. You can't play today. We're all booked up, okay? But there's going to be tournaments next Saturday and Sunday, December 11th and 12th. One tournament on each day, up for grabs, hundreds of thousands of stubs to help you complete your dream team. If you're 13 or older, go to battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21 to sign up and enter. That's battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21 to sign up and enter. And Paul, I don't know if I could have 1 million stubs and I still would not be able to pull the live series Mike Trout. My pack luck is terrible.
Mine is too, but you know what? We're gonna have to change that today. Maybe we can get Twitch drops and maybe we'll pull a Trout.
Here's the unique thing about today, one of the many unique things about today. During the course of the season on MLB Network, our signature show, MLB Tonight, we will take you a whip around throughout the stadiums when there's meaningful moments, a scoring possibility. We're going to do that here on this broadcast. Both of our semifinal series, which will be decided via a best of 3, they're going to happen simultaneously. So we'll give you a taste of one semifinal series, then give you a taste of the other. And from there, we're going to jump back and forth. So, as you said, it's MLB Tonight meets Red Zone, Paul.
It really is. And the interesting dynamic for me is how it's going to affect the other players. They don't get to scout their competition now. With both semifinals going at the same time, they're just going to have to kind of get updates from their chat on what's going on elsewhere. So I like that added dynamic, too.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. As I said, the 2 semifinals decided via a best of 3. Our championship series decided in a best of 5 series. Here are your players. Weens, as we mentioned, Paul, he's a known commodity in this community.
Oh, he really is. He's one of the best players there is. You can see he's just 16, which is truly insane. What have I done with my life? But he's a truly brilliant player. And most folks know him in the community, too. So he's going to be kind of the fan favorite. And he went 17-0. He's giving nothing in this game with a 17-0 win record here. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch him in action.
Yeah, he's going to be matched up against 1-as-1. And one has mentioned, he told me yesterday, that he is familiar with all three of his potential opponents. He said that he's gotten some wins against them and vice versa. He's just 18 years old from the great state of Texas. He went 14-3, Paul, during the course of this fall circuit.
It's crazy that 14-3 looks like a worse record in comparison when 17-0 is where his partner's at. But it's going to be a great matchup here. These two have played, and their combined age is younger than me, which is just terrifying. It really is.
And as we await what our other semifinal matchup and players look like, we should mention, Paul, that these players aren't using God squads. It's going to be interesting to see how they construct their rosters.
Yeah, I can't wait to dive in. Remember last time we did this, we had Jaron Duran on all 4 teams. Will there be anybody that is on every single team? And there's also the dynamic of the parallel counting. So if somebody parallels a guy out of a particular tier, they have to change their team in the midst of the tournament.
Yeah, and many of our players already have the Mike Trout finest card. And some of them have paralleled to 3 or 4. It is unbelievable. Us mere mortals just have to, wait till it becomes available on the market, because I'm not getting 30 wins in the World Series play. That is for sure. Or in ranked seasons play, excuse me.
Yeah, and I think some people actually have it up to 5 too. I don't know if they're in this tournament, but I know people out there have Trout at 5. And I respect the hustle. I can't fathom doing it. It just seems so rough to do it all against the computer too.
All right, as I said, both of our semifinals are going to be played simultaneous. It's going to be decided in a best-of-3 series. We're going to give you a taste of one semifinal series before we jump into the other.
Ooh, ship it.
Here we go. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of ship it here. And this is Trey Turner leading off against Felix Hernandez. Trey Turner
I'm
up
gonna
the middle,
guess.
and yeah, this is 1-1.
Batting, right? Because with the Texas Tech, and he's from Arlington, so I'm guessing there, yes.
So this is 1-1 against Weens. 1-1 is at the plate with Christian Yelich. Felix Hernandez on the mound for Weens. One down here in game 1. Sharply hit, knocked down by the first baseman, not in time. So an infield hit for Christian Yelich, and that'll bring up the Mike Trout 99 finest.
Vogelbach gave it his all there. He made a great effort, couldn't quite make the play. This Hernandez is a nice pick here. It is the milestone, has a lot of the meta pitches with a sinker, with a cutter. Not surprising to see this card being used. I believe he might be on a couple of ball clubs too.
All right, that one fouled off. So it evens a count at 2-2. Decent speed at first in the form of Christian Yelich. Here's the 2-2. That ball slapped to right field. That's going to bounce up against the wall. Yelich is headed to third. They will hold him there. We got a potential hung up. Mike Trout is saved.
And he scores.
Wow. No. Unbelievable base running by 1-1.
Wow. So he got caught there with the guy on second with Trout kind of coming through. So Weens throws back, and instead he went ahead and sent Yelich there. I don't think that was intentional cheese or anything. It just kind of worked out in his favor where he doesn't get anybody out.
All right, here we have Jonathan Villar batting cleanup. This is the Jonathan Villar milestone card.
I love this card. It's a fantastic card. Can definitely hold the cleanup spot here. He's working that cutter quite a bit. That's where he went to maybe a few too many times against Trout. We see him trying to work it in here to VR, and now he's going to walk him. What was that, on 4 straight pitches there, Robert?
I believe that was a 3-2. So he was able to battle through. That'll bring up Corey Seager. Now this is the Corey Seager live series card.
And this goes back to what you were talking about earlier about this not all just being God squads. You're working within a set of restrictions. And then, like I said, as you kind of parallel guys, their ratings can change, and then you might have to alter your cards that way too. So there was a lot of strategy going into these team builds.
And that one falls in to even the count at 2-2. Already 20 pitches coming up for Felix Hernandez here in the first. Shallow fly ball. Playable for the left fielder. And there's 2 down.
And it's only
one. Bring up Jorge Posada.
It's 1 run here. One thing that we're probably going to reiterate a few different times over the course of the afternoon is that these folks don't panic. They gave up 4 or 5 runs in an inning, and they barely flinched. So the fact that Weens can still get out of this with just 1 run given up is huge. He's barely even breaking a sweat here right now.
But he's fallen behind Posada to 3-0. That one is in at the knees, 3-1. Pitch number 25 coming up for Felix Hernandez.
More balls than strikes.
Another walk. Yep. All right, here's Kyle Farmer.
So we're seeing Toby have a patient approach, one is one, and it's really paying off right now. Bases loaded, Kyle Farmer with a big chance.
Kyle Farmer batting .317 out of the 7-hole. It's 1-1, bases loaded, 1 run already in. This is semifinal series game 1 between 1-1 and Weens.
Seems to be a lot of sinkers in, cutters away. There's a nice little change up there. It's probably higher than you wanted, but it ended up being a nice little strike.
Now, the runners will be on the move. Payoff pitch. Here's the 3-2. Ball slapped to right, and that will fall and bounce in. No, that's foul. Wait,
that's foul?
Wow.
Oh, wow. I absolutely thought that was fair, and then he takes a bases loaded walk. Wow.
Okay, so a run does come in on the bases loaded walk. I want to see a replay of that. Jeez.
Every time I think that they got the foul ball wrong, the game is correct. I will freely admit that. But, man, there are some that look close, and that one looked remarkably close. Jesse Winker now. This is a big opportunity.
Oh, he's going high up in the zone. Didn't offer. It's now 1-2. All right, 36 pitches now here in the first inning. Weens is gonna have to get into that bullpen probably earlier than he expected.
Wow.
Chopper to third. And that will end the inning.
Robert, I'm going to go so far as to say that 2 runs is a disappointment there for 1-1.
Yeah,
Not that you're happy to get on the board, but to only get 2 in that situation, that's tough. Weens has to be feeling pretty decent about that, and now he'll get an opportunity to face Felix Hernandez in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, Mickey Mantle leading off for Weens. Then it's going to be Estevan Florial and Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones.
Oh, high fly ball.
Can't put that one there.
Deep right field. It is gone. A leadoff homer for Mickey Mantle, and Weens is on the board and cuts the lead in half.
And that's what I'm talking about 2 runs kind of feeling a little bit demoralizing there. You're happy to get on the board, but you only score 2, and then 1 swing later, the lead is cut in half. It just comes at you so quickly there after all the work he did for those 2 runs with some great patience in the top of the first.
So Weens with a emphatic reply to open the bottom of the first, although Felix Hernandez dots him up there, and that's out number 1. Here's Chipper Jones batting .465.
That was dirty.
And he starts him off with a slurve at the knees. It's 0-1. Still to come, our second semifinal, Kreiner and Izzy.
That'll be a great
series, one. Yeah, that series in game 1 has already begun. We want to stay with this semifinal here before we switch over to Kreiner and Izzy.
That top of the zone sinker has already stolen a couple of strikes. We'll see if Weens adjusts to that as this game goes on.
I thought they nerfed the up in the zone sinker.
I mean, when it goes from being the best pitch in the universe to a decent pitch, I mean, it can still be nerfed and still be excellent. You have to consider the level it was starting from, Robert.
All right, so Chipper Jones is even the count at 2-2. 1 down, 1 run already in. Vladimir Guerrero, the hitting in the cleanup spot, and that one's fouled off. We'll keep it at 2-2.
Stay alive there. 465 average with Chipper. You have to imagine that's a lot of at-bats, too. I mean, these are just crazy numbers that these folks put up. There's a high changeup. That's a bit unorthodox. You don't usually see a top-of-the-zone changeup. Trying to get him to feel like it's going to be the sinker up there, though, and disrupt that timing.
Oof. I say this every time we do these tournaments. I'm just amazed at the reflexes, the stick skills. They get to everything, and they do damage when they get to it. The 11th pitch of this AB coming up right here.
They're playing a different game than we are, Robert.
Yeah. And that one is going to be down the line. Chipper Jones will hold up at first, so it's a base hit with 1 down, and that'll bring up Vladimir Guerrero Sr., who's batting .454.
These numbers. Oh, man. Ground ball here gets 1-1 out of this, obviously.
And this could be 2. Flip it for 1. Fire for 2.
Boom.
And he's out of the inning. So that ends the inning. Mickey Mantle, a solo homer. And Weens has cut the lead to 2-1. Jay, this is not the finals. This is semifinal number 1 between Weens and 1-1. Our second semifinal is Felix Hernandez, first pitch swinging. And he'll pop up and foul ground, and that's out number 1. Our second semifinal will be Izzy and Kreiner. That semifinal has already begun. We will take you to game 1 of that series shortly.
We're
Here's Trey
bouncing
Turner.
back and forth between the two series. Going to be a lot of fun here with the back and forth action. Different setup than previously if you joined us for the summer circuit.
Robert Poisson on Twitch says we need to call him Toby instead of 1-1. Hey, look, Robert, I don't know 1-1 like that. All right? So I'm just going to call him 1-1. I don't know him to be calling him by his government name, okay?
I'll mix in some Tobies.
All right, there we go.
1-1 is a difficult name to say. It doesn't flow.
It's very difficult.
Difficult to say in that, it doesn't really flow off the tongue as well, is what I mean to say.
Yeah. Trey Turner flies out to first base. Seth Brown is there. And that's out number 2.
No hit there or anything, but a lengthy at bat, which is definitely something that we're seeing from Toby here. 44 pitches for Weens' Felix Hernandez. That we do have a mirror matchup right now, and that's going to be key too. Getting to the bullpens, and we saw this in our last tournament, was key for so many guys to really open things up. There's a lot of confidence that these guys seem to get when they're facing the bullpen arms, usually because they're a little bit more one note, right? A power pitch and an off-speed pitch. Whereas starters, particularly somebody like Felix, has so many different pitches, so many different looks that he can give you. Straight take there on 3-1.
Yeah, it's another full count. Here's the payoff pitch.
Ripped.
That one is scorched to right, but right at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. or Sr., and that will retire the side. Okay, now we go to the bottom of the second. We're about to take you to our second or our other semifinal series between Kreiner and Izzy. Now, the interesting thing about Kreiner is apparently I found out this information myself when I slid into his DMs. Kreiner and Weens, they're boys. They go way back.
Yeah, they're really, really hoping to face each other in the finals, but both know that they have a difficult semifinal in front of them. They don't want to overlook it and start talking about how the finals are going to go. But you're going to see chat fan favorites. Kreiner and Weens are the folks that people are going for today.
All right, here is a closer look at Izzy, the player profile. Isaiah Johnson, 22 years old. He's also an active streamer from North Dakota.
Basically an old man here at 22.
At this point, at 22, with some of our younger competitors, he's went 20-6 in the fall circuit final, 26 games.
Again, an amazing record, 77% win rate is great, and yet it feels like it's low compared to what these other folks are doing. Let's take a look at Kreiner now.
Yeah, he's 16 years old as well, from Pennsylvania, active streamer and an unbelievable player. And as I said, could be friend versus friend potentially in the finals, but still a lot to determine before we get to that potential Kreiner versus Weens matchup. As you see, he went 28-11. He played a lot of games in this fall circuit, Paul.
Yeah, he went with the volume route here, 28-11. I'm just surprised to see that many losses for Kreiner. Maybe he was trying some things out and toying with his opponents, and they happened to sneak a few dubs.
All right, this is, let's see, top of the third. Kreiner, I believe, is...
Kreiner's home.
Kreiner is home, and he is obviously out in the field. Mickey Mantle leading off for Izzy here.
Corey Kluber. Ship it. Interesting choice.
Izzy will have Mickey Mantle, the finest Mike Trout, and then the switch-hitting Ketel Marte, who is playing shortstop. That's his top 3 of his lineup. Payoff pitch here in the third. Ooh, dotted him up.
That is
dotted
gross.
him up. Dottie Pippen is here.
That's just not safe for work. Oh, and he doesn't want to get got at the top of the zone again, so he rips that one, but it's going to be a ground ball out on the slurve. It ended up being a ball, but I wonder how much that called strike influenced Izzy swinging at that pitch.
Well, Izzy has 2 hits thus far here in the top of the third, and Ketel Marte has 1 of them. He's batting third, playing shortstop. Jed Lowry is hitting cleanup for Izzy and playing second base. Then it's Brad Miller. That Brad Miller Topps card that everyone seems to be fond of, and
I
why
love
not?
Brad Miller.
And there's a grounder to second, and that will retire the side. So no score here in this game 1 of this semifinal series between Izzy and Kreiner. Here's Jorge Polanco
facing Logan Webb. So we got an interesting matchup here with the Kluber-Webb, and as we go into the bottom of the third, we have 0 runs in this game, whereas the other game already had 3 runs in the first inning.
1-1 to Polanco, batting .520. Goodness gracious.
And probably in like 150 plate appearances, too. That's the crazy part.
It's unbelievable.
If I'm ever hitting like 500 with somebody, you better believe they're like 2 for 4.
All right, 2-2. Pitch number 34 coming up from Logan Webb.
Ooh,
And that one is slapped foul. Notice the PCI. He was on it. Here's another 2-2. Went back in there, but too far inside.
Logan Webb, one of the bigger breakouts this year in real baseball, and then happens to have some meta pitches that play well in MLB The Show. So his best cards have become a bit favored here.
Looks like the camera work brightened up all of a sudden.
Yeah,
9-pitch AB coming up. Make it a 10-pitch AB as Jorge Polanco fights it off. This is the Polanco Live Series card.
Fantastic card. So you know that's a ton of plate appearances probably registered in Battle Royale and maybe even some events work.
Yeah, and I think I saw he had paralleled, to 3 or 4. I mean, just remarkable work. Just remarkable work.
40 pitches
we're going to
now.
do it again. Yep. Similar to what we saw in our other semifinal.
Good take.
Pitch count becoming a factor early in this game. Corey Kluber now. You bunting here, Paul? I'm a terrible bunter.
I'm a terrible bunter as well. I understand going for it, and it's going to be successful. It can be nerve-wracking, though. Bunts are not guaranteed. And, to some degree, I'm okay with that because they can be OP even with somebody who shouldn't be able to bunt. But pitchers should probably be able to get a sac bunt down pretty easily. So it's definitely something that they've kind of worked with tuning, and it can be difficult because you don't want it to be too overpowered.
Here's a high fly ball. Left fielder is there.
Good pitch there. That cutter down and in. Obviously, if it stays up just a little, it's gone. But it got right to the spot it needed to there in that down and in corner and ends up getting a fly out. And now he's just 1 out away here from stranding that runner at second.
Here's Estevan Florial batting .348. Count even at 1-1. Bottom of the third, game 1 of this semifinal series between Kreiner and Izzy. Kreiner, the home team, wearing white. Izzy wearing the Minnesota Twins throwback uniform. Baby blues, looking sharp.
That's a nasty pitch.
I love these uniforms. Yeah, that's a very nasty pitch. I love these uniforms here. Here's Jed Lowry.
I do too. These Ralph Garr era uniforms. Sick reference, Paul. Be older.
What do you think of the Jed Lowry as a cleanup hitter?
Love it. This Jeff Lowry card is stout, and I like seeing him get some burn. Switch hitters kind of generally already have a little bit of a leg up. People really like to use them. And then if you put some good ratings on a card that is a switch hitter, like this Jonathan VR and Jed Lowry, they become very popular.
Ooh, here's Brad Miller. A very popular card. A card that has some big-time pop. So after a leadoff double from Jed Lowry, I don't think Lowry has the speed enough to, and he will not test the arm. So he will remain at second with 1 down. Here's Jorge Posada, the switch hitting catcher.
I just want Brad Miller to stay healthy and be in the majors for as long as he can. He's going to only be 32 next year. I want to see him play until he's 40 because we need him in MLB The Show every year.
No BGs, hits tanks. It's a nasty pitch there from Kluber. It's 1-1.
Pitch 60 coming now here as we go to top of the fourth with just one out. Bullpens could be coming out early here. Even though there's no runs, we see both these guys kind of working up the pitch counts.
Pitch number 61.
That's a P5 Posada there, too, and he rips that one, but it's going to hang up for an easy out. Well struck, but the fielder can get there pretty easily on that one.
Want to recognize Scan and Thuney, who are here in the chat on
That's a shot.
Twitch. Meantime, that's
Base
going to
hit.
be a fair ball. Lowry will score, and Corey Seager comes through with an RBI knock, and Izzy jumps out to a 1-0 lead. Wow. We've seen a couple of balls that have been near the chalk or hit the chalk in both of these semifinal series.
That one in the first game, we needed a replay on that one. You and I both thought that one was fair. Uh-oh, that'll get away.
Ball gets away. So Seager will hustle to second. Now a runner in scoring position with 2 down. By the way, I believe that's the Corey Seager live series card that he's using.
And we saw him in the first game too. So a little bit of Corey Seager live series action kind of being sprinkled throughout this tournament. Ooh, and he strikes out there with a nasty cutter.
Yeah, Vogelback goes down swinging. As we said at the top, Paul, these are not God squads. Yes, there are some big-time diamonds. You see 99 finest Trout sprinkled throughout these lineups, but there's some important roster decisions that had to be made.
Absolutely. You definitely had to make difficult choices. And like I said, the big thing there was that the parallel system could change your roster within the tournament.
That's going to be in the gap. It's going to be extra bases. And it's a leadoff double.
After giving up the run last inning, Kreiner comes in, leadoff double, and all of a sudden he's very close to tying this game right up.
That'll bring up Babe Ruth. This is the 99.
Ooh, nice
Babe
pitch.
Ruth looks at a sinker at the knees. It's 0-2. Fouls that one off. Ooh, that was roped.
Yeah, Keith Olbermann's mom better be careful on that one.
Jeez. Look at the PCI. I just marvel at the PCI placement.
They're unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, some of the foul balls that we get, our PCI isn't even on the screen.
Yeah.
And they square up their foul balls.
Here's the 1-2.
Oof.
Ooh, got him. That's a big out.
That's a heck of a cutter right there. To get Babe Ruth, the double 125s there with that nasty cutter, that was a heck of a pitch, and you see why the cutter can be so popular.
High fly ball, deep right field. Right fielder can just watch it fly out of here. It's a 2-run homer for Jorge Posada, and Kreiner jumps on top 2-1.
The cutter giveth, the cutter taketh away. That was Jorge Posada's 149th home run. That's insane.
Unbelievable.
Kreiner has 149 home runs with Posada. Robert, I'm not sure I have 149 homers in the game this year.
I'm with you. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I love a good switch-hitting catcher. I love the Posada card. I love the Adley Rutschman card. I just love having a good switch-hitting catcher behind the plate.
Agreed.
Here's Jonathan Villar.
Don't sleep on Grandal, too.
Yep, Yasmani Grandal as well. Lazy fly ball and foul ground, and that's out number 2.
All right, so great opportunity here for Izzy to calm this down, get out of here, make it 2-1. You're fine.
That'll bring up Xander Bogaerts. Chopper to first.
One pitch out there, that's huge. So 66 pitches. I wonder if the bullpens are going to start being warmed up, though, because Kluber and Webb are seeing their pitch counts both approach 70 as we enter the top of the 5th here.
Well, Logan Webb is going to hit for himself, so he is going to see another inning of action as we go into the top of the 5th. Kreiner in white facing Izzy in the baby blue uniforms. Kreiner leading 2-1. This is game 1 of one semifinal series. It's a best of 3. Our other semifinal series will take you back there shortly. That features 1-1 against Wings.
I wonder if that would have been a good opportunity to go ahead and lift Webb, though, because you could have let off an inning with a pinch hitter, maybe get something going. You know, far be it for me to question these folks. They are in the semifinals, but I wonder if that was a missed opportunity. There's a base hit.
That ball is roped down the line. Could be extra bases. He's going to try it, and he's in, diving headfirst for a one-out double. And that'll bring up the 99 finest, Mike Trout.
Changeup stayed up.
1 for 2.
Changeup stayed up just a little bit too much, and now Trout has an opportunity to tie this one up.
Let's stay here, guys. Let's just stay here until this Mike Trout AB is at least, now he's ahead
3-0
of
now. He's scared.
Ketel Marte on deck. He'll look at a strike. It's now 3-1. I just want to stay. As you see, Izzy has paralleled the 99 finest Mike Trout, who draws a walk, to 4. You know,
it's crazy.
It's crazy. Here's Ketel Marte, switch hitter, 1 for 2.
Oh.
We're going to stay with this because this is a scoring opportunity here for Izzy. Leading 2-1.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a 3-run homer. Usually that's a cutter that is usually crushed. Izzy wants that one back desperately.
It's 1-2. Runners at first and second.
Oh, and he
got
gets
him.
Wow.
Boy, that cutter is nasty. Coming in hot right underneath the hands. That'll bring up Jed Lowry. 1 for 2. Ooh, way late. Obviously was looking for something else.
Or just decided late that he wanted to swing. Maybe he was, had a plan to take and then saw it was a hittable pitch. Because these players don't usually miss like that. So I wonder if it was just a decision change too late. Kluber dealing right now. Just everything is moving like crazy.
But again, 87 pitches right now, and he got him. Wow. So Kreiner able to work his way out of trouble. Thanks to everyone in the back for, I know we were set to go to our other semifinal, but we wanted to wait there, so a good job adjusting.
That was some brilliant pitching there by Kreiner to get out of that. Usually the calling card of players at this level is their hitting. Pitching's been brought back into focus this year to where you can still have some key at-bats where the pitching takes over, and we saw that from Kreiner there to snuff out a potential rally.
Now Kreiner has some momentum, batting in the bottom of the 5th, leading 2-1. We're going to go split screen here.
Both games are 2-1 now. Both games that ship it.
1-1. He's the Texas Tech Red Raiders. He's leading 2-1. He still has Felix Hernandez. Felix Hernandez has thrown 69 pitches.
Nice.
Here's pitch, which is nice. Pitch number 70 coming up, and Mauricio will step out.
Wants to bask in how many pitches he's thrown. 2-2 coming. Good swing.
Contact there, but sent foul. Very good swing.
That is a freeze 'em pitch that works a lot, but not so much at this level. Oh,
got him.
nasty.
Ugly swing there to end the inning.
Again, you're seeing why the cutter is such a popular pitch, because when it busts in like that, it looks like something completely different. People think they're getting the sinker or one of the hittable cutters on the front end of the zone. Instead, it's at their fists, and they're striking out.
Here's Christian Yelich, 1 for 2. 2, 3, and 4 due up for Izzy. For 1-1. Yelich, 99 Trout finest, batting third, and then Jonathan VR, his milestone card, batting cleanup.
All of a sudden, Kluber's pitch count down here at a very manageable 47
Yeah,
in the top of the
he looked to be in real trouble. Looked to be in real trouble in the top of the first as that one is sent foul. But you're right, he's done a good job of being economical from that point out.
Wasn't it double Felix's? This is actually a reliever.
This is a reliever.
Yeah,
Check
my
that.
bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, it was double Felix. So Felix Hernandez.
So 45 pitches in a relief outing is actually a lot. It kind of goes the other way now that Kluber's made a lot of pitches.
So Christian Yelich bounces out to second base, and that'll bring up Mike Trout with one down here in the top of the 5th.
Ripped. It's going to hang up, though.
High fly ball, and it's going to hang up for the center fielder, Mickey Mantle, who's back and makes the catch, and there's 2 down. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. Thanks for joining us, whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. This is the Fall Circuit semifinals. Semifinals are best of 3. Our championship series, which will be played today, a best of 5. The winner gets $15,000.
On your screen in the bottom left, too, you'll have a series update. We got a little graphic down there, a little bat over who's batting. And then as the games get played, you'll see the series update. It's obviously 0-0 right now. That's going to be a shot down the line for an easy double.
That's going to be slapped the other way. And Jonathan VR, a popular card in the community. I love any Jonathan VR card.
Same.
Bronze, silver, it doesn't matter, as Corey Seager's going to fly out in foul ground. Chipper Jones squeezes it, and that retires the side. So, leadoff double. VR left, or excuse me, a double in the inning. VR left stranded. And that'll bring up Seth Brown.
I love this Seth Brown card. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and right on cue. High fly ball. No doubt about it. It's gone. And we're tied.
Wow.
Seth Brown, a leadoff homer. And Weens has tied the game at 2.
I think one of the bigger surprises is that it is only we've only seen 4 runs so far here into the bottom of the 5th. The two guys have been pitching pretty well and getting out of some jams. As we mentioned earlier, Weens already in his bullpen. Meanwhile, Felix here coming on pitch 75.
He's ahead in the count 1-2 to Xander Bogaerts. And it's amazing. I mean, there's so many qualities that make these players devastating as Bogaerts goes down. But one that I think is most important is their ability to create production and do damage with gold cards, live series cards. It's unbelievable. It's really another example of just what makes them so good.
It really is. The cards almost don't matter. Their skill and their ability to get the PCI where it needs to be makes up for a lot. And so you can see them have success with silvers and golds, the high diamonds as well. And there's Kluber, maybe with a different hitter that might have done something, but just a little flare out there for Kluber, who's staying in.
That'll bring up Mickey Mantle.
He considered taking him out. We saw him look over the bench there and decide to stick with Kluber.
So the top of the order is now flipped. Here's Mickey Mantle. Serves that one foul. It's 1-1.
Wonder if this is the last inning for Felix. Depending on how this goes, will be around, 83 pitches, exactly where he'll be. Because there it is.
And that will retire the side. We're through 5 innings, tied at 2. Seth Brown, the equalizer. And that'll bring up Jorge Posada. Maybe this is why he decided to give Kluber another chance. He's got 6, 7, 8 due up, although Posada greets him with a single up the middle.
Yep. You might have thought that, hey, let me try to get through the bottom of the order here, and all of a sudden in a little bit of trouble with a runner on, 1 pitch into the top of the 6th.
Here's Kyle Farmer, 0 for 1.
Good take there.
Does the Farmer leg kick, did that take a while for you to get used to it when you used it?
Everything takes a while for me to get used to, Robert. I'm terrible at the game.
All right, he's run the count 3-0. There's a take there. Jesse Winker looming on deck for 1-1. That's the Winker Live Series card, and that one is blooped foul.
It's definitely one of those things that can get you. If it messes with your line of vision, little leg kicks like that can be a problem at times. And if you're not having success with the card and you think it might be due to that, maybe try a different card and stop using that guy. Sometimes like he'll get you.
Fly ball to center field. I thought that one might carry a little bit further, but median depth there for Mickey Mantle. And there's 2 down. Now, Felix Hernandez
staying in.
He's going to stay in and hit for himself here with 2 down in the top of the 6th. What do you make of this move?
I'm intrigued by it. I think it's because he is so nasty, has multiple meta pitches, and Toby has to feel like, hey, I'm starting to do some things here with Felix. It is just a 2-2 game. I'm going to stick with him. I think that's what we're seeing here, and that's why he's sticking with.
2, 3, and 4 due up for Weens. Florial, Jones, and Vlad Sr. There's a nasty sinker that catches the bottom of the zone. It's 0-2. We want to remind you that we will on this stream be revealing exclusively who the bosses will be for the 10th inning. So that's still to come.
Ooh, that'll be fun. Stick around for that.
Absolutely. Florial greets him with a leadoff single to start the 6th. Here's Chipper Jones.
I heard it's going to be live series Ryan Schimpf, but I can't confirm that.
Mix in a bronze in there.
Mm-hmm.
Count 1-1. Thune is already hoping Kirby Puckett.
We haven't heard much from Kirby.
Yeah. It's now 1-2.
Oh, gets him with the high change.
With the high changeup. Wow. Here's Vladimir Guerrero. 0 for 2.
Ground ball away from getting through 6.
He's at 95 pitches here. That drops in for a strike. It's 2-1. We already have some guesses of who the 10th inning bosses might be there in the Twitch stream.
Pepe Alazar is the leader in the clubhouse.
Nick Swisher says Randy Johnson. Oh, there's a little blooper, but it's going to fall over the shortstop's head. So a fortuitous hit there by Vladimir Guerrero Sr. And there's runners at first and second, 1 down, and here's Jorge Posada.
It does seem like the middle of December is the right time to bring out Randy Johnson as a brand new card. So that's a pretty good guess. I could definitely see that. It tracks with history.
And you know one of his challenges or daily missions will be whether or not you can hit a bird.
Yep. And if you can't, then you
during
can't
the
get
course
the
of
card.
a game. That's correct. If you can't hit the bird, then you don't get the card.
All of a sudden, we got bases loaded here.
That base is loaded here. Big time here.
We're chopping
Ronnie
it
Mauricio.
up as if we don't have a huge situation developing here. Still a ground ball away from getting out of this if it's to the right fielder, of course. The correct fielder, I should say.
105 pitches right now for Felix Hernandez. There's a look at the pitch count total. Here's the 1-2.
Oh, wow. What a take.
Tried that changeup up in the zone, but Weens spit on it. Here's the 2-2.
And he goes up to try to get that one, wanting to ensure that he wasn't beaten again by that up and in changeup. 2-2 again.
The chat, some people in the chat are saying, take Felix out.
And now we have a full count.
Now
Seth
it's
Brown
full count.
looming.
3-2, 1 down. Ronnie Mauricio at the plate. Payoff pitch from Felix. Ooh. Cutter at the upper part of the zone.
Another cutter back on the inside half this time.
Another payoff pitch.
Oh, wow. That was just a
Grounder
right down
through the
middle.
left side. That will bring home 1 run, make it 2, and it's a 2-out. It's a 1-out, 2-run single for Ronnie Mauricio, and Weens has opened up a 4-2 lead.
That pitch just didn't do what he wanted there. That's a sinker. That kind of showing that Felix may be at the end of his rope here as he goes through for pitch 112, facing Seth Brown, who he gave up a homer, the game-tying homer to just last inning.
Yeah, I am, and that is a hard shot to first. Posada over to second, back over to first.
I mean, that's nice, but
yeah, 1-1 gets the double play, but it came a batter too late as Weens is able to extend to a 4-2 lead. But top of the order for 1-1, Trey Turner, Christian Yelich, and Mike Trout due up here in the top of the 7th. I really would love to know why he stuck with Felix that long.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're still happy that the double play stops the bleeding and gets it out at 2. But it is curious that Felix is still going. I don't even know if he's warming anybody up at this point. And you saw the impact of that stamina wearing down with that sinker. That was just a bad sinker that didn't move. Easy 2-run base hit there for Weens as he now has a 4-2 lead in the top of the 7th.
This one slapped. Seth Brown will step on the bag and beat Trey Turner to it, and there's 1 down. Look, this game isn't over yet, and obviously it's just game 1 of a best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But to hold 1-1 to, at this point, just 2 runs, that's pretty remarkable.
Really is. We've seen some quality pitching here. We talk a lot in these tournaments about how offense can rule the day, and There will be games at some point where it's, a double-digit score to another double-digit score, but we're seeing a pitching duel here. When we left the last game, that was developing into a pitcher's duel as well. So a little bit of a changed dynamic from what we're used to.
Here's the 3-1. One down here in the 7th. Ooh, Cutter catches the inside part of the zone, and that'll bring up the count to 3-2.
That was a straight take. Wow. And he tries to get the walk there, and what a nasty sinker.
So Corey Kluber doing some work out of the bullpen. Felix Hernandez started this game for Weens, but now he goes to another starter in Corey Kluber out of his bullpen. That ball is sent deep to left field. Going back as the left fielder. It's going to be off the wall, bounce back towards center field, and Mike Trout is in with a 2-out double here in the top of the 7th. So tying run at the plate in the form of Jonathan Villar.
1 for 1, which means he has to have a walk or 2 in there. Yeah, he has 2 walks and a double. That sinker, I mean, that's one of the calling card pitches in the entire game, but it is absolutely working right now for Weens.
He is painting right now with Corey Kluber. Here's the 1-2. Misses high and inside. Evens the count at 2-2. Hey, I just scored a drop claim. I just scored a drop.
Same.
Swing and a miss. Got him.
This is huge.
I'm going to claim it.
Uh-oh.
Meantime,
that's
first pitch swinging. Xander Bogaerts up against the wall.
Xander.
And again, Paul, Felix Hernandez is still out there.
I think somebody did not tell Toby that he can use multiple pitchers in a game.
I mean, because right now the pitch count, I believe, is in excess of 115. Let's see.
This is pitch 115 right
here. This is pitch 115. The cutter, the velocity, still pretty good, 95 miles per hour.
The problem is, it's not so much that you can't throw any good pitches, it's that the misses will be very bad. And we saw it on that sinker. And Toby needs to be careful because another hung sinker, and it's going to be a 6-2 game.
That sinker misses inside. It's 2-2. Pinch hitter, meantime, for Weens. This is Willie McCovey.
Surprised he's letting McCovey get a righty as well. Now it's 3-2 with Mantle on deck.
That one sent sharply hit to first base. Posada will step on the bag, but the runner does advance to third. So another good RBI chance here for Weens and Mickey Mantle, who's 1 for 3.
It'll be a productive out, but an out nonetheless.
And Mantle is ahead in the count, 2-0. Pitch number 123. That one is low as well. It's 3-0.
By the way, our other game is in the bottom of the 7th as well, and it's 3-1 over there.
Oh,
wow,
diving stop!
Play.
Diving stop by Jorge Posada. Secondary position. What? Wow.
Sick.
Game is cheating me. Now we will have someone out of the bullpen for 1-1, and that is going to be Zach Britton to face the lefty, Estevan Florial, who's 1 for 3.
He does have other pitchers. Okay. But yeah, as I was saying, Kreiner up 3-1, bottom 7 in the other game, which we will definitely dip into before it finishes. Both games have been pitcher duels and very exciting thus far. Nasty pitch there.
Yeah, the two-seamer drops at the knees. It's 2-2. There's 2 down here, bottom 7. Florial jumps on that one, but sends it foul. Look at the PCI placement. Right centered up. That slider is outside. It's 3-2. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. This is the semifinal game one between 1-1 and Weens. Lazy fly ball to center. Trout is there, and that retires aside.
Kreiner expanded his lead to 6-1, by the way.
Okay, we're about to go to that. Okay, let's go to that game and show you how Kreiner was able to extend his lead. It's a 3-run homer from Babe Ruth. Lefty crime off Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman giving up homers in a big game? What?
Crazy.
That's unbelievable. I've never, what?
That's impossible.
That doesn't seem right. So Kreiner extends. Shout out to all you Yankee fans out there. Shout out to Kreiner as well, as he now leads 6-1 over Izzy. He gets the big 3-run homer from Babe Ruth, and that game is now 6-1. Let's jump back into the game that is a little bit closer. Top of the 8th. This is 1-1, a.k.a. Toby, down 4-2 in the top of the 8th. If you can see left-hand portion of your screen, we've got a graphic there that'll show you where the series stands. Obviously, this is game 1. And who is batting. So the little bat symbol there shows you that 1-1 is batting now, and Weens, the home team, leading 4-2 out in the field, pitching with Aaron Loop.
Ooh, nasty take there. I wonder if we're getting to a point where Aroldis Chapman is going to start to be phased out of the competitive scene. I think players have just seen him far too much over the years to where he doesn't phase most of these top players anymore. The velo is great and everything, and it will still work against a lot of players, but at the very top, I wonder if maybe it's time to move on to somebody else. I know there aren't a ton of options for lefties, but Chapman's kind of meat.
Yeah, there's a big double play there. Jorge Posada running with a piano on his back, grounds into a double play, and just like that, there's 2 down here in the top of the 8th. Game 1 of this semifinal series between Weens and 1-1.
That's crushing for Toby there.
There's that sinker. Kyle Farmer swings and misses, still heading the count 2-1.
Sorry, I didn't get to
another
check.
chopper.
Is this finest Aaron Loop or live series?
I believe this is finest.
Someone in the chat trying to call this one over already. It's a 2-run game. I guess he's never watched baseball before.
Hey, we are at Ship It. Remember, people, we are at Ship It.
And it's literally a 2-run lead. Like, hello?
Now it's Steve Cishek.
It's like a right-handed loop.
Yeah, this can be a devastating card as well. Submarine style, facing Chipper Jones. Lazy fly ball. Mike Trout will come over a few steps over to his left and make the catch, and there's 1 down here in the bottom of the 8th. All right, I'm looking to see who's going to be due up in the 9th for Toby and 1-1. Let's see.
Who made the last out?
Kyle Farmer, I believe. So it will be Winker, the pitcher's spot, and then Trey Turner, if I'm reading this correctly. This is Vlad Sr., 1 for 3, bottom 8, 2-2, 1 down. Ooh, that ball is smoked deep to left, but curling and twisting foul. Just over 6 feet outside of the foul pole. Here's the 2-2. Inside, and the count runs full. Jorge Posada on deck. And he walked him.
He will bat with
That'll bring up Posada.
with a runner on. That's going
First pitch swinging, Posada.
Hold up.
Fly ball, just shy of the track. Mike Trout will make the catch, and Vlad Sr. will have to scurry back to first, and there's 2 down. Here's Ronnie Maurizio. I believe he had that big RBI or 2 RBI knock a couple of innings ago with the bases loaded.
Huge 2-run single. That's
He'll
going.
send this one,
that's going to drop.
and that will fall. Vladimir Guerrero will hustle to third. You got runners at the corners with 2 down. Big insurance run looming out there at third base for Weens.
You bring in the lefty here for Seth Brown? Got it, right? Oh, but it is Chapman.
Got to.
Okay.
Uh-oh, it is Aroldis Chapman. First pitch swinging.
Now let's see
Pulled
here.
the string, a slider.
Tops now. Seth Brown is a fantastic card.
Yeah, he's 2 for 3. Has a homer in this game 1. That splitter is wide, and it's 2-1.
Uh-oh.
High fly ball, right field, going back, and it will hold up, and Yelich will make the catch just a few feet in front of the wall, and that retires aside. All right, so here we go. Jesse Winker, the pitcher's spot, and then Trey Turner due up here in the 9th for Toby.
The PCI was just a bit off there on that one.
Now we are going to have a pinch hitter. He's going to go with
Scope.
Jonathan Scope.
That'll bring in a righty for Weens.
And now Toby will answer that reply with another change. Alex Verdugo.
Kreiner putting the finishing touches on a Game 1 win. He's up 6-1 with 2 outs in the top of the 9th.
And as we showed you that highlight a few moments ago, Babe Ruth, a big 3-run homer there. That is staked Kreiner out to a 6-1 lead. That gets past the first baseman, but not
play by Kenley.
Past the second baseman.
Great play by Kenley there to cover because the first baseman had dove.
And that's live series Xander Bogaerts with the play, playing his secondary position, second base. Here's Brandon Belt batting .750. Pinch hitting opportunity here. He's ahead in the count, 2-1.
Good take there.
He's now ahead in the count, 3-1. Trey Turner on deck. High fly ball. No doubt about it. That is out of here. A solo home run for Toby, and 1-1 is within 1. It's now 4-3. Here's Trey Turner. Tying run at the plate. Obviously, Paul, you get Turner on base. He's got speed that he can score from anywhere.
Oh, that one stays up.
I
Put a good lick on it.
Thought that one might get over the head of the left fielder.
Kreiner finishes off the 6-1 win. He's up 1-0 in the best of 3 in the other semifinal. But we are not done here. 2 outs. Toby, a.k.a. 1-1, trying to come back here in the top of the 9th.
Christian Yelich at the plate. He's 1 for 4. By the way, that's Estevan Florial, who out in left field for Weens.
Great play there.
Here's the 2-1. Now 3-1, and Mike Trout, 99 finest, looming on deck.
Oh.
Grounder to first. Seth Brown steps on the bag, and that's it. 1 run in the 9th inning, but it wasn't enough to extend this Game 1. And Game 1 does go to Weens as he leads this best of 3 series, 1-0. So a chance for Weens. If he's able to get a win in Game 2, he will punch his ticket to our championship series, which will be played today. And that championship series will be a best of 5 series. The semifinals are a best of 3. Paul, from the 2 semifinals, just Game 1, what were your impressions so far?
You know, I was really surprised by how little offense we saw. We usually see offense driving these games. Kreiner did have the late 3-run homer to score 6 runs. That was the highest number of the 4 teams. Saw a real pitcher's duel there in the game that we just finished up there, 4-3. So I was really impressed with the pitching that we saw from both sets of players.
We saw a couple of players use Felix Hernandez, Corey Kluber, Logan Webb. Do you think we'll see the same cards, or if you're in this tournament, if you're in this spot, would you be using different cards?
No, I think we'll see a lot of the same stuff because, again, we're playing friendlies here, so you can continue to use the same guys. That's the setup that we have right now. I would like to see something that maybe changes that in the future, but that's not necessarily something to litigate here. Fact is, you can use the same guys all you want. I think we'll see a lot more Felix Hernandez, continued use of Corey Kluber. If he's comfortable with Webb, maybe he goes back to Webb. But these guys have the meta pitches. They're going to be the guys that you can lean on with their cutters, with their sinkers, sliders. So, yeah, I think we see a lot of the same. There's Cole Hamels already, so I'm already wrong instantly, by the way. There's one change already.
We will. This is the Kreiner versus Izzy Game 2. So Izzy will be the home team for Game 2. This is Kreiner leading off
Hamels
with Mickey Mantle. Estevan Florial batting second, and then finest Mike Trout batting third, facing, as Paul mentioned, the lefty Cole Hamels. What do you think of this Cole Hamels card?
It's a great card. Lefty Cole Hamels, his best card has regularly been kind of sneaky. That can work against a lot of people in the community. Some people see him pretty well. He doesn't throw super hard, but I've seen a lot of success with Cole Hamels across the community for sure.
Estevan Florial batting second, playing left field. Mike Trout batting third, playing right. And Babe Ruth is your cleanup hitter, playing first base. It was Ruth that had a big 3-run homer late in Game 1 to power Kreiner to a 6-1 win over Izzy.
It was a lefty.
This is a must-win for Izzy here in Game 2.
It was a lefty-lefty smash job that kind of put it away.
Kreiner hitting .354 with Florial. Looks at a cutter outside of the zone. It's 2-2. Scan in the chat says, love Cole Hamels. Circle change is where it's at. Scan was in the, I believe Scan made it to the final 8 of this fall circuit as Florial draws a 1-out walk. Congratulations to Scan, and congratulations to all the players that started play in fall circuit. I believe we started with over 100 players. Began the weekend. This is perfect, and this is gone. It's a 2-run homer for 99 finest Mike Trout, and it's 2-0 Kreiner.
That is a way to make an impact right away when you have a 1-0 lead to then hit a 2-run homer in the first inning. Obviously, it's still early. Izzy doesn't have to freak out, but you got to love that if you're Kreiner to kind of get that early jump.
That'll bring up Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth batting .443 for Kreiner. As now Izzy, this is a must-win game here for him as he's down 1-0 in this best of 3. And he's down 2-0 here in the first inning. Sony San Diego studio wanting to get a dog update between innings, Paul, so keep that in mind.
Okay. I have none in here currently, unfortunately, but they'll make their way in. And as soon as one of them comes in here, I will bring them up onto the screen. We have 3 choices. So who could it be? It could be Charlotte, could be Plato, could be Henry. We'll see. We'll see who visits later.
Or maybe it's all 3. You never know.
True. Absolutely could be.
Shout out to Big Old Buck, one of the people I like to follow here on Twitch, active streamer. How you doing, man? Good to see you. That's right, Riven Esquire. Alongside Paul Spohr, I'm Robert Flores. Paul, baseball writer, gamer, friend of the community. I'll get on the sticks too now, Paul, every now and then. By the way, full count, payoff pitch.
We need to play.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
I'm hovering around the old 600, 700 mark, not to brag.
So you've been improving is what you're saying.
Yes.
I see you. I see you out there.
I do love to play.
I am.
And there's a double play.
I'm not better, so I think we'd actually be a good matchup.
Clee Gaming, shout out to you, my man. How are you?
I did make World Series once.
Oh, and see, I've made Championship Series twice, and that's about that's anything above that. That's above my pay grade. So, all right, here's Mike Trout, 11 homers. As Izzy tries to work his way back from an early 2-0 deficit here. Trout first pitch swinging, grounded to short, fire across the diamond, and there's 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Ooh. Now, this is something that I'm guilty of as well, Paul. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Yep. Especially when you go down, it's so hard, and it can be such a big separator between the top players and us normies. Just the ability to not make those early mistakes, keep the pressure on your opponent by taking some pitches and staying calm. But when you go down, you want to get in there real quick and try to tie the game up, and you end up having 2 outs, 2 pitches in. But he did get a base hit here. Let's see if he can do something against Corey Kluber with Jed Lowry up now.
Yeah, Ketel Marte with a 2-out knock here. So here's Jed Lowry. This is the Jed Lowry Topps card, batting cleanup, hitting .309. Boy, that cutter, it says only 92, but it looks like 98.
That's the thing, is the nastiness of that pitch, the way it moves, helps it play up quite a bit. And that's why the cutter has become such a big pitch this year. When it's on, it can do anything you want it to. When it misses, it's an automatic home run, but it's a lot better this year.
6, 7, and 8 due up here in the bottom of the second. Fly ball, center field. Mantle is there, and there's 1 down.
Yayo says you're an all-star warrior.
That's true. Yeah, I am. I can do some things on All-Star. I'm not going to lie to you. Here's Xander Bogaerts. Diving stop, knocked down. Throw over to first. He's not going to even throw it. Go put it in his pocket. Maybe. Could be. So an infield hit here in the second inning for Xander Bogaerts. That'll bring up Jorge Polanco. This is the Polanco Live Series card. Foul ground. Third baseman will come over and make the catch in foul ground, and there's 2 down.
Kui Gaming says Roflo is not that bad. See, they got your back in chat.
There we go. Appreciate that. Shout out to those of you watching us on Twitch, on YouTube. Thanks for spending part of your Sunday with us. If you're on Twitch, remember, drops are active, so make sure your account is linked. Paul and I have already claimed 1 drop, and I cannot wait, Paul, to see what silver card or bronze card I will get.
Yo, if I pull a silver, I'm going to post it on Twitter. There's no doubt.
Swing and a miss. Got him. So a runner left stranded there as we go to the bottom of the second. This is game 2.
Brad Miller.
We're watching Brad Miller.
Ooh.
First pitch swinging. Fly ball going back as a left fielder.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be over his head. And Brad Miller, first pitch swinging in with a leadoff double to start the bottom of the second.
B. Millie Rock. Brad Miller is so good. All of his cards. And every year he blesses us with a great month to ensure that he gets a Tops Now or a Player of the Month, something to ensure that the diamond card comes out. And I appreciate Brad Miller for that. Again, I hope he never retires.
Michael Lum asking, is there a bracket? There is a bracket, but let me just give you the matchups here, Michael. Get you do a little reset on what you're watching. This is Kreiner against Izzy. Izzy is at the plate, as you note there in the left-hand portion of your screen. The little baseball bat icon is above Izzy's name. He's at the plate. He's trailing in this best of 3, however, 1-0. So this is a must-win for him. Our other semifinal features 1-1 against Weens. Weens won game 1, so he has a chance, if he wins game 2, to earn a spot in the finals. The championship series is a best of 5. We'll be going to that other semifinal, game 2, in just a moment.
Nasty.
There's Corey Seager.
He's taking all the way.
Count 3-1.
It's a nasty little cutty there.
So Izzy has something going here. First and second, Daniel Vogelbach at the plate.
Oh, oof, just missed it. PCI just missed.
Early and to the left.
How many, or how much do you trust people taking, that one's going to hang up. Yeah.
High fly ball, right field.
Yeah, how much do you trust people taking 3-0 pitches? Do you paint a 3-0 strike, or do you throw one right down the middle?
I think it kind of depends on who you're playing, right? I think during the course of a game, you can get a sense of what your opponent likes to swing at. If they're a free swinger, I won't put anything over the heart of the plate.
True.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of like being at the poker table, right? You know, you expect people to play a certain way, and then you can kind of find out who the donkeys are based on, when they're calling bluffs and whatnot. That's what swinging 3-0 is. By the way, we got a replay here in the other matchup.
That's right. And this is that other matchup I was talking about. 1-1 facing Weens, and he gets a solo home run there to tie the game at 1.
That's big.
So that's obviously big because, as I said, this is a must-win game for Toby, a.k.a. 1-1. He lost game 1.
Base hit.
Now let's go back to this one here.
That'll score a
Base
run.
hit there. That should score a run, and it will. Kreiner adds to his lead, 2-0. Mickey Mantle scurries home from second base, and it's now 3-0.
Kreiner's tough, man. That's the thing. You look at it, it's 3-0. It's very early. If you're Izzy, you got to keep your head about you. But if you're familiar with Kreiner's reputation and you know how great he is, it's hard not to already feel a bit demoralized even at 3-0.
Especially when you consider he had runners at first and second. He's had traffic on the base paths early on in this game, but has yet to really produce any. Well, he definitely hasn't produced any runs, and that's going to be down the line.
Same happened last game, too. And we saw Kreiner pitch his way out of some trouble. In fact, all 4 players at different points pitched out of trouble, which is why the scores were kept so low. Looks now like maybe Cole Hamels getting in a little bit of trouble. Corey Seager had no interest in trying to make a play there on that shot down the line.
Incredible Miggs says, I got a drop. Let's go. Congratulations.
Sick.
You have to see. Open it up. Show us what you got. Tell us what you got.
Tweet us. I'm at Roflo. Tweet me every opening. of packs that you have. I want to know every card you get.
Here's Babe Ruth. Runners at first and second, no one out. Babe Ruth, a big 3-run homer in game 1. Swing and a miss.
Remember the drop
big
packs
out there
this year are supercharged, almost double chance to get a diamond, according to Sony San Diego. So I think that was their thinly veiled way of telling us to stop talking about the bronzes and hype up those diamonds. Fair enough.
It's all good. It's all good fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Please tweet us your diamonds. Again, I'm at Rofo on Twitter. Hit me up.
Here's Jonathan VR, 2 down. This could be a mini win here for Izzy.
To keep it at
runners at
3?
first and second. Yeah, no run, no one out. You get Jonathan VR here, go back to the dugout, maybe get something going offensively. He's still trailing 3-0. This is a must-win for him.
We talked about last game, but Jonathan VR, that milestone card is hot.
Here's the 1-1. Ooh, good take there.
I would have definitely flailed at that.
50th pitch of Cole Hamels' outing. Sent foul. It's now 2-2. Xander Bogaerts on deck. Live series, Xander Bogaerts. Payoff pitch, runners on the move.
Base hit up
and that's
the
going to bring home a run. Base hit up the middle. 1 run will score. They'll hold the runner at third, but Kreiner extends to a 4-0 lead here in the top of the third.
All that work. You get to the full count, and he rips a base hit up the middle on a four-seamer that just had too much of the zone.
All 4 of our semifinalists have experience with one another. They have played various games throughout the season, but obviously, Paul, with these stakes, the setting is much different.
Cannot imagine how much their hands are sweating with this kind of money on the line. Most of them can't even drive, and they're about to get a bag.
Weens is 16 years old. Kreiner, I believe, is also
16. I think
16. Yeah, Izzy, the team in white, the team trailing. I think he's our elder statesman.
Was he the 22-year-old? Yeah.
Yep.
And then there was an 18, right? 16, 16, 18, 22.
Kreiner is, according to Ferrick J, Kreiner is hoping to double dip this weekend. He won Scuffy's tournament on Friday night. Scuffy, a well-known member of the community. You and I know him very well.
Scuffy the God.
All right, so that retires the side, but not before 2 more runs come across, and it's now 4-0 Kreiner here, and a potential closeout chance for Kreiner. Kreiner out in the field, blue tops, gray pants, red cap. Izzy at the plate in these beautiful Diamondback uniforms, team in white. Mickey Mantle chops it over to first base. Ruth will step on the bag, and there's 1 down.
These are currently my home uniforms, too. They're in the Team Affinity 5. I think they're really slick Diamondback uniforms. And one thing I like about them is I have a Jake Lamb jersey in this format. So I felt I had to wear him for my home uniform, at least for a little bit, to represent MLB The Show legend Rake Lamb.
Here's Mike Trout 0 for 1. Down 0-2, looks at a ball low. It's 1-2. Remember, our other semifinal between 1-1 and Weens is still ongoing. We'll take you to that game 2, in just a moment.
I realize our cameras aren't on, but Charlotte's here, and she's camera ready.
Okay.
So when we cut back, Char will be ready to show off.
We do have a dog update. Here's Ketel Marte. He'll swing at the first pitch. Lazy fly ball to left center, and that retires the side. We're through 3, and it's 4-0.
That finest Ketel Marte, in addition to being a beautiful card just from the art standpoint, is quite nice. I'm a sucker for switch hitters, and Marte definitely can be at very least on your bench, if not in your starting lineup.
This is Mike Trout facing Jake Diekman. Another lefty now on the hill for Izzy. As they'll turn Mickey Mantle around, and he'll bat from the right-handed side and send that one foul. is now 0-2, as that one will find the seats as well. Okay, dog replay. Look at that. Look at that. Refresh my memory. How old is Charlotte?
Charlotte's 6. She's a mini wiener. She is going for Weens just based on his name. She thinks
that makes sense.
Yeah, she thought his username was an homage to her. She's kind of self-centered.
Manic says show Toby's game, aka 1-1. Manic, your wish is granted. Let's go there. We're gonna leave this one for now with Kreiner up 4-0 on Izzy in the top of the 4th and make it 5-0.
Uh-oh.
That ball is sent deep to right field. It is out of here. And just because I'm showing emotion doesn't mean I hate your team. Estevan Florial makes it 5-0.
Diekman donked. We got a 1-1 game here. Another pitcher's duel.
Yep. Bottom 3 here.
Got a chance to blow it open a little bit, though.
Toby, a.k.a. 1-1, has runners at first and second. He's got Corey Seager at the plate. Tie ball game. This is a must-win for Toby. He lost game 1 of this best-of-3 semifinal series.
I realize it's explicitly the uniform, but Corey Kluber looks like Zach Wheeler out there in these Phillies baby blues.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call. Payoff pitch. 2 down. Runners will be on the move. Grounded to second.
Ball.
This will get out of the inning. And 2 runners are left stranded. Tied at 1 as we go to the top of the 4th.
Yeah, Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones 0-1 facing Felix Hernandez. Remember, we saw Toby, a.k.a. 1-1, use Felix Hernandez in excess of 115 pitches in game 1. And this pitch, he won't be getting back because Chipper Jones goes deep. It's now 2-1.
And then there's a...
That will...
shoestring
great
catch.
Shoestring catch by the finest Mike Trout.
Wow.
And there's 1 down.
That would have been a nice pitch there. That would have been a nasty little sequence to go homer and then blooped in base hit.
Here's Jorge Posada, 0-1.
We'll definitely be keyed in on how long Felix goes this time around. You know, he was still trusting him. 9 out of every 10 pitches were still executed. He was pitching well, but it seemed to be the 1 in 10 that he wasn't executing that were problematic, including the 2-run single to Ronnie Mauricio last game that ended up being the difference.
We still have a long way to go, but remember, Weens, Kreiner, they are very good friends. They go way back. Potential finals matchup between friends looming here.
Well, I mean, they're 16 years old. How far back can they go? But your point is well taken.
Well, you never know. Maybe they were boys in like second grade or something.
True,
Meantime, let's check back in.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Izzy gets on the board.
Jedrick, the entertainer.
Jed Lowry, the cleanup hitter,
says, hey,
puts Izzy on the board, but it's just a solo homer. But he's down 5-1. Speaking of homers, there's another homer.
There's Ronnie Mo
It's a
again.
2-run homer. It's a 2-run homer from Ronnie Mauricio.
Don't sleep on Ronnie Mo.
And it's now 4-1 Weens.
I remember
here
when
in the top of the 4th.
I remember when the Mauricio first came out. He was the talk of the town for a while. Very popular card, kind of fell out as new cards came and took his place. But he's still very popular when it comes to tournament restrictions. Trying to fit different cards in. He still gets a lot of run in the middle infield there. Switch hitter too.
As someone in the chat mentioned, Met legend Jed Lowry with a huge home run to put Izzy on the board. But as you saw, he still has some work to do.
Does anybody call him a Met legend?
Oh, boy. Toby cuts the lead to 4-2. A solo home run.
No. That's
check that. Weens.
That's Weens.
Weens extends to a 5-1 lead as Xander Bogaerts goes deep. A live series card that Weens has said has been big for him throughout this tournament.
As it currently stands, both Game 1 winners are leading, and they're trying to get a 2-0 sweep here in the semifinals. That's where we currently stand. We got 5-1 here. Kreiner himself is up 5-1 as well in his matchup. Both are the road team as well.
As you see there, left-hand portion of your screen, as this one is blooped to second base, and that will retire the side. Left-hand portion of your screen shows you the status of the series. Weens is leading this best of 3, 1-0. And as the icon would suggest, it does show you and reflect who's at the plate. So this is going to be 1-1, trying to work his way back from a 5-1 deficit. It's a must-win.
We're checking the contact. Got to check that PCI rating.
Here's Jorge Posada.
Papa Slim asking in chat for the boss reveal. We will be revealing the 10th inning bosses later, though. You got to stick around.
That's right.
And why wouldn't you want to? It's been great action so far.
I believe we're tentatively scheduled to reveal the 10th inning bosses after the semifinal series are over. And as Paul correctly pointed out, they have a chance to be over after these games, because both players that are leading 1-0 have leads in their respective game twos.
Good take.
All right, so a leadoff walk drawn by Jorge Posada.
That's that nasty cutter that we've seen a lot of swings and misses on. He takes it there for the walk and then rips that one. And probably
high fly ball.
Oh my gosh.
Foul. Wow.
Under 3 feet. Holy smokes.
Wow. He got the home run, no doubt animation, but it just curled foul at the last moment.
That would have been so huge. Great take there to make it 2-2. Big opportunity here.
Jeez, dots him up there on a sinker low and away, painted him.
That was gross.
There's one down. That was real nasty.
That's unfair.
Here's Jesse Winker.
Very popular card, destroys righties. A lot of folks are good enough to hit lefties with him, though, too. Even though the ratings aren't there, the swing still is. So you'll see some people leave him in even when they face a lefty. Probably not in a tournament situation like this, but in BR, you could definitely crush with Winker, even against lefties. Straight take there on 3-0.
And this is, in this particular case, this is Winker's live series card.
He's taken twice there, looking to get the walk.
Payoff pitch.
Gets a base hit.
That's going to be a base hit through the right side. Runners at first and second. One down here. Felix Hernandez due up, but we're going to have a pinch hitter, and it'll be the lefty, Alex Verdugo.
So there's our question answered about Felix Hernandez. It was kind of ready-made there for Toby to take him out because of the situation that he's in offensively. You have to think that he probably wanted to stick with him given how long he kept him in last time, but the situation dictated moving on.
You see he's going through the options there. He has a starter in Al Leiter warming up and Blake Trinan, a reliever. So a starter and reliever in 1-1 Toby's bullpen.
I wonder if he'll ever use Brent Honeywell Jr.
All right, here is Verdugo facing Corey Kluber. Check swing. They say he went. It's 0-1.
Looking for a base hit here with a 60 power. Doesn't mean he can't. Oh,
this could be a double play, and
there.
It will.
That
6, 4, 3, double play.
That's rough. When you're down and you suffer double plays like that, there's few feelings more crushing in this game than that when you're trying to mount a comeback. There's a shot.
There's a perfect. Oh, diving stop by the shortstop. Throw across first.
Whoa.
In time.
That's a 97 speed, too. That's a play right there.
What a play by Jonathan Villar. You got to L2 that. You got to L2 that one time.
Replay that, you coward. I'm just kidding.
Come on. Maybe we can get our guys in the back to replay that. That was tremendous.
I saw when he made the play. I was like, great dive, but he's not going to get him because of the speed. And then
I'm with you. I did not think that he would be able to get this speed.
That's Jonathan Villar. He's a god. If you haven't really used that milestone VR, I implore you to do so. Pick him in your next BR draft. Here we go. Replay on that defense.
There it is. That's the diving stop.
The throw.
And then quickly the sidearm throw across the diamond to get him.
Full
That's
count
how we
now.
have one down. Full count. Chipper Jones at the plate.
Chipper on deck.
Oh, excuse me. Chipper Jones on deck. This is Florial, 1 for 2.
Oh, wow.
And there's another diving stop. Throw across first, got him.
That one an easier play. Another replayable defensive play there. You got to know that Weens was thinking it was going to be that front door cutter. He didn't want to get frozen there, so he swung at it. It ended up not being a strike. Turned into a nice little play there defensively.
So Toby's defense carrying that half inning as he's able to get out of the fifth, but he still has work to do, trailing 5-1 here. But he has the top of the order, 1, 2, and 3 due up here in the bottom of the fifth. Turner, Yelich, and the Trout finest facing Corey Kluber.
Kreiner's still up 5-1 in his game as well. It's the top of the sixth, so they're about a half inning ahead, but otherwise same score. The road team up 5-1 with a 1-0 lead.
Turner ahead in the count, 2-0. Get up. Get out. It's out of here. Toby with a leadoff homer here in the bottom of the fifth.
The old non-cutting cutter. And when you miss with that one, it's gone. Pretty much 100 out of 100 times.
So Toby showing some life here in the bottom of the fifth.
Toby must have watched the Tom Amansky fielding videos, no doubt. That's how you can get back to back AAU champions.
Here's the 1-1 from Kluber. Slapped one to left field. It'll hang up long enough for the left fielder to make the play.
Instead of all the, veteran or second half and, finest, whatever, they should have a Fred McGriff, Tom Amansky series card. And it's just a 99 with 125s across the board. With him, the picture is him with that hat that is like 14 feet off of his head. That would be the best card in the game.
We already have a solo homer here in this inning. Trey Turner's leadoff blast to start the bottom of the fifth. As Corey Kluber now in excess of 90 pitches here. Dealing with Mike Trout, 2-2 count.
Kluber approaching 100 pitches, but has been pretty much in control. Gotten out of the... That one's going to be foul again. This one 4.5 feet. So we've seen two that have just been 5 feet or fewer outside of the foul pole, or the fair pole, if you will. And that's the game of inches that you hear baseball talked about. That's what Toby is suffering through right now, as it ends up being an easy ground out here for the second out.
Jonathan Villar now steps to the plate. He has a couple of knocks, including a homer. As you see Toby working through his bullpen, he's going to have the lefty Jake Diekman up as well. 2 down here in the bottom of the fifth. Here's the 0-1. Change up at the knees. He's ahead in the count, 0-2.
Jonathan Villar, 0-2 now. Still going to go yard.
Good contact there. High fly ball. Right center field. Going back as Mantle. And it's off the top of the fence and over.
I told you.
It's a solo homer from Jonathan Villar.
I kind of called that.
Wow. You sure did. With 2 down.
That's
and
massive.
Down in the count, 0-2.
That's massive right there. Because he's down 2. And he's had ample opportunity for this game to either be tied or perhaps even have a lead. He has to be feeling some confidence right now. I doubt Weens is deterred at all, but I know Toby has to be feeling a little bolt of confidence with that home run, now down just 2.
Here's Jorge Posada ahead in the count, 3-1.
Nice take.
He looks at a sinker at the knees. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch from Kluber. Sends that one foul.
Nasty cutter.
But remember, those home runs, just solo homers, so a little bit unlucky for Toby there as he looks at a sinker.
Oh, man. I mean,
that catches the paint.
That's just
filth.
filth.
And that retires aside.
Something I say regularly on my stream is sometimes you just got to tip your cap and move on. That's a great play, or it's a great pitch, and you just you respect the quality of the pitch there. Not much you can do. Because I don't think he's doing much with that pitch, even if he swings at it. By the way,
Vlad Sr.
Kluber finished the inning over 100 pitches, so we'll see where he's at. Got 4, 5, 6 coming up, so he's nowhere near batting. Obviously, if it gets
Oh, Jonathan VR can't make the play. Went to the backhand, unable to secure it. We saw great defense from VR in the 5th. He gets an error here in the 6th.
It's almost as if, the elite play that he made earlier put one in the bag where he was going to make a bad play. It's like, okay, here's your great one. Now we're going to have a flubbed play coming for you down the line because he can't make that many great plays.
Al Leiter comes on, and he's greeted with a base hit up the middle. Early trouble here in the 6th for Toby as Weens has runners at first and second.
Great pitch.
No one out. Here's Ronnie Mauricio.
This would be demoralizing to give both runs right back.
Yes, that's a great point. Remember, in the bottom of the 5th, Toby, 2 solo homers to draw within 2. In danger of falling further behind. Here's the 2-2. Slider sent foul.
Needs a ground ball to an infielder like you wouldn't believe.
Now the count is full. 3-2. No one out. Runners at first and second.
Sinker here or cutter?
Payoff pitch from Leiter. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Went low and away on a cutter. A poor swing from Weens, something you rarely see from this quality player. So there's one down here in the 6th.
They don't want to get caught looking. Oh, wow.
Pass
More
Posada.
tough defense.
A run will score. Throw home not in time. And it's now 6-3.
Two brilliant.
So Weens is able to get a run back.
2 brilliant defensive plays last half inning. 2 flubs this half inning have now cost Toby a run. And it's 6-3 with just 1 out and still 2 runners on.
Yeah, Toby got that sliding corner infielder animation where it slides and goes right underneath the glove.
The Olay, yep. And you just know it when it's hit. You know they're not making it.
Meantime, in our other, as you take another look at the hit, I believe they scored that a hit, but the unlucky animation there is Posada unable to make the play, allows a run to score as Weens extends back to a 6-3 lead.
Kreiner's up 11-1 in his match with 13 hits. It's the top of the 7th, 2 outs for Kreiner. Looking to punch his ticket to the finals here. It's got to be a bit of a trouble zone there for Izzy.
Yeah, Kreiner looks like he's well on his way to playing for a chance at $15,000 as Weens fouls out in foul ground. Here is what you were talking about. Xander Bogaerts, a 3-run homer, and Kreiner is pouring it on in the 7th. Kreiner told me yesterday there's a couple of live series players that have done really well for him in this tournament, and Xander Bogaerts was one of them.
Xander Bogaerts, clean swing, give a little bit back on defense at times, although I believe he has him at second to kind of mitigate some of that defensive deficiency that you will find at short. And he can swing. And I think one of the underrated factors of the live series cards is their playable quirks that they have. And I believe that the Bogaerts is loaded with a couple of really sharp quirks.
Meantime here, bottom 6, 6, 7, 8 due up for Toby, a.k.a. 1-1. Posada, Farmer, and the Jesse Winker Live Series card.
Just gave the 1 run back. So still, within striking distance, you want to be...
Absolutely.
You want to be in Grand Slam territory, right? So you can get the bases loaded, you can tie or take the lead, and he's definitely in that zone. Full count now. Ripped for a base
Perfect.
hit.
That's going to roll all the way to the wall. It's going to be extra bases for Posada, even though he has a piano on his back.
Yeah, even with that terrible speed, that's an easy double. So, a speedster might have even had a triple there.
Here's Kyle Farmer.
But yeah,
slaps a changeup foul.
You got Road Warrior, First Pitch, Dead Red, and Day Player, all that kind of trigger on Bogaerts' live series card and kind of enhance him a bit. Big opportunity here. Leadoff runner on in scoring position. Kind of go. Oh, that's a nasty pitch for the strikeout.
That is nasty. That's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th.
Kind of goes without saying that Toby has to get that run back.
Here's Jesse Winker. Here's a little blooper.
Lets the lefty
Caught.
face the lefty there, which is kind of interesting. I wonder if maybe a pinch hitter would have been the move there.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think I might have gone to a pinch hitter there. Talked about how at times
have a pinch hitter here in scope.
Yeah, this will be for the pitcher, and that Scope's who I would have thought maybe you bring in for Winker there, and
yeah, good point.
obviously you would have had to use 2 assets in a row, and maybe that's what he's thinking, being that it's only the bottom of the 6th. But with a runner in scoring position and just 1 out, I would have made the move there for Winker.
It's 2-1, 2 down. Posada out at second base.
That's a base hit, though.
That's going to fall for a base hit. Posada going to round third. He's headed home. He will score. And it's now 6-4.
So he gets the
Toby
run.
get those two. Gets those 2 runs back. He's still down 6-4.
Gets the run back that he gave up in the top. Got to feel comforted by that. Obviously, at some point, though, he needs to have a breakthrough inning and catch up completely. Right now, he's only keeping it in striking distance. Can he have the inning where he puts up multiple runs and puts a little pressure on Weens?
Shane Rules in the Twitch chat says,
Oh, swings 3-0.
Strike Turner, high fly ball, deep left center field, going back. It is out of here.
He jumped him 3-0, and it goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, do you trust people to take 3-0? And you can never fully trust. Sometimes you're going to lay it in, and they jump it. What a decision there by Toby.
And Toby has come all the way back and tied this game at 6. 25 pitches for Aaron Loop here in this inning.
He bing-bonged him. 3-run inning, ties it up. We now have darn near even line score. 6 runs on 8 hits apiece. One error for Toby is the only difference in their line scores. And we go to the top of the 7th now. Brand new ball
grounds
game.
out to end it, and yes, we do have a brand new game. This is a must-win for 1-1, a.k.a. Toby. He's the team in red.
Oh, and I agree with Riven in chat. You know, you say you don't want to walk the bases loaded, so you gotta make a pitch there. I get it. I'm not suggesting that Weens necessarily made any sort of mistake. I thought it was really interesting switch up there to swing 3-0, something that we hadn't really been seeing much. And, you know, Toby kind of chose his moment to go 3-0 there and ends up tying the game. Couldn't have been a bigger situation. The fight.
Mantle flies out for out number 1 here in the 7th. Excuse me. Here's Esteban Florial, 1 for 3.
The fight in Yosemite Sam's are feeling it right now. Texas Tech Red Raiders tie it up.
Wreck 'em.
Hook 'em.
And here is a 3-0 pitch. That's a good 3-0 pitch right on the.
We're seeing some
burns the
paint now.
outside edge.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get hit on 3. Uh-oh.
Oh, but he gives it up. Esteban Florial, opposite field power, and Weens is back on top 7-6.
Just like that. I mean, the gut punch that has to be. It's 1 run, sure, but right after you tie it up, immediately gets the lead back. You could just never get that moment of you know, breathing easy.
Man. After Toby scores 3 in the bottom of the 6th to tie the game at 6, Weens answers with a solo homer to take the lead right back. Here's Vlad Sr. reaches out, pokes one to center field. It'll hang up for Trout, and that retires a side, but not before Weens reclaims the lead. It's now 7-6 going to the bottom of the 7th. 7th inning stretch time. Skin A2 says that Florial went deep for Kreiner at the same moment as Weens did.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he was all over that sinker up and away. Florial was just absolutely destroyed that pitch. Couldn't have been more on it.
All right, here's Kendall Graveman out of the bullpen for Weens.
Toby fighting for his life here. Toby is the home team here, Texas Tech. Down 1-0, rips a shot there. There's a tie ball game.
And we're tied again. Finest Mike Trout goes deep. We're knotted up at 7.
EA Chronic in the chat said he was due. Trout was due, and he nailed it. Right as he was saying that, he went yard.
Here's Jonathan Villar. VR has been the middle of everything for Toby here as he flies out for out number 1. Corey Seager 0 for 2. He walked in the second. First pitch swinging all over that one, but well foul.
I've been impressed by Toby's continued responses to Weens. Weens continues to keep the pressure on. He's obviously playing from ahead with the 1-0 lead. That inherently puts a little bit of extra pressure on Toby, and he has not flinched. He's answered every time, and here he is again, tied up 7-7, bot 7, with just 1 out, 0-2 pitch now coming.
The 0-2 from Graveman. Change up low, it's 1-2.
Genghis John in chat says,
yeah, Genghis John.
This is the most important game Trout has ever played.
You know what, Genghis John, that is
true.
Okay, you're right. It's fair, but that's
it's tough.
That's uncalled for.
It's a tough scene. Angels fans catching strays here on a Sunday afternoon.
So funny. Here's Jorge Posada, 2 for 2.
Kendall Graveman, freshly signed with the White Sox, which should spell the end of the Craig Kimbrell tenure in Chicago. He will almost certainly be traded once the lockout's over.
Here's Jorge Posada, sends one to right field, but running over is the right fielder Guerrero, and he'll make the catch, and that retires the side, but not before Mike Trout announces his presence and ties the game at 7.
Meanwhile, Kreiner puts the cap on his 2-0 sweep with a big 12-2 win in Game 2, and it was over in the 8th inning there due to mercy. So Izzy did his best. Drawing Kreiner there is a brutally tough draw. So you do what you can. You try to survive. And in the end, Kreiner just wins it. So he'll be awaiting the winner of this match. Will he be facing his friend Weens, or will he have to face Toby, who's trying to force a Game 3 here?
That's right. Remember, the semifinal series are best of 3. Our championship series. Here's the end of the game, and GG's all around.
It's with a double play.
Advances to our championship series via a mercy rule win. And he will now, as Paul mentioned, get the winner of this series between Weens and Toby. Toby is trying to force a Game 3 as he has fought his way back to tie this game at 7. Steve Cishek facing Seth Brown.
Good take. So Kreiner gets to breathe a little bit, maybe eat some orange slices, hang out, take a look at these two playing. And he's probably hoping for a Game 3 so that you get a full look at these two. Obviously, he knows both. He knows how they play. But as far as like a fresh look today and how they're playing right now, he would get to sit by and watch Game 3 with the rest of us.
Zazzy28 asking Rofalo, have you made World Series before? No, sir. I've made Championship Series a couple of times. That's about my ceiling right there. As there's a strikeout to end the 8th, or the top of the 8th. Look, and we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Maybe I'm just coping with my own awfulness, but I think we get a little jaded by how good the overall Twitch community is. There's kind of a selection bias of like, if you're involved in Twitch, if you're terminally online, you're going to kind of be inherently better. So we compare ourselves to all these top dogs that we see at the top of the directory, when truthfully making Championship Series means you're a pretty darn good player. I'm not just trying to pump up your feelings. It is the truth. These guys are the cream of the crop. These are the 1%. The fact that we might live in, say, the top 10% or the top 5% is still pretty good. So let me hear it for our Championship Series, folks.
There we go. There we go. I like the way you think. Also, make no mistake, if I were to ever run across any of these players in a matchup,
you destroy him.
Friendly quit right away.
No, you destroy him. You destroy him. You'd absolutely. They wouldn't take you seriously, and you would dumpster them. Absolutely.
Here's Jesse Winker.
Kreiner does not want that Rofo. There's a shot.
Jesse Winker sends one deep to left field, going back as a left fielder, and it's gone. Toby takes an 8-7 lead thanks to a solo homer from Jesse Winker. Paul, I want to go back to a moment that you brought up a couple of innings ago, where you said maybe that you would have pinch hit for Winker with the lefty.
No, don't say that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But the reason I'm wondering, he didn't pinch hit is because he knew that Winker was going to get some more ABs.
Exactly.
That's still 6th inning in the game. Maybe it was a little too early, but that move definitely, or that non-move, paid off for him here.
Absolutely, and that is definitely something that had to be a consideration. You have to think further on, and it was just the 6th inning. And like I said, he would have had to use back-to-back pinch hitters there because he would have taken Winker out, and then the pitcher was up next. So he was thinking ahead and said, you know what, I'll go for this lefty-lefty at-bat. Hopefully I get another Winker righty at-bat down the line, and he sure did, and it's given him a lead here, 8-7 in the top of the 8th. And there goes Gordon, going to be safe easily here on the stolen base.
So the pinch runner, D. Gordon, coming off the bench, swiping a bag. And that's going to squirt through the left side. Here comes D. Gordon. Route. Nope, they're going to hold him. And that was a wise choice. But Turner will go to second. So 1-1, a.k.a. Toby.
Tobias feeling himself here.
Working the base path. Some aggressive base running here. They're going to walk. Let me make sure I've got that. They're going to walk Yelich, the lefty, to face Mike Trout with the bases loaded and no one out.
And get the force
and one
everywhere.
out, excuse me.
I mean, it is tough to purposely want to face Mike Trout with the bases loaded, but it is the right logical move there. Oh, wow. Takes 2 strikes.
Cutter catches the inside part of the zone. It's 2-2.
He's going to get that one through.
That's a base hit through the right side. 1 run will score. They'll hold the runner at third.
Wow, wow, wow. And now it's a 2-run lead, still just 1 out. Ground ball from getting out, but it's VR the God. Can VR make another big play?
Here's VR, 2 for 4. He's ahead in the count, 2-0. All out asking, does Toby play at Tech? He is from Arlington.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
unlucky. My
goodness. Unlucky. A shot right at the first baseman, and he got that tag of the runner at first to end the inning. Wow. Man, Paul, that is so unlucky because you need all the runs you can get and muster against this beast.
That is beyond devastating. We talk about how much double plays can kill you. That one in particular is the worst double play there is. It's completely out of your control. It is big of a gut punch as you can get. He does have a 2-run lead, but this is the worst feeling 2-run lead I've ever seen somebody get.
Man, that is a game is cheating me moment right there.
Thanks a lot, Ramon.
So Aaron Loop is going to try to get the final 3 outs here. Oh, Xander Bogaerts up high, out of here. A solo homer from Xander Bogaerts.
Xander.
Is that the second time he's homered in this game?
I believe it is, but there's a lot of Xander Bogaerts being used, so we might just be conflating other homers. And just like that, it's a 1-run game. One swing, and now he has Chirinos, this awesome BR card that crushes lefties up against Loop.
Weens with some nifty managerial moves here. Has Robinson Chirinos.
Wow,
3-1. Mentioned great numbers against lefties. Wow. But this one is chopped to third.
That's a huge get because he had a 3-1 with Mantle on deck. That could have been very scary.
Now top of the order. Mickey Mantle, 0 for 4. Is he due? Is he due?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
High fly ball. Straight away, center field at the wall. Wow. And now Toby is an out away from forcing a deciding Game 3 in this semifinal series.
He can go to his last righty here. Then I believe he could take Loop out if he wanted to. What interesting decision here to leave him. He's going to try to go lefty-lefty with Florio. He had a home run last time out. Tattooed a up and away sinker. Ooh. He just missed that.
A strike away. Here's the 0-2.
And he gets it.
This should do it. Lazy fly ball. Right field. Yelich is there, and that's it.
We got a Game 3,
baby. It's a final. We will have a deciding Game 3 between Weens and 1-1. Give credit to Toby, 1-1. He faced a deficit. but he was able to rally back a couple of times, Paul, and able to reclaim or claim this win and force a deciding Game 3.
That was an incredible battle by Toby there. Weens played his butt off, gave him everything he could handle to try to sweep him, and Toby said, not so fast, I need a Game 3. And he battled back every single time, ends up getting the win. Had to be clenching up a little bit when he gives up the Bogarts homer to lead off the 9th, but gets the 3 outs, and we got a Game 3.
Yeah, Aaron Loop is able to get that 3rd and final out in Game 3, just moments away. The winner of this upcoming game will face Kreiner in our championship series. That series will be decided via a best of 5. The winner gets $15,000. As we said earlier, Weens and Kreiner, they're buddies. They're both Philly guys, both Pennsylvania guys, big Penn State football fans. They could be matched up head-to-head, but Toby is going to have a lot to say about, ultimately, Paul, who Kreiner faces in the championship series.
Yeah, Toby's not really concerned with their friendship and what they've got going on. He wants that $15K for himself, so he's going to give Weens everything he can handle here in Game 3. I'm eager to see if they do anything different with the pitching matchups or if they feel a level of comfort with the guys that they've used. We saw a bit more offense in that one where they were answering each other a bit, pushing the runs up. I can't wait to see what Game 3 offers because we've seen 2 different games here in the first couple.
Yeah, shout out to those of you watching either on Twitch or on YouTube. Appreciate you joining us. Twitch drops are active, still to come. Paul and I will be revealing exclusively the 10th inning bosses. That's still
Ryan
to come.
Schimpf.
Yes, you're going to want to stick around for that. Paul, I'm curious if you're one of these players, you have 2 games worth of data under your belt. What are you looking forward to? What are some of the adjustments that you might be considering for Game 3?
I think you're probably leaning off of a larger body of work of knowing these players for what they can do. I'm not sure anything in the first couple games was a surprise for these guys. They know they're facing brilliant hitters. They're also sharp pitchers. You got to continue to keep your patient approach at the dish. Never buckle in terms of getting too down on yourself if you're down a handful of runs. And just, it's the old adage of stay within yourself. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but what it means is don't get too high, don't get too low. 3-run lead, it doesn't mean you've automatically won the game. A 3-run deficit doesn't mean that you're out.
Yeah.
Just stick with yourself, player to player, out to out, and you got to keep that ice water in your veins. I'm going cliche city here, Roflo.
There we go. There we go. Also, as we said at the outset, all 4 of these players, and that now includes Toby and Weens, they've played each other a handful of times throughout the course of this season. They're very familiar with one another, especially now after 2 games at this high-level stakes.
No doubt. These top players in the competitive scene, they absolutely know each other. They know the strengths, weaknesses, some of their favorite players, things like that. They know what they need to do. It's just a matter of executing and getting the breaks to go your way. In a 1-game sample, you still need things to go your way. That double play that VR hit into where it's the liner to first base and then the tag out, that's a bad break. That could have cost Toby everything. If things go a different way, he looks back at that like that was my chance. Instead, he ends up winning. So there's still the old game of inches. So I could throw in one more cliche there that can turn things on a dime. So let's see what happens in this Game 3. Does it happen to be a fluke play that helps one guy, or does somebody pull away and actually win decisively by 4 or 5 runs?
There's always a lot of big talkers in the chat, no matter where you're watching. Francis Code, for instance, thinks he's pretty good. Well, maybe next weekend's tournament is a chance where he can show his skills on the sticks, because there's going to be one tournament both next Saturday and Sunday. That's December 11th and December 12th, up for grabs. Hundreds of thousands of stubs to help you complete your dream team. If you're 13 or older, although judging by his comments, I don't know if he is 13 or older, but at any rate, if you are 13 or older, go to battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21 to sign up and enter. So that's battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21 to enter. All right, you can see the players are readying up, and we are getting ready to see
look at these numbers.
It's unbelievable.
What is this?
Our third and deciding game.
Ooh, pick Ship It.
Just seconds away.
Sick.
Yep, they're going to go with Ship It.
Awesome. Mix it up.
And the players are readying up. Rich
Corbin
Flores
Burns this time around. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. So we will see a slight tweak in who's going to be on the hill.
It's a different setup of the same thing, though, right? He kind of has that sort of same set of meta pitches that you see from Felix and other guys. So it's the same type of player here. But we got Felix leading it off against Trey Turner. Weens gets the home game here in Game 3, and we're off. Let's go.
Here we go. Up to the plate for 1-1, a.k.a. Toby. Trey Turner, Christian Yelich, and the 99 Mike Trout finest. The top three for Toby. Had to come from behind to win in Game 2 and force this deciding Game 3. The winner gets Kreiner in the championship series. Felix Hernandez, nasty sinker, 2-2.
Toby came back multiple times there. Super impressive stuff. There's a base hit to start it.
Sharply hit ball up the middle for Trey Turner, who had a big home run in Game 2.
We
3-0, swinging away.
We haven't seen the running game do much across either series. I wonder if this is a situation where maybe he wants to jumpstart things and move Trey on the bases. He did have that stolen base with D. Gordon in that last game.
Good point. Obviously, major speed. Trey Turner at first. Couple of steps away from first. Decent lead. 2-2. Yelich batting .382. Got him.
Nice.
One down here. Cutter swing and a miss. Here's Mike Trout. The finest Mike Trout, batting .435.
Filthy cut piece there. Finest Mike Trout, pretty good. What did you think about this, by the way, when they decided to make a card, like bring back a card that was not actually brought back because it was never made before? He did not get this finest in 19. I liked this.
I liked it as well.
I thought it was a fun move. They say, you know what? We didn't get to give him one back then. We're giving it to him now. And let's be honest, he deserves one every year.
Yeah, runner on the move. Base hit up the middle. Trey Turner's going to round second and head to third. Little hit and run here for Toby, and he's got runners at the corners and one gone, and Jonathan Villar at the plate. Rose Fitz asking, what's the series? Rose, if you look at in the left-hand corner of your screen, you will see the two players' gamer tags and the corresponding numbers, 1 and 1. This is Game 3. This is the deciding Game 3. The bat icon will tell you that 1-1, a.k.a. Toby, is at the plate. Runner on the move. Payoff pitch.
Better get back.
The runner will tag.
We got to throw.
And
got him.
Throw, got him.
Wow.
What a throw by Mickey Mantle.
Whoa.
And that retires the side. Wow.
That is massive. 99 speed, don't care. Nailed at home plate. What a throw, what a play. And we're already seeing pivotal plays in the top of the first.
What a hose from Mickey Mantle. Phrasing. That retires the side, and we are scoreless after a half inning.
There's questions in the chat about running on Mickey and all that, and of course he got him. So it's a great play.
I would have sent him.
You send him with 2 outs and 99 speed. You force him to make a great play and a great throw. He did, and sometimes you lose the battle there. But to suggest that that's a bad send is pretty silly. Let's be honest.
Oh, meantime, Florial up high, up far. It's out of here.
What
another home run.
The turn of events there from the throw out at home to the second batter home run is quite a turn of events there for Weens.
Maxim Hughes asking for a replay of the Trey Turner being cut down at home by Mickey Mantle. If we can bring that back, we'll show it to you as soon as we can. I'd love to see it as well, because that was an unbelievable sequence of events.
Chad's saying he might not have gotten the best jump. I did not see what the jump was, and that obviously is a determining factor too. But as far as the actual decision to send, I think it is easily justifiable. In fact, I think it is the right move. I'm not sure you can necessarily defend not making him make that throw. Sometimes you got to make your opponent make a play, and if they do, then you acknowledge that and you move on. You can't win every 50-50.
Chipper Jones fouls that one off. It's still 2-2. Here's another look. Jonathan Villar, fly ball,
Perfect
center field.
throw.
You know what? He was I think Trey Turner did get a little bit of a late start at third.
So then you wonder, did he get kind of got by a bad animation, or did he hit the button a click late?
Could
and
be.
There's another homer.
Chipper Jones, right center field, out of here. 2 homers, 2 runs here in the bottom of the first for Weens.
So if you're Toby right now, you know, you're feeling a little bit of the wind taken out of your sails.
Yeah, absolutely, because you definitely had traffic on the base pass in the top of the first. You had the disappointing ending to the inning, and now Weens has answered with 2 solo homers.
Mm-hmm. Good strikeout there.
So that's 2 down. That brings up Jorge Posada. Rich Flores in the chat. This isn't my brother, right?
Is that your brother? I was going to say.
My brother's name is Richard, but I don't think this is him. And that one is sent foul as well. Oh and 2. This is the deciding third game of this semifinal series. The winner gets Kreiner in the championship series. That will be a best of 5. Josh Paul asking, and a couple other people have been asking as well. And Paul, I think it's worth bringing up. These aren't God squads that these guys are playing with, correct?
No, it's not. They're living within a set of restrictions that kind of mixes in some golds, some lower diamonds. There might even be a silver or 2 on each team, but I think it's mostly golds and diamonds. But it's not just all your 99s, and so you need those mid-tier guys that you can make some plays with. That's why Jonathan VR has been so important. We see guys like that. Seth Brown, he's had some clutch hits as well. And there's also the factor that if you parallel a guy out of a particular tier, you have to change your team setup to make sure that you're still within the restrictions that they've set up. Nasty pitch there.
Here we go. Top 2. You got a runner at first. Here's Jorge Posada batting .351. Tried to check swing, and he did. It's now 1-1. G. Gonza, we are going to be revealing the 10th inning bosses. Paul and I will be revealing those 10th inning bosses exclusively here shortly.
Can't wait. I believe it'll be in between the semifinals and finals, so after this game at some point. Stay tuned.
Payoff pitch. Jorge Posada. We are tied. A no-doubt homer. Give him the no-doubt homer animation. It's now 2-2 in the second.
This game is tied. I just made that up. It's completely off the dome right
Here's
there.
Kyle Farmer.
Kreiner has already played, folks. Kreiner is waiting for the winner of this game. He had a 2-0 sweep of Izzy, including a mercy in the second game. Kreiner just an absolute machine. Great showing by Izzy. Never hang your head for losing to Kreiner, though. One of the absolute best. Ooh.
There's a cutter there.
He wanted that one. We talk about being good with your lower tier diamonds too. That Posada has been absolutely key for Toby.
This is the Kyle Farmer card, monthly reward card.
Plays
Batting
everywhere
the 7th
too.
spot. In this game, in this lineup, he's behind the plate. Jesse Winker on deck. Another example of some of the live series cards that have had some big-time production. This one is sent foul in the corner. Beast mode, we're playing 9 innings, unless there's a forfeit. This will fall in.
It'll drop in.
It's another base hit.
Nasty little hit there. PCI off of it. Sometimes you got to flick him out there into the short outfield for a base knock. You take that one all day, though. We take those.
Here's Jesse Winker batting .373. This is his live series card.
Even the top players get junk base hits. You wouldn't know it if you hear them talk about it, but everybody actually does get blue hits.
Here's the 2-2. No one down. No one gone, rather.
If you
2 runs in.
If you look in the outfield there, you can see Kreiner with a camera illegally scouting his opposition there. It's right there behind the MLB The Show sign. You can see him there. He's wearing a Nats hat. He really gave himself away. Uh-oh, that's going to be, a nice play by Felix.
Sacrifice bunt by Corbin Burns. It goes 3-1, and now Trey Turner.
That was a close play. That could have been bad if Felix gets beat to the bag.
Swings and misses at that sinker, and Turner will step out. Cutter right on the paint. It's 1-2.
Nasty cut piece.
Inside out swing.
No, it's
that
not.
will
No,
not
it's
fall.
not.
What a catch
Pardon
by
me.
the right fielder,
Whew.
Vladimir Guerrero Sr. Tumbling and falling out there in right field, but he makes the catch, and that retires the side.
Kreiner's in the trees on his Bill Belichick beat
Yep.
out here.
Kreiner in the chat watching his potential opponents in the upcoming championship series. As we have a break in play.
And we talked about how the back and forth nature of both semis going on at the same time could have neutralized being able to scout. But if you happen to drop a 2-0 while the other series goes to 3 games, then you get that extra advantage there. So Kreiner earned himself a little bit of an advantage. The boss has not been revealed yet, Trigger Smash. Sit tight.
Here's Ronnie Mauricio. 6, 7, and 8 due up for Weens here in the bottom of the second.
Ronnie Moe had some big hits already.
Corbin Burns about to throw his 30th pitch. Here's a chopper to second.
Easy out.
Seager fields and throws, and that's out number 1. Here's Seth Brown. Steak Dude 33, what's up?
Seth
Seth Brown.
Tops now. Gold is a must pick in Battle Royale. Love this card. Eagle Eye
asking, I'm confused. So what are the restrictions they have for this tournament? Paul, short of a
there's a
graphic
lot. Yeah.
support, what is the thumbnail description that's best describes the roster constrictions? Is that when it's sent foul?
Basically, you got a handful of high diamonds, your 99s, but then a lot of low and mid-tier diamonds and golds sprinkled in. So you kind of had to hit restrictions at every level. So every grouping, say your offense, your starting pitching, and your bullpen, has particular restrictions to ensure that you have some golds and lower diamonds in addition to your beasts.
We have over 1,100 people here in the stream. That's a fly ball and liner to left field, and that's out number 2. Here's Xander Bogaerts, 375, 8 homers. One of the live series cards that has done excellent for Weens and many of our other players. And right on cue, there's a base hit up the middle for Bogaerts.
Bogaerts has been a problem. He's got a great swing. Live series cards have been good for a while. When you get specialty cards, they really pop off too.
Grand Salami Gaming, we're playing 9 innings unless there's a forfeit.
And get some with the quick 3
slider.
pitches there.
I love that pitch sequence there.
Yeah, that's really nice. Obviously, it's against a pitcher, so
the pitcher, obviously.
But it was still quality execution and a small advantage when you're facing the pitcher. You should work up a couple pitches that you want to be good because you're usually going to get some strikes. So try to get that extra bit of confidence on those pitches. Sometimes I will use the pitcher at bat to boost up a pitch that might be lagging a little bit. Say I gave up a hit on a primary pitch beforehand. Yeah. I will maybe use the pitcher at bat to replenish that.
Here's Christian Yelich, 2, 3, and 4 due up for Toby. Yelich, Finest Trout, and Jonathan Villar.
Game 3 of a 3-game set here. We're tied in the top of the third. It's been a wonderful series here between Toby and Weens.
Kreiner looming in the finals. He gets the winner of this game. This is the third and deciding game. Ooh, ugly swing there for out number 1.
Kreiner
I hate when you get that animation. I hate it.
Kreiner do be looming.
L-Dog, haven't announced the bosses yet. No, sir. Here's Mike Trout, 1 for 1. 60 pitches coming up for Felix Hernandez. That one is low. It's 1-1. Izzy 90s, when are you going to tell us the boss?
After this game.
I don't know.
I don't know. Kind of when we decide.
Yeah.
I was thinking 9.
No, we'll be telling us soon.
9:30 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, that could work too.
So stick around.
Here's the 3-1 to Mike Trout.
We're going to get in trouble, Robert.
It's 3-2. Payoff pitch.
Ooh, fish boy.
Slap foul.
We'll do it again. Pitch 65 coming here in the top of the 3rd. So Toby's working the count again, and that has not been a problem for him or
We'll do it again.
Truthfully.
Ooh, fouls that one off. J-Mo, we don't have a bracket here for you, but I can tell you that walked him. Kreiner is in the championship. As you can see in the left-hand portion of your screen, the number 1 on each side of the gamer tags shows you that this is Game 3, and it's a deciding Game 3. So the winner of this game, between Weens and Toby, a.k.a. 1-1, they will get Kreiner in a best-of-5 championship series.
Jonathan VR up now, pitch 69. Actually, that was pitch 70. Full count again.
Yep. A lot of deep counts in
Sends
this
the
inning.
runner.
Runners are on the move.
Uh-oh.
Swing and a miss. But he stole the bag.
Got enough speed there to take care of it. Justice McKinnon says hello to both of us. Hello, Justice McKinnon.
How you doing, Justice? Here's Corey Seager. Really one of the few batting averages that's not super
Terrible.
high. As he's
No,
batting
Call what it
192.
is. Terrible. This is the first time we've seen one of these players look like a mere mortal, and so we have to bask in it, given how terrible we are, Robert.
GT Legit says Corey Seager is going to launch one here.
Corey Seager
And
trying
did he
to
just
launch.
call it? Did he
Called?
Did GT call it? No, he did not.
Nice call, GT.
He almost called it.
Way to go, GT.
He almost called it.
I'm just kidding. That is interesting, though. Obviously, I'm being tongue-in-cheek there, making fun of the batting average, but it is very low at 192. But that's seems like Toby's trusting the Seager swing to kind of work through the struggles there. This is indeed a best-of-3, Bonka. This is the final game. The winner will play Kreiner in the finals, which will be a best-of-5, and that'll start shortly after this ball game.
Mickey Mantle fouls that one back. It's 0-2.
What do you think has made so many people use Felix? Depth of his depth of arsenal. He's filled with a lot of the meta pitches, the sinker, the cutter, the slider, the changeup, and when he's cooking, he can dot.
As Mantle lines out for out number 1, here's Florial.
.125 hit 9 exactly. Yeah, just great ratings. Slurve. I think I said slider. Point well taken.
Is this correct? Was Cougs 1 of 1 to parallel 99
yes,
Trout?
I believe he was.
Finest?
He was racing somebody else in the community, neck and neck, and I think he beat him by like a game. I can't remember who he was facing off against. Chad will have it, but yeah, I want to say it was 2 community members in the Twitch community going head to head trying to get it done.
There you go. Shout out to Cougs. All right, we go to the top of the 4th. Here's Jorge Posada. Had a big 2-run homer earlier.
It was baller vision. Okay.
Yeah, chat says Baller Vision was the other player racing against Cougs to parallel Trout Finest to 9.
I respect the grind.
To 5, excuse me.
Yeah, to try to be a 1 of 1 P5, I respect that hustle. It is truly insane what you have to go through to get it done on a night or, as soon as possible. So I respect anybody. I don't care if you're the 5th person to do it. There's no shame in that. If you go through the whole work to do it all in one sitting, you're a stud, even if you didn't get the glorious 1 of 1.
Jorge Posada, high fly ball, deep right field, leaping
nice
catch by Vladimir Guerrero Sr. Wow.
Nice catch there. Chat saying that Baller Vision had a lead, let Cougs catch up, and then they could race from that point. What a nice guy.
That sounds nice.
What a nice
Very
guy.
Cool. There you go, Baller. Meantime, ground out, and there's 2 down here in the top of the 4th.
Now, have you used the Cougs card in this game? He's a 125 hitter.
I have not.
They put it under the name of Babe Ruth. I don't know who that Babe Ruth guy is, but that's a Cougs card. I've seen the card art. That is Cougs. So he was the only content creator to get a card this year, which I think is deserved. So if you want to use Cougs, just look for that. Again, it's under the name Babe Ruth, but you can put Cougs in your lineup.
There we go. Here's Jesse Winker 0 for 1. 2 down here. Looks at a ball low.
Switch wave in the cut on that Ty France beat. Darren Erstad, 10th inning boss confirmed. I don't know who told you ahead of time, but okay.
And there's a 2-out walk.
I'm going to get on my Darren Erstad soapbox here. We don't have anything else going on. This is not a 2-2 game in game 3. No, I'm just annoyed because I really like Darren Erstad. I was a big fan of his when he played. And the year he was in the game, his player type of like high contact, mediocre power just didn't play. Those cards were worthless. Like that, if you didn't have power over like 85, 90, you couldn't do anything. And he was a one and done player. But now, if he was in today's game, I think with the hitting engine that we have, his player type would be a lot better. So bring back Darren Erstad.
I wouldn't mind that. Some positional flexibility there.
Yeah, high quality defense. That's a shot.
Here's Vladimir Guerrero Sr., who made a great catch in the top of the inning. Now comes through with a leadoff knock to start the bottom of the 4th.
Salvadoran guy literally took the words out of my mouth. I wanted to get that Erstad thing in, but I was going to make a joke about Vlad Sr. making that defensive play out there, and Rangers fans were probably like, oh, now you decide to play defense.
Uh-huh. Of course, it was Nelson Cruz that was unable to make that play in that World Series against the St. Louis Cardinals. Boy, if you're a Ranger fan, you were a strike away from the World Series
multiple times?
Yeah. Wow. Shout out to all you Ranger fans.
Yeah. Sucks to suck. I'm a Tigers fan, so who am I to talk, Both teams in the offseason news, though, signing players, they're both building their way back up. He sends them there on the full count. What, was that a full count? He got the walk either way. Pardon me.
Now we got runners at first and second, and there's no one out, and here's Ronnie Mauricio.
Ronnie Mo.
Burns starts him off with a cutter on the outside part of the zone.
Chat saying Toby is a diehard Rangers fan. Not surprising. He's from Arlington.
There you go. Makes sense.
Repping Texas hard. Don't be surprised if John Gray pops off with the Rangers, too. Globe Life is a big-time pitcher park, and that's a base hit.
That will fall for a base hit. It's going to get past the right fielder.
Will that score
Christian Yelich misplayed it.
You can't send him. You can't send Posada.
Wow, bad angle there by Yelich out in right field.
It's out not to hurt him, though, because there's no way you could send Posada. But with anybody else, like, say 45 speed or higher, that could have been another run. But at 29 speed, you just can't send it. But there's a base hit. That'll score one.
That's going to score one. They're going to hold Mauricio up at third.
I like that hold. It's a 64 speed. He was coming up firing. I think that's a great hold there, especially with nobody out.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. That's going to drop for a base hit. 3 consecutive base hits here in the bottom of the 4th, and Weens has opened up a 5-2 lead. Reg Foster says Rangers will be back in the playoffs very soon.
They're certainly building the right way. Now, this offseason alone is not going to turn them. You don't sign 3 players and become a playoff team, but they're moving in the right direction. When you sign a middle infield that good, bring in John Gray, they have a few pieces working. Plenty of work to be done, but they're moving the right direction. If you're a Rangers fan, I don't know how you can be anything but excited based on what they've done. There's another base hit. That should score a run. No, he's going to hold him. Now, that's an interesting hold. I think I would have sent him here. What do you think on that? 69 speed coming in the third. Is that too nice, or do you have to send him?
I think I would have. I think that's a good hold considering what you have still, and also there's no one out.
They're 1 out.
Oh, sorry, 1 out. Looking at the.
I think you definitely could have sent him. I don't think it's automatically a bad move not to, though, especially bringing up Florial, who's had a lot of big hits, bases loaded, still a chance to really blow this open, already a 3-run lead. I probably would have sent him and been a little aggressive, but I certainly can't fault Weens for sitting tight and saying, hey, let me make sure Florial gets an opportunity with just 1 out. It's a scripted game. Uh-oh.
Estevan Florial, high fly ball, got under it.
It's going to be a sac fly.
This should be deep enough to score a run. Pretty close play, but Seth Brown does slide in head first for the game's, or for Weens' 6th run of the game.
So now,
the runner at second was forced to hold.
It's a 4-run inning. You're not feeling too good about that if you're Toby, obviously. However, it is still just the bottom of the 4th. He's come back multiple times. It looks like he's going to get out of this at just 6-2. And I say just because we know how Weens can go. This could have easily been an 8-9 run inning. He's done it to many players before. So to kind of keep the bleeding to, I don't want to say a minimum, but to keep it relatively in check, I think Toby can at least breathe a little bit and say, okay, it's 4, it's manageable. I need a big inning here. And Switchwave points out that Weens was up 6-2 last game as well.
So Corey Kluber came out of that bullpen to get the final outs of that inning.
J-Man Jake.
Before.
No bracket here, but we can catch up to speed real quick. This is game 3 of a 3-game set. The winner will face Kreiner in the finals. After Kreiner swept Izzy, boom, you're all caught up.
Here's Trey Turner, chopper to third. Jones plays the hop and fires over to first, and that's out number 1 here in the top of the 5th.
Man, these top players are tough. Legitimately saying Weens didn't have a single good swing there to score 4 runs. I don't think I agree with that, but they're like, if you don't hit a 500-foot homer, it was a bad swing. Yikes. Tough crowd. Tough crowd. I would love to hear them say that to real players. Oh, you blooped in a base hit, not a real hit. I understand that real life baseball is obviously quite a bit tougher than video games too. But yeah, he had plenty of good swings. Just because they weren't all homers doesn't mean they weren't good swings. Y'all hating, but that's why you guys are in the chat and not in the game, you know.
That's true. That's a very good point.
So it's a lot easier for them to kind of have the commentary because they're not busy doing anything else.
Here's Christian Yelich, and he goes down swinging, and there's 2 down. No chat would be complete unless there's hate and irrational thoughts and comments.
True.
It's always got to be some of that.
And you know,
and we love you guys. We love it.
Baco's my guy, so I feel like I can go at him a little bit and let him know, and he's not taking it personally.
Yeah, case in point, Eddie Monster. LOL, these guys don't know anything.
Are they talking about us?
Wait, I thought he was talking about other people in the chat. Is Eddie talking about us?
Oh, my goodness, Eddie, I hope not.
Oh, Eddie.
Don't be talking about us, Eddie. Come on.
All right, we got a pause in action here.
We're chilling. 101 pitches, by the way, in the 4th inning for Felix Hernandez. So we're in a situation that we've seen before where Toby is being remarkably patient. He's getting some traffic, but Weens is escaping.
By the way, I'm wolfing down a Baconator.
Hey, you do your thing. I got you covered. I could tell you were snacking. I wasn't going to call attention to it, but I got you. Don't worry.
No, people listening on the headphones might be able to hear, so sorry about
Cole,
that.
warning, we are going to be releasing the 10th inning bosses after this game, in between the semifinals and finals. Yes, J.M. Greco, great reference. Crash Davis points out that trash hits are the difference between hitting 250 and 300, and he's dead on, and it is true. And like I said earlier, everybody gets less than ideal hits in their favor. When they go against us, we got ripped off. We didn't deserve it. When they go for us, we deserve that, and we deserve 5 more to catch up. So it's all.
Yeah, I think we've all had cases where you get a perfect, and it's a ground ball right to the shortstop, turns into a double play.
Hit.
Meantime, we're going to have extra bases right here as we had a break in the action, but now we're back. Toby is able to get a 2-out double.
This is something that's a 2-run shot, Jonathan VR. Oh wait, are we getting replays here? What happened there? That was weird. It reset, but it is a 2-run homer, right?
Yes, it is. Jonathan VR. It's now 6-4.
Jonathan VR, baby.
Jonathan VR.
He's so good.
Out of that cleanup spot, doing work.
We're back at Seager here, down to 185. Does he stay in? It is going to be a pitching change for Kluber, so he is going to get a righty. Does he stick with Siegs?
Switch wave saying Weens' X grit is just higher. That might be right. Oh, perfect. Sounded good, is good.
And that's why Seager stayed in. It goes back to the thing with Winker earlier. We talked about how get his opportunity later. That's why they're not changing him out. He gets a second opportunity later. He might have his average up over 200 now, too.
It's now 6-5 as Corey Seager. Weren't we just talking about he's yet to get going with Corey Seager, the batting average under 200? But he's stuck with him, and he's paying dividends right now.
That was massive. First pitch from Kluber gets yanked. And this is something we've seen multiple times from Toby. And, again, a mark of these top-flight players. But I will continue to reiterate it for those that haven't heard me say it. These guys don't panic. They don't buckle. And that is a big difference that you see at this higher level. I know, if you come through my stream, I give up 1 run and I'm already melting down because I know how terrible I am. These guys can give up 5-6 runs in an inning and they're like, that's all right. We'll get it back. And that sort of confidence and ability to stay calm is clutch, particularly when this kind of money's on the line.
All right, that will retire the side, but Toby's able to claw back to within 1 run. He's trailing 6-5 going to the bottom of the 5th.
For a game that's scripted, at least it's been an interesting script,
Absolutely. All right, here's Corey Kluber facing
That's
Vladimir Guerrero Sr.
It's going to hold up just like I said. I
thought it might drop, but instead it was goes down as a line drive out to Mike Trout.
Yeah, the video game version of a rain delay. I wonder if it helped Toby kind of get his mind right there. Remember, we had that little pause. It comes out of that pause and promptly scores 3 runs, as JJ Daggis is pointing out. It's a little bit of a Rajay Davis rain delay situation. These writers deserve an Oscar. Agreed.
Jorge Posada 0 for 1.
Steak Dude, the boss is a finest Ryan Schimpf. It's a finest, but it's only rated 70. That'll be available today. All you have to do is sign on to Madden 22. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's the 2-2.
We have not released it yet. I'm being sassy, but we have not released it yet.
I don't know. How did he even make contact there? Gracious.
It's Posada. He gets to everything.
Posada 0 for 1.
48 overall, finest Bartolo. Yes, it's a Bartolo-Schimpf combo. Ooh.
That one chop foul.
Finest Ty France. Yo, I love Ty France switch wave. Switch wave, I don't know if you saw this. I got a bold prediction next year. Ty France, 30 homers. Not even kidding. He dealt with a wrist injury all year. If he's healthy, watch out.
Ty France, part of that Seattle Mariner team that's going to have a lot of expectations going into 2022.
Young Trev, chat can give you the exact overall on the Posada, but it's the black border one. I'm not sure what overall that is, but he does also have him P5'd.
Here's the 1-1. Mauricio against Kluber. This is the bottom of the fifth. Game number 3. The winner moves on to the championship series, and they will face Kreiner in a best-of-5. $15,000 on the line.
Minus our cut.
That's true. Mauricio.
Oh!
Hot shot past the second baseman, Seager. And Mauricio is going to try to head for second, and he's in
there.
with a 2-out double. Man, you know, when you see your fielder drop to a knee, do that side dive, my heart always drops. More often than not, it seems like that ball is going to go past your fielder.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, like you said, you can feel when those are coming, and they're just so scary. Somebody in chat asked, and I can't answer this, it's just an interesting question about whether or not SDS can work on the game during the lockout. I'm pretty sure they can work on the game. It's just certain player stuff is not available. Like is that going to drop? I don't know if he's going to get to that. Okay, it holds up. It holds up long enough. But this is an ancillary thing to video games. But I know that the MLB film room, where you can get a bunch of GIFs and videos, that's down right now. Like, that's not available because of the lockout. So people who write articles and put clips in their articles are not able to do that right now. And that's just kind of one side benefit or side negative of the lockout.
If you watch MLB Network and our shows during the lockout, Hot Stove, MLB Now, MLB Tonight, we are unable to show any images or video of current players.
Really?
Now, yeah, that is correct. That is correct.
Wow. So what's old games all day every day?
As you see, Jesse Winker starting the 6th here against Corey Kluber, sends that one foul. We can show players, that are no longer active.
Okay.
So for instance, I think there's a Hall of Fame announcement coming up later today.
Wait, is it today?
I think that's today.
Is it the veteran committee?
The veteran,
okay.
The golden era committee, I believe.
Excellent.
So you will be able to see images of those particular players. All right, there's one down here, and that'll bring up a pinch hitter, Alex Verdugo.
Guys, as far as ins and outs of what's available, we are not going to know, and we're not going to speculate on it. Obviously, all the pictures are still in the game, and content is still in the game, so we're all good from what we have as far as what we know right now. I don't know anything else as far as what restrictions the game and SDS might face. But let's just enjoy the fact that we're not dealing with a bunch of blank pictures the way I know Baseball Savant is. So if you're looking up Luis Garcia, good luck, because there's 4 of them in the league and none of them have their picture.
Here's the 2-2 from Kluber. Pulled the string and got him. There's 2 down. Here's Trey Turner, 1 for 3. He singled to start the first inning.
EJ says, how were you able to show postseason games from this year? Wasn't that before the lockout, though?
Yeah.
Fair.
So
let's move forward, though, and we got the end of the inning. So 6-5.
As Trey Turner flies out to end it. And that's where we stand now, 6-5. The winner gets Kreiner in the championship series. That will be a best-of-5 series.
Xander coming back up. He's 2 for 2 on the day. He's been one of the most electric hitters in this series so far. Going to face Blake Trinan.
Yeah, you see the numbers for Bogarts, 392, and this is his live series card.
And there's another base hit.
Just like that, there's another base hit. There's another base hit.
This is wild. So Bottom of the sixth here. We're basically playing about a half game with a 1-run deficit for all the marbles here to face Kreiner in the finale.
Here's Michael Conforto off the bench.
That first pitch sinker. Oh, wow. Dotting. Okay, trying to chill. Chill.
Ahead in the count 0-2. Sinker misses up in the zone.
Blake Trinan could end up being the Dodgers closer in 2022 if they don't bring back Kenley Jansen.
Dodgers have some real interesting choices to make.
Yeah, they do.
See, they got Chris Taylor back.
Nasty.
Oh, there's a dot. A cutter.
Filth.
Catches the bottom part of the zone, and there's one down.
Pure filth. He goes right back to it, too. Wow. He says, if you're not going to swing it, I'm going to try to steal another strike with it. Hangs that one a bit.
Sends one left center field. Going back is
carrying?
Trout.
It is.
It is carrying. It's out of
wow.
here. I did not think that was going to be out of here.
It just had that little bit of extra juice, and since it's Mantle 125, 125, I thought maybe. Now Florial. Back to back.
And we've got back-to-back.
And just like that, it's 9-5. How quickly things turn. My, how the turntables have turned.
Another first pitch swing.
No.
Chipper
Okay.
Jones sends one deep, but that one's caught at the track. And there's 2 down. So back-to-back homers has extended Weens' lead to 9-5.
Boy.
He looks at a sinker poured in for a strike.
I forget what company it was. What was it? What were those Life Comes At You Fast commercials? Was that Southwest Airlines? That is what Toby's experiencing here. He's sitting here with a 1-run deficit. Things are going well. He's entering the late innings. Got to be feeling good. And then boom, boom, boom. It's 9-5.
So things have turned quickly.
We see Aaron Loop in again. We've seen him quite a bit. He's nasty as heck. Live Series and Finest. I want to say that the community successfully lobbied for that Finest card there. Maybe SDS was going to do it no matter, but I like to think that the community promoting hard for that Loop Finest earned us that card.
There's a lazy fly ball. Out in shallow center.
Oh, State Farm, that's
his
right.
position and makes the catch, and there's 1 down. Here's Mike Trout, 2 for 2.
Fishboy looking to get things started. Oh, taking all the way there.
But as we've seen in this series, 1 is not phased when he faces a deficit.
Correct.
He has come back multiple times.
It's been a through line in the first couple games here, and even into this third game. Does he have another comeback in him? Can he at least get this game tied again? Maybe take a lead himself? That's crushed, but that should stay fair.
Oh, is it going to stay fair? No.
Oh,
wow.
3 feet.
That's
3
multiple
feet.
times that Toby has missed a home run by less than 5 feet.
3 such instances.
Approaching 12. We've got over 1,200 people here in the stream here on Twitch.
He's just blasting those sink pieces here.
Also,
good
thanks
take.
to those of you watching on YouTube as well. Full count, Jonathan VR at the plate. On deck, rather.
That's a base hit.
That is going to get past the diving Mickey Mantle. He's going to try for 3. It's a 1-out triple for Mike Trout.
That's big. That's big. Get one of those runs right back here. Obviously, it goes without saying, but that run has to score. VR is the guy to do it. Don't be surprised if VR pops another homer. I called one earlier. I shouldn't be pressing my luck with him, but, he can do it. He can make me look good here.
He's down to the count 0-2.
He was last time I called it.
That's true. Here's Aaron Loops, 0-2. Misses low.
I see a base hit, though. I'm not going for that. I'm going for base hit. Oh, that was the pitch.
Tried to hang and wait on that slurve, but was a bit early. Do it again.
Way to wait back on that. He waited back on that quite a bit, and he was still early. Tells you how slow that pitch came in. It'll be a sac fly
ball. Left fielder is there. Throw home. Not in time.
There you go.
And Toby cuts the lead to 9-6. So a sac fly for VR.
Feels good to put something on the board here, but, I know there's no clock in baseball, and yet at the same time, we know time is running out in the form of how many outs he has in the bank.
Oof. Slurve just misses. Corey Seager, 1 for 2. Homered in this game. Count even at 2-2. A lot of pitches this inning from Aaron Loop. Here's pitch number 23.
CRS points out how it's interesting. By the way, we got a payoff pitch coming, that there's no parallel progress. Nice strikeout there. No real parallel progress being seen here. It's because most of these cards are at the high level, so getting to that 4th and 5th level takes so much work that we haven't really seen anybody change over to a new level to where they would have to be taken out or have the roster readjusted. Sports writer, not yet. It'll be after this game. We will be announcing the 10th inning bosses. Stay tuned. Feel free to put your guesses in chat. We won't tell you if you're right. But it's fun just the same.
Posada grounds out to second to start the 7th. And this will bring up Ronnie Mauricio.
That's a great call, chat. I forgot. Friendlies don't count parallel progress. So don't have to worry about that.
Mauricio sends one deep to left field. No doubt about it. Out of here.
Let me just say, I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but just from my memory here, if Weens goes on to win this series, I think Ronnie Mo is my series MVP.
He's been doing some big-time damage.
Did Brown go lefty? No, he pulled that one. Sorry. I was duped by that one.
For me, it's been, I think it's either Mauricio or Bogarts.
Yes, that's Bogarts, another great call. And obviously the premium players have done their thing too, the Chippers, the Babe Ruths, the Mantles. But you expect them to, right? So sometimes you look for the MVP. Oh, that's gone. That is
that's
a lefty,
out of here.
Homer. Look
lefty crime. Look at that. A slider up at his neck.
And he goes up and gets it.
And he sends it 400 feet.
Weens, you're unbelievable. You're an absolute stud.
It's now 11-6.
My goodness.
Here's a shallow fly ball. Trout is there for out number 2. There aren't many places that you can go that these players, especially Weens, that he can't get to it and do damage. And case in point, that slider, as I said, up near his letters, if not above, and he sends it to right field.
Truly insane. Chat desperately wants to call the game. You know, people always want to be the first to say, I called it. It's obviously not looking the best for Toby here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But to call it over ignores what Toby's done throughout this series, which is continue to fight and fight and fight. So it's a 5-run deficit going into the top of the 8th. It is bleak, but it is not over. Let's let the game play out before we call it over.
How about Weens? 14 hits, 11 runs. As we begin play in the 8th.
That will play. By the way, chat pointing out how that Seth Brown is underrated. We mentioned it when we first saw him. There's a little base hit to get things started. That gold Seth Brown is fantastic. Highly recommend people trying out that card. Tops now, Seth Brown. Downtown Seth Brown.
See some bullpen activity for Toby. Got a righty and a lefty. Here's Kyle Farmer after Jorge Posada greeted Kenley Jansen with a base hit, but this could be 2. Flip it for 1, fire it for 2. A twin killing, and there's 2 down, just like that, here in the top of the 8th.
You know, I'm a broken record at this point, but to go from a first pitch base hit, getting a little something going to a double play is devastating. It takes the wind out of your sails, then you fly out right there, and all of a sudden, an inning that thought maybe it was going to start something, you're down, 3 up, 3 down because of the double play.
So Toby is down to his final 3 outs. Weens looking to add some insurance here in the bottom of the 8th.
Definitely goes without saying, but let's say just for fun, he needs to hold Weens off the board here. You expand this deficit beyond 5, you're just putting too much of a burden on yourself in the 9th because 5 as is already pretty difficult.
Ooh, Florial rips that one foul. Early on the sinker.
You know, there's a shot in the gap. That should be
that's going to be extra bases. Up against the wall, Florial rounding first, headed to second. It's a 1-out double.
Last time we did this in the summer circuit, we saw that everybody was using Tops Now Jaron Duran, prompted me to want to go give his card a shot. Seeing this Estevan Florial dominate the way it has makes me want to give him a go. So I think the next BR draft I see him in, I'm definitely going to take him and see if I can replicate some of this success. I'm not quite as good as Weens, but like I'm right there. I'm only
We're
like
gonna have a pitching change here.
I'm probably
Steve
only
Cishek
like
to face Chipper Jones.
300 or 400 points lower than him, so I'm basically his equal.
Jones fouls that one back. It's 0-1.
Just get the batter here. Chipper Jones.
Trying to see who's going to be due up for Toby here in the top of the ninth. Let's see.
Chat said, uh-oh. No.
Uh-oh, high fly ball. Deep left field.
See,
Off the base of the wall.
he's going to
Rounding
end up,
third,
he'll score him.
and it's another run home.
Those ones are kind of nerve-wracking because I don't know why the runner didn't go there off a second because I thought that was
That's down the
another base
line.
hit. When it rains,
They're
it
going to
pours.
send Chipper Jones home, and that's an RBI knock to make it 13-6.
When it rains, it pours.
Jorge Posada. Deep center field. Trout is there. Runner at first will have to hurry back. So a 7-run lead here for Weens in this game 3 of this semifinal series. The winner gets Kreiner in the championship series. That championship series will begin soon after this game comes to an end. That series will be a best of 5. The thing that strikes me, Paul, about Weens, I mean, multiple things, but he can do damage. He can be patient, or he can be ultra aggressive.
That's the thing, too. It's not so much that these guys are just patient for patience sake where they are just going to take walks. It's that they're looking for their pitch. And if that happens to be a pitch early in the count, they will swing and they will do the damage. It's just that they know how to find the pitch that they want wherever it is in the count. And that's what sets these guys apart.
Final 3 outs now for Toby. He'll have a pinch hitter. Then the top of the order, Trey Turner and Christian Yelich due up here in the top of the ninth. Steak Dude, all these games are 9 innings. Unless there's a mercy, all these games are 9 innings.
Toby did avoid a late inning mercy. He will get all 9 innings. Can he mount a massive comeback? He'll have to do so against Kenley Jansen. Starts with the 2-1 count here for Brandon Belt, who's batting 800. That's crushed, but just missed it. Oh, wow.
No,
Pardon
he
me.
got it.
I said just missed because I looked at the PCI. I should have been looking at the ball because, holy smokes, did he not miss that at all?
Comeback's got to start somewhere, and Brandon Belt, a leadoff homer in the ninth.
How concerned
Second time
are you?
he's homered in this series.
How concerned are you that homer kills the rally, though?
Yeah, I mean, look, if sometimes there's been points during this series where Toby has had some big-time homers, but they've been solo homers.
It's true. It's true. And that's been on Weens to get out of the trouble when the bases are clogged and, to give up the runs when they're less damaging. Solo shots aren't going to kill you when you're putting up multi-run innings the way Weens has. Full count now.
Full count. Here's the 3-2.
That will not get up the middle.
Snared by Mauricio, and he'll make the throw across the diamond. And there's one down. Here's Christian Yelich sporting an 0 for 4.
It's a tough one at the number 2 spot.
Kenley Jansen on for his second inning of work,
Oof.
trying to get the final 2 outs and earn Weens a spot in the championship series against his good friend Kreiner. Top 5 era, we have not announced the boss yet.
He's that much closer now with a ground out there for the second out. It's not looking great. But Trout is
Mike
up.
Trout Mike Trout 3 for 3.
He will not
Lazy
go 4 for
fly
4.
ball. This should do it. And that's it. Congratulations to Weens. He earns a spot in the championship series against Kreiner thanks to a 13-7 win over Toby in this deciding Game 3. You know, first of all, shout out to Toby. He had to battle his way back a couple of times in that Game 2 to force a deciding Game 3. But Weens is just relentless, Paul. He's devastating.
He really is, and it's kind of a replica of what we saw in Kreiner's series. Izzy, valiant effort, great battle, but Kreiner just kept coming at him. Same with Weens and Toby. Toby played brilliantly, a lot to hang his hat on, but here we are. It's Weens, it's Kreiner, it's what the folks wanted. Two friends facing off. And we got the final that, Vegas had, right? These were the odds-on favorites, and now these two will battle off for $15K.
Yeah, as I said, these guys are very good friends. They've been friends for a handful of years. They play against one another, but obviously, Paul, playing against one another with these kind of stakes and this kind of money on the line, that should be quite interesting to see how it plays out.
It's much different when you're playing for that kind of money. And when you're playing a friend, though, I think it does add a little extra flair, and it's a lot of fun. You want to beat your friend. You want to hold that over them in a friendly, trash-talking kind of way, like I got you when the money was on the line. So I think it's going to be a heck of a battle here. Honestly, I just hope we get 5 because we deserve it. We deserve 5 battles between these two.
As you're taking a look at some of the highlights here in this series, it was Weens that took Game 1. Jonathan VR did great work for Toby throughout this series out of the cleanup spot. Trey Turner going deep. I mean, this was a high-level firefight. It really was.
It absolutely was, and credit to Toby for consistently coming back. It seemed like he was playing from behind from the jump, both as the underdog, so to speak, and then the fact that Weens consistently kept putting up a couple-run lead that Toby had to battle back from. But he draws to a 3-game set and plays it down to the wire in that 3rd game, but in the end, Weens just too tough.
Yeah, and how about the fact that the matchup we're going to have in the championship, Kreiner against Weens, two young men under 18. Youth is served here, Paul.
Oh, of course it is. It often is in these tournaments. It's a game for the young. They have reaction and read times that are just much better than us old guys, and it shows. Their combined age is younger than me.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable what they can do. Okay, so this championship series about to get started. As I mentioned, it's a best of 5. We're minutes away from Game 1, also minutes away from announcing that 10th inning, the 10th inning bosses that so many of you keep asking about. We will be announcing that shortly, so stand by for that. But what are you looking for? What are some of the keys that you're looking for in this matchup between these two friends?
I think we might finally see our double-digit versus double-digit game, a game that ends, 13-12 kind of deal. Both guys have shown that they can pitch. Make no mistake about it. I think we'll have at least one pitcher's duel too. But we know that the key is how well they hit. We're getting some replays here from Kreiner's series, and Weens is he knows full well what he's getting with Kreiner, but it's a lot of power. It's the ability to get to every pitch in every part of the zone. When he's on it, it doesn't matter where you put it or who he has, as you see a lefty-lefty homer there off Chapman. So I think we finally get our big barrage of 20-plus runs combined in a game. Maybe it'll be Game 1, but I definitely think we see it in this series.
As you see the damage that Kreiner was able to do against Izzy, who had no answer in the 2 games. It was a 2-game sweep in the semifinal series. You see a lot of perfects. You see extra base hits. You see knocks with men in scoring position. Just really a clinic that Kreiner was able to put on in the semifinals.
It really was. And again, Izzy was just up against it from the jump. Kreiner, known as one of the very best players in the entire community, just a relentless offense. His pitching was sharp though too, and even when Izzy would threaten, Kreiner seemed to consistently get out of those potential jams and keep it to 1, maybe 0 runs, and then come out and put offense on for himself.
Yeah, you saw that sequence there for Izzy going deep with Jed Lowry, but then right back, Kreiner was able to answer. All right, the bracket looks like this. It is Weens against JBD, but you're going to hear us refer to him as Kreiner.
Correct.
As I said, these guys are boys. They're both Philly fans. They're both Penn State football fans. Obviously extremely talented playing this game. But, Paul, they're going to be playing for $15,000 on the line here in this series.
That kind of money changes things. They're going to have sweaty palms. They're going to be a little bit nervous. But, as we've talked about throughout the day, these guys play through the nerves. They know how to keep themselves at an even keel. I think with friends, it's going to be even a little bit more intense than normal, too. So I can't wait to see this battle. I think they're going to put on a heck of a show for us.
Yeah, not so friendly battle here between Weens and, between Weens and Kreiner. And yet still to come, we're going to announce the bosses for the 10th inning. That's still to come. But we're going to take a quick timeout. And when we come back, we're going to announce the 10th inning bosses. We're going to give you game 1 of the best of 5 championship series between Weens and Kreiner. It's all still to come. We're going to reveal that 10th inning boss, they're telling me, after game 1 of the championship series. You're going to see the whole series right here. Stay with us. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us alongside Paul Spur, friend of the MLB Show community and gamer. I'm Robert Flores. I'm in blackout mode. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll fix it.
Old-timey mode.
Yeah, I'm going to be, since I'm the oldest person in this broadcast booth, I'm going to be broadcasting the game like I'm in the 1950s. Paul's going to remain in present day. We'll fix that shortly here. But welcome to our championship series. It's going to be Weens against Kreiner, best of 5 championship series. The winner gets $15,000. And let's go to the bracket here. Paul, these guys are very familiar with one another, and these two players are among the elite MLB The Show players in the community.
They really are. It was a great field. It's down to two of the absolute best. They happen to be friends, and we're going to get a great final here. Hopefully it goes all 5 games. I want to see a lot of wonderful gameplay between these two.
As I said, Best of 5 championship series. The winner gets $15,000. We started the weekend with 32 players. Now we are down to 2. We have been through the semifinal series. Those were finished in a best of 3 format. Now it is a best of 5. Head to head here, Paul. Look at Weens' unblemished record of 18-0. And Kreiner, he's played a lot of games in this fall circuit, 40 of them to be exact.
Yeah, Kreiner's gone for the volume. He does have 11 losses. Those 11 folks, they probably consider that their biggest achievement ever to beat Kreiner. So, you know, it's not fun to lose, but at least he's given people a gift of feeling like they're great at MLB for a day.
All right, Weens had to go 3 games against Toby to get to this championship series. Meantime, Kreiner, he swept his way into the finals against Izzy. So here we go. And we should also mention that after game 1 of this championship series, Paul and I will exclusively be revealing the 10th inning bosses, which will be available next week. So that's going to be after game 1. I know some of you have been waiting patiently for it. Others of you have not been waiting patiently, okay? But after game 1, promise, we will give you those bosses. Meantime, we're underway.
More
Mickey
Felix.
Mantle leading things off for Weens.
Not too surprising that we're seeing Felix again. You know, he's a go-to guy in the community, has all the pitches. No doubt Kreiner's seen him a ton. It's a matter of if Weens can kind of keep him off balance with his sequencing.
And there's a high fly ball that's sent foul. So this is Kreiner at the plate. Leading off for Kreiner, Mickey Mantle, Florial, and the finest Mike Trout.
Oh, frozen.
And Felix Hernandez starts this game off with a strikeout looking, then there's one away.
That high changeup there is meant to, you know, kind of sequence things and tunnel with the sinker that's up and in. And it comes in much slower, obviously. Didn't even get the swing there. Got him frozen, and he takes that pitch, then grounds out here for 2 quick outs.
2 quick outs after just 7 pitches in, and Mike Trout is at the plate for Kreiner. 481 batting average, 2 down here. Kreiner and Weens, as this ball is going to hang up there for Vlad Sr., and that retires aside. Weens and Kreiner are friends. They have played against one another. They play against one another frequently, including this season.
Boy, after 5 pitches in that first at-bat, he ends up getting through the inning with just 8, and then turns around and comes with an opening
out of here.
Home run. Wow.
1 pitch, 1 run, 1-0.
Jumps on him. That down and away cutter. It's a known pitch in the community. Weens was waiting for that one. Crushes it with Mantle, 1-0.
Here's Florial batting second.
There's 2-0.
And he goes deep. High fly ball, right center field. Back-to-back to open the championship series.
441 with Florial. I'm telling you, I'm giving this Florial a shot based on seeing this wonderful performance here in the tournament. I won't be able to replicate it, but I will have fun trying. Is this going to...
2-0.
This is going to be our double-digit to double-digit game. I'm still predicting one.
Dougie in the chat says this is going to be a 19-17 game. He might be right.
I think we're going to get one of them in this series with these 2. Maybe more, but we haven't seen one yet. I still think we're going to get one.
Now, Vidal has an interesting point in the chat here on Twitch. He mentioned he's bringing up the fact that Kreiner swept his way into the finals. Meantime, so he had to sit a little bit. What effect, if any, do you think that had in?
Quite literally 0.
Oh, boy.
3-0.
3 consecutive homers to start the championship series.
This is his 205th homer with Chipper Jones. Now, listen, I understand, and it's a narrative that you can craft, and it makes some logical sense, but I just don't think that that's something that really affects these players. It wasn't enough time, right? If he had sat for like 2-3 hours or something, maybe, but the duration of one game, I don't think it's enough to cool him down.
Vladimir Guerrero Sr. flies out for out number 1. If you're Kreiner, you're thinking, okay, I'm 11 pitches in and I'm down 3-0.
True. But you're not panicking. In fact, you're thinking, I'm going to have a 5-6 run inning at some point here. Let me keep him at bay, get these last 2 outs, and then I can do my damage.
College lefty asking for a mound visit. Maybe that's something that Kreiner should consider. Though that's good contact there, but well foul.
I think mound visits are underutilized, and maybe just overall paying attention to the pitcher confidence and where they're at. A lot of times we see, an idle screenshot on Twitter, like, look, I gave up this homer on this pitch. It's like, well, what was the confidence? What was the context? Like, there's different things that create different contexts in this game that can make the results. There's 4-0. They can make the results.
That is the 4th home run of the inning. Wow.
That one was
Good
center cut.
Good night, Nurse.
That's just the center cut one right there.
Holy moly. Hey, now if I'm Kreiner here, Paul, I'm asking for a friendly quit.
Too late now. You should have done it at the beginning of the game.
I'm just gonna try it. Just see what happens.
No. Yeah, I think. Listen, it's 4-0, but I can't reiterate it enough. This is just not something that Kreiner's going to lose his mind over. He does this to other people all the time, so he knows he can get it back. It's far too early for him to be, panicking.
This is Seth Brown. 6 men, now 7 men up to the plate here in this first inning. Ugly swing
out of it
to retire the side, but not before a laser show. Heavy artillery from Weens in the first inning. 4 solo home runs. Here's Babe Ruth to start the second. Now, Paul, if you are looking for a sliver of positivity, if you're Kreiner or if you're rooting for Kreiner, at least there was no one on base.
Exactly. It was all solos.
When these homers happened, right?
Yeah, it was all solo, so it's not a big deal. And there's still 8 innings left in this game. I promise you, Kreiner is barely flinching on this. Again, nasty pitch there.
Clue 27 says over-under now set at 50. He might be right. Townie says MLB Central is the best show on TV. You know what? Flattery will get you a shout-out every time.
I was going to say that. He knew what he was doing with that one. Yeah,
here's Babe Ruth, 3-2 count.
The in-game line is severe right now, but
hot shot to first. Brown will step on the bag, and there's one down. Yeah, you taking Kreiner plus 800 right now?
Yeah, and at that, those theoretical odds, I would take Kreiner all day. It's there's one.
Oh, there's a perfect. Sounded good. Is good. And Kreiner is on the board. Cuts the lead to 4-1 on a solo homer from Jorge Posada.
So he gets on the board. Got to get that feeling, of like, okay, I'm not going to get shut out. This is not the end of the world. I can breathe. So he's on the board. That's got to feel, It's a little pivotal moment just to say, I'm in this. Don't worry. You're fine, Kreiner. Oh, I thought that was me 4-2 right there.
We got over 1,300 people here in the stream.
Let's go.
On Twitch. Shout out to those of you watching on YouTube as well.
3-1 now. Taking all the way. Wants base runners here. Full count now. Can't just take. Wow.
That is smoked.
4-2.
And that ball is gone.
So gross to be on that
Jonathan
pitch like that.
VR. Again, Paul, look at where that pitch is, and his PCI is all over it like a cheap suit.
Just unbelievable. I mean, your eyes do not deceive you. We are living in VR, and VR has been a god. He really has. We've seen a few under-the-radar players like VR, like Estevan Florial, like Xander Bogaerts, step up and play on the level of the Chipper Joneses and Mickey Mantles of the world.
Man, what a swing. Gracious. All right, that brings up Xander Bogaerts. This could be a tough play. Plenty of time, got him, and there's 2 down. Here's Jorge Polanco, batting .516 out of the 8-hole. Gracious, that's filthy.
That's decent. That'll play.
Comes up empty, however. It's 0-1.
Good take. It's a tough pitch.
He's ahead in the count, 2-1. 2 solo homers in the inning. A half inning after Weens went deep 4 different times.
And that's the big thing here is answering, right? Obviously, runs matter anytime you score them, but when you answer a big inning from your opponent, it definitely feels good.
That one slapped foul, and we'll do it again. 25 pitches this inning. Here's pitch number 25 from King Felix.
Nasty.
And he got him. But Kreiner gets on the board with a couple of solo bombs. It's now 4-2. Here's Xander Bogaerts, who has been absolutely raking for Weens in this fall circuit.
He really has. We've talked about, a handful of guys that are the mid diamonds and high golds that have been performing. Bogaerts is among that group. He's had some clutch hits.
Lazy fly ball, straightaway center field. And there's 1 down. Here's Felix Hernandez.
In a cool 153. Might be higher than Corey Seager's batting average.
4-2 game. This is game 1 of our championship series.
Uh-oh.
Sends that one foul.
I'm just going to say uh-oh every time Felix makes contact. I'll try to will a home run into existence. Oh, good take.
Good take there.
Looking like Joey Votto. Uh-oh.
Here's a little blooper. That could be trouble, and that will fall.
Base hit.
Felix Hernandez with a 1-out blue pit single. Here in the bottom of the second, now the order is flipped. Mickey Mantle first pitch swinging. That will squeak through. Runners at first and second, 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Now it's Florial.
So
One of the 4 homers last inning.
You got Weens, you got Kreiner here. Comes back, gets a few runs. Then all of a sudden, Weens 2 on, 1 out. And it's like, he's just relentless.
Yeah, I think Weens as a whole has done that exceptionally well today. Whenever his opponents have scored or mounted a rally, he has answered immediately.
Exactly. Toby can definitely relate.
Big
to
out
what
there.
Kreiner's going through here.
Florial swings and misses. They're 2 down. Now Corey Kluber facing Chipper Jones.
He's always got an answer for the answer.
Just when they think they have the answers, I change the question. R.I.P. Roddy Piper.
Great reference there.
Here's the 1-1. Misses just below the knees. It's 2-1.
Chipper could get all those runs back. 3-1 here. Watch out. He might be swinging.
You do have a base open. Oh. Full count. Runners at first and second will be on the move. Vision in, calling a 3-run shot from Chipper Jones.
Nope,
No,
takes
it's
a walk.
going to be a walk.
We got to point out the misses as well as the calls, because if we don't point out the misses, then it's just risk-free to call it all the time, So -1 for Vision. Sorry, got to do it. I had a -1 earlier. Oh, that's going to...
That ball slapped to
up.
right, but Christian Yelich will make the play.
Well struck, almost too well struck.
Actually, Mike Trout, will make the play out in right field, and that retires a side. Weens leaves him loaded, still leading 4-2.
Dooney's back with pizza rolls. He better share. I'm starved.
It'll be 9-1-2 due up here in the top of the third.
10th inning boss is coming up after this game. Stay tuned.
There's a swing and a miss.
Punch
There's another strikeout for Felix Hernandez. Now he'll deal with Mickey Mantle, who struck out. Pitch number 38 on the way for Felix Hernandez. Misses low. It's 2-0. This is a best-of-5 championship series. Perfect down the line.
Rip down the line.
That's going to be extra bases. Rolls around on the corner in left field, and it's a one-out double for Mickey Mantle. Here's Florial. 0 for 1.
Good old Mikey Mantis.
Again, how? I just don't. I don't know how they get to some of these pitches.
We marvel at their fouls. That gives you an idea of how great they are. That we're like, wow, what a sick foul ball.
It's now 2-2. One down here in the top of the third. This is game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. Shallow fly ball. Left fielder on the run. He will make the catch. And that's out number 2. After game 1 of this championship series, Paul and I will be revealing exclusively the 10th inning bosses. I promise you.
Be sure
that will come after game 1. Unless I decide that maybe we'll hold it off to game 3. No, I'm just kidding. We're definitely doing it at game 1, guys. Don't worry.
Could be a game 5 precursor, too.
But, again, if some of y'all get... Oh, that is ripped just foul.
I've also carved out a spot on Tuesday just in case we want to move it to Tuesday.
That's also a possibility. Tuesday it works for me. So maybe we could extend this to Tuesday.
Stream straight all the way till Tuesday. Who's with us?
Yeah, that's it. Here's the 1-2. Chopper to third. Jones fields, fires, and that retires a side.
I know Thuney would stick with us. He's got pizza rolls now, so why wouldn't he?
Here's Jorge Posada. Batting in the bottom of the third. High fly ball. Just shy of the warning track. Trout is there, and that's out number 1. Here's Ronnie Mauricio. 0 for 1.
Uncharacteristic 0 for 1 for Ronnie Mo, and he's going to be 0 for 2. Wow. That just means he's due the next time he's up, so that's actually a little scary.
So after a little bit of a wobbly second inning, Corey Kluber, just a couple of pitches in, already has 2 quick outs here in the third.
That's got to feel nice. Settle things down a little bit.
Here's Seth Brown, 0 for 1, heading the count 2-0. You know his eyes lit up on that fastball 2-0.
No doubt. Oh.
That is a rip foul.
It's change up.
Here's a 2-2.
Again, that up and in changeup is meant to be a counter to the sinker in the same spot, which is a very popular pitch in this game. You don't usually throw high changeups, but it's the meta. Oh, nice.
Swing and a miss. Got him. That ends the third. Here's Babe Ruth, 0 for 1.
So we go top 4, 4-2. Kreiner looking to draw even here.
Fourth inning of work for Felix Hernandez. Paula, we've mentioned it a couple times, but Slick Fox basically asking about the roster constructions. These aren't God squads these guys are playing with.
No, they're absolutely not. They're definitely working within restrictions, and each grouping, say hitting, bullpen, and starters, requires you to have a couple low diamonds, a couple golds, in addition to the normal studs like your Babe Ruth, your Mickey Mantle, your Mike Trout. So it's a mix, and we've seen some of the lower tier guys take over. Jonathan VR. Nice strikeout there. That's disgusting. This Jorge Posada, for example. So just because it's not all 99s doesn't mean we're not still getting a ton of great gameplay.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Xander Bogaerts. That's the live series Xander Bogaerts that's been raking for Weens in this tournament. Here's Jorge Posada. believe he went deep earlier.
And there's a base
And
hit.
he's got another base hit here.
He's been filthy throughout this entire afternoon. I'd love to see the composite numbers on Posada.
I mean, just look at Weens' PCI. It looks like he's really on that pitch up and in the zone.
And we continue to marvel at some of these PCI placements of the pitches that they can consistently get to, not only just in general, but in relation to the previous pitch, too. The fact that they're following the sequencing of their opponent so well and are able to get to everything. It's just, it's to be marveled at. It really is.
3-1, taking all the way. It's now 3-2. Kreiner will step out. Payoff pitch from Felix. High fly ball.
Just missed it.
Yeah, ooh, just early. PCI placement good. Swing timing a bit early. So now there's 2 down, and here's Xander Bogaerts. That ball, a screamer to left, but foul. Coy's 415 asking, is Felix Hernandez the best pitcher on Hall of Fame / legend? What do you think?
He's up there. I mean, he's definitely somebody that the community as a whole
This could be
endorses.
trouble. Got him.
Nice play there.
Nice play by the catcher.
So they'll keep it 4-2.
Jorge Posada.
Yeah, Posada's
to the
definitely, Felix is definitely in consideration for that top spot. Widely regarded player that everyone loves to use because of his meta pitches, 125 hit 9, and just overall nastiness.
Here's Xander Bogaerts flying out to start the bottom of the 4th. 4-2 game. This is game 1 of the championship series, best of 5. Winner gets $15,000. Here's Felix Hernandez. Oh, is he going to make a bid for another hit? With the 10 speed? No.
No, he'd have been better off on a bike there. That's the wrong kind of 10 speed.
20 Cody 04 says Verlander is the best on Hall of Fame legend. I like that Verlander
Heck
card.
yeah.
That's a great card, Cody.
Verlander the God has that outlier. Outlier's a difference maker. It's a matter of if you want kind of the nasty finesse pitches of Felix or the overpowering pitches of Verlander. It's kind of a personal preference between those two.
Here's Mickey Mantle, 2 for 2. Ooh, that's a dot right there. Jeez. Right at the knees.
Some of these pitches are so dirty.
Full count. Runner at first will be on the move.
That's ripped.
Bing
That's gone.
bong!
Bing bonged him.
Bing bong!
Absolutely.
Mickey
bing
Mantle
bonged him.
goes yah-yah on a 3-2 pitch
There you go, chat.
with 2 outs. Wow.
He knew it right away, too. Mantle got the animation that just said, hey, what do you think of this? That was awesome.
It's now 5-2. Here's Florial, 1 for 2. Bottom 4. Weens leading 5-2, and his good friend Kreiner slaps that one foul.
It's 5-2, bottom 5. No panic mode here for Kreiner at all, obviously. Weens knows that 3-run lead is certainly not something to rest on. Both guys still playing full bore, knowing that tons of game left here. We have seen the scoring tone down from that first inning, though, when it looked like, hey, are we going to get our first, 20-plus run game? And now it's 5-2 going into the top of the 5th.
Yeah, this one will end the inning. Tyler asking who is playing. Tyler, if you look in the left-hand portion of your screen,
Bottom left,
you will see the 2 players and their gamer tags, and also the bat icon obviously will be indicating who's at the plate. In this case, it's Kreiner, even though it's the gamer tag says JBD847, commonly known as Kreiner. So he's at the plate. And those numbers are currently 0-0. That will give you of what the status of the series is. This is game 1, so obviously we stand at 0-0. Number 1 killer, I definitely agree with you. All right, here's Jorge Polanco. Ugly swing there. It's 1-2. Oh, high fly ball. You know what? I got fooled because I thought that sounded a lot better than what it was.
We all get fooled from time to time. Don't worry. Chad, Sonny San Diego thinks that that's your new home run call, right? That's your new signature?
Yeah, I like that one. Bing bong. Absolutely. JX Gaming, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, I think the Roflo Bing Bong might take over the Santa Maria.
JX Gaming, one of my friends from Facebook Gaming. Here's Mickey Mantle, top of the order. Kreiner at the plate, trailing 5-2. That ball low. It's now 2-1. 76 pitches already for Felix Hernandez here in the 6th inning. In the 5th inning, excuse me. This could be trouble. That's going to split the defense. Going to roll all the way to the wall. A 2-out double for Mickey Mantle.
You know, this is something that we've certainly seen with the Felix starts across this afternoon with the semifinals and the finals, where the pitch counts get built up on him, but he stays in because of how effective he can be. Whoever's using him sticks with him. So even though we're approaching 80 pitches, I think he'll come out for the 6th. That was a nasty pitch at the top of the zone, by the way.
Tell you what, I'm going to start using this changeup up and in. This has been I am extremely late to that party.
You're going to bing bong some of those pitches up and in?
Yeah, exactly. That ball, a screamer down the right field bleachers. We'll do it again, 3-2.
Just start.
High fly ball. Going back is Mantle.
Nope, not even getting to the track.
And he'll make the catch, and that retires the side. We're through 4.5, and Weens is leading 5-2. We're going to have a pitching change. Adam Wainwright coming out of the bullpen. What do you make of this card?
Waino, more of the same. You know, he's in that same vein as Felix, Kluber, Corbin Burns, sinker heavy, has the cutter, the nasty meta pitches that we look for. I'm not surprised to see this here.
He'll face Chipper Jones, 3, 4, and 5. The heart of the order due up for Weens here in the bottom of the 5th.
This is indeed the finals, OTF.
Yep, this is the finals. Left-hand portion of your screen shows you the 2 players involved. Weens, with the batting icon, with the bat icon above him, he's at the plate. Kreiner out in the field in the Washington National uniforms. Kreiner is trailing 5-2.
Thankfully, both players follow the uniform rules. So if you ever need a shorthand, the team in white is the home team, which means that the team on the right-hand side of the scorebook as well. Don't wear white on the road, folks.
Chipper Jones draws a leadoff walk. That'll bring up Vladimir Guerrero.
Vlad Sr., 0 for 2 so far.
Not for nothing, but I do love the additions of all the uniforms that you can equip your Diamond Dynasty team. I'm a big Montreal Expo fan from back in the day. I love their uniforms, so I have the throwback Expo baby blues on the road and the home whites.
That's fantastic. Another walk.
Another walk. Okay. Obviously, walks are a killer, but they can be devastating when you're playing a player as good as Weens. First and second, no one out. Jorge Posada at the plate.
Posada going to make this hurt here.
Tusk, this is a best of 5. This is game 1. Here's the 1-2. Count even at 2-2.
2-2,
16
big
pitches
pitch
already.
Coming. Good take.
It's now 3-2. Payoff pitch.
He just missed that.
High fly ball.
Oh, he just missed it.
Mantle settles underneath. The runner at second will not tag. So it's still runners at first and second and one down. Here's Ronnie Mauricio.
Posada did not make him pay. I got that one wrong there.
Mauricio first pitch swinging. Shallow fly ball. Mantle on the run. That will fall. Runner at second got a late jump, so he's going to be held at third.
Only one out, too, so he couldn't really do much there. That really helps Kreiner. Now he's a ground ball from making sure nothing bad happens here. Is that the ground ball?
And there's the ground ball off the pitcher's head. Runner will score. Runner is out at first. The pitcher wall comes into effect.
Oh, man. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. Turns out to get the out, does score a run. That's a trade Kreiner's willing to make at that point, though. Once it bounced off of Waino, all heck could have broken loose there. Thankfully, he ends up getting the out.
Should we check on Adam Wainwright? Does he have a concussion?
Waino.
It hit him right in the mush.
Waino,
right in the old
good?
noggin. Yeah, my goodness. Risky Biscuit. 10th inning bosses revealed after this game.
Or the next one. Kidding.
But more than likely, definitely after this one. Definitely after this one.
We're just being silly. It's after
I
this
know.
game.
You guys have been very patient. Most of you. Some of you have not. But that's coming up right after this game. Did it hit him in the chest, Warson? I thought it hit him in the face.
You took
I
it
want
right,
to take a look at that.
right in the chest, Happy Gilmore style?
Yeah. All right, so there's two down. Xander Bogaerts. Xander Bogaerts.
Oh, wow.
That ends the fifth.
Right down the pipe.
As the late Jerry Remy used to refer to him. That ends the inning. That'll bring up Mike Trout. So a minor win there for Kreiner as only one run comes across to score.
So, yeah, keeping it at one is big for Kreiner. It really could have gotten out of hand there. Obviously, there was an opportunity when he got the ground ball to keep it at 0, but he gets the unfortunate bounce off, salvages the out, and ends up keeping it 6-2 here. So a 4-run deficit. Kreiner looking for his first big inning. That's going to be a base hit. The dive was a little mistimed.
Yeah, I wonder if the shortstop Mauricio could have made a play here.
Uh-oh.
Are we?
We are.
Oh, no. We are.
Oh, no. There's a man down.
Oh, boy.
Shouts to Pat Summerall. Coach.
Yeah.
No, Coach.
No. Well, folks, we might be having that 10th inning bosses reveal earlier than we thought.
Oh, no, we got Bing Bong. Got to start the game over. It's only fair, right?
Oh, no.
I think this will be an easy fix. Run around first in the top of the 6th.
Yeah.
4-run lead.
Okay. Seth Brown trying to manicure his position near first.
I respect that.
Okay. All right. Obviously, there's a pause in the play, an unexpected, unintended pause. So we're going to wait for the powers that be to decide how they want to play it out. But we would assume, Paul, that we'll pick it up as is. I believe this happened when you and I were calling an earlier tournament, if memory serves. And I think that's how they resolved it, just picked it up right there as close as possible to what the conditions were when the stoppage happened.
There's a little sorting to be done, but it's not going to be the end of the world. It was the top of an inning as well. Nobody out, runner on. I think it's going to be a relatively easy fix. Depends what they want to do as far as the deficit. Do they want to get it to where Weens has a 4-run lead, and then they pick up from there? But they're going to work that all out. We're going to stick with you guys here and keep you up on, I don't know what. Maybe we'll do a check.
Now, if this were
Red Zone.
Yeah, this is like rain delay.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if back in my day, whenever there was rain delay, they would throw to the old This Week in Baseball.
Exactly.
So I don't know if that's an option. Maybe we can just pull up an old YouTube episode of This Week in Baseball and rock with that. Watch that as a family. How about that?
We could go We could go Mets style, when the game either gets out of hand or there's a rain delay, they start busting out the old baseball cards, and
Right.
Keith Hernandez just starts giving his thoughts on all the players. I do have these 1991 sticker book players here.
Ooh, okay.
And we could go through these and give our thoughts on every single player. I start with Dave Stieb here. Dave Stieb's super underrated, by the way. He was in the game.
I would agree with that.
He was in the game for a little bit too, kind of like Erstad, who we talked about earlier. He didn't get his due. He was only in for a year or two. I think he'd be a lot better now if he was back in the game, the way the meta plays and everything. But he was one of the best pitchers of his era, and I don't think he's remembered for quite the player that he was. But he had like 5 one-hitters before he finally got a no-hitter. But yeah, Dave Stieb, he was an absolute god for the Jays.
I believe he had a no-hitter during his career.
He got one. He got one. He had a bunch of one-hitters, including, I think, back-to-back. He had back-to-back one-hitters taken into the ninth, or no-hitters into the ninth that ended up being one-hitters, and then he finally got his no-no.
Yeah. I'm looking at some of the comments in the chat. ACAP says, the best thing about freeze-offs is that they still sell concessions. That is absolutely true.
Yes, we don't shut down.
That's absolutely true. Let's go through some of the highlights in case you're just joining us. Before we stop play, this was game 1 of this championship series between Weens and Kreiner. You're looking at Weens now earlier in this game. And Paul, he started off this first inning with a statement, 4 solo homers.
He jumped him with 4 straight solos. Kreiner bounces back with a pair of his own in the top of the second, saying, hey, I'm here too. And then they've kind of been at a stalemate since, outside of the quick 2 runs that Weens put on. So now it's 6-2. This was the sixth run.
Now, see, there was the play. That looked like it hit him off the face.
It really
People in the chat were saying it hit him in the chest. I beg to differ. That looked like it got him right in the noggin.
It really did. But Wayno's okay. It only ends up being 1 run. It's a 4-run deficit. Again, I think Kreiner's in a spot right now where he's like, I'm fine. This is not the end of the world. Weens knows I got a lead, but I'm also not out of the woods here. This is not a free and clear type of win. This is still a very close game. I know I'm in a situation where when I'm at a 4-run deficit, I'm fighting and clawing and thinking that I'm toast. These guys, when you're playing at this level, 4-run deficits just don't faze you that much.
All right, so after what appears to be a brief virtual rain delay, it appears we're back at it. Let me see if I can get some.
So I think what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to pick up.
Let me get some clarity here. What do you think?
We're going to pick up from here as is, under the idea that it's a 4-0 game. So they're going to put Mantle on because he had a base runner. It's not, it was a different base runner, but just nothing can be perfect when we do this because it's difficult to reset everything. He's going to have this runner on, and we're going to pick up from right here. This is live game. It's 4-0 though. Oh, see, they have the 6-2 down there so that you guys will see it as a 6-2 game.
Got it. Major League Mike, 10th inning bosses right after this game. As we have mentioned several times throughout the past 30 minutes or so, that is coming up right after this game. Good people that have shown, as you can see, it's Paul. Now the score's gone away, but it is 6-2. So think of it now, even though it's not showing as 6-2, it is a 6-2 score. Kreiner is trailing. So we got some in the top of the 6th.
We got some scoreboard wizardry so that they can keep the 6-2 up there, and that way it that's what you guys see. You see the actual score as it's supposed to be, but they're just picking it up from the top here. But, hey, 2 on now. Already a little threat for Kreiner. Obviously, he's looking to do something big here. I wonder what they're going to do, if they're going to, have like a gentleman's agreement about their starters, of maybe not using them quite as long, since it is the friendly situation where their stamina goes back to 0 or goes back to 100. So feasibly, they could use their starters for the rest of the game here, but I wonder if they've got an agreement in place to maybe not do that.
Yeah. All right, so we're back at it. This is still game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. This is Mike Trout, full count. Felix Hernandez, payoff pitch.
It's going to stay
lazy fly ball. That will hang up there for the center fielder, Mickey Mantle, and that's out number 1.
SB Monkey points out that confidence has changed. Yeah, things are changed. You cannot get a perfect replication of what you had, but given the circumstances, this will suffice.
Here's Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth had a big homer in the semifinal series to power Kreiner into this championship series. And does he have a big homer here? Going back as a left fielder at the wall. And he'll make the catch. Wow. Nearly a 3-run homer. 2 down. Here's Jorge Posada.
And now all of a sudden there's 2 outs, and Weens can get out of this with no trouble. If you're Kreiner, I think 2 on, nobody out, you got to get something here. And so to come up empty-handed would be a big loss.
High fly ball.
He missed it.
Right field. He just got under it. The timing was good. PCI placement okay, but he got under it. And that retires the side.
Is tough.
Now notice, don't pay attention as Mickey Mantle will send a chopper back to the mound. Don't pay attention to the scoreboard there at Ship It. Don't pay attention to the Ship It scoreboard, but pay attention to the score bugs
in the bottom
there
left.
on the bottom right, and also on the bottom left. If you're just now joining us, in the bottom left, it shows you the gamer tags for our 2 competitors. The batting icon reflective of who's at the plate. In this case, it's Weens. And also, you see those 2 zeros. That will show you where the series stands. This is game 1. Obviously, neither player has a win. Here's a high fly ball. Left field, no doubt about it. Weens strikes again. Florial strikes again.
He's been so good. I'm telling you, that's my first big move. Next time I get on the sticks is to put Florial in. I might just use him in seasons. I was saying about how I wanted to get him in a BR draft. I might just go ahead and put him in seasons the way he's been playing. I got to give him a shot.
So it's now 6-2, bottom 6. Chipper Jones. Uh-oh, Rexy, I don't think this one quite has the distance, and that's out number 2.
5-run deficit here.
How many home runs is that for Weens? 5?
Yes, the 4 initially. Yeah. The 4 to start the game, and then a 5th, and then here's a shot in the gap. It'll be cut off for a base hit. Vlad Sr. also been putting on a nice show for Weens all afternoon.
He's been excellent. Here's Jorge Posada.
Real Tapscott says, "What's up, Spore and Roflo? How's it going?" We saw Tapscott in the summer circuit.
That's
semis,
right.
Put on a great show.
You, Tap.
Wonderful player.
Thanks for checking in. And shout out to all of those of you watching. Over 1,400 people here on Twitch, not to mention all the others watching on YouTube as well. We appreciate you spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. This will fall.
Oh,
it's
dirty.
another hit for Posada.
I see Healy.
And it's now runners at first and third.
Healy and Goobs in the chat. We got lots of folks out.
We're going to have a pitching change. Here's Aroldis Chapman.
Aroldis Chapmeat.
To face the red-hot Ronnie Mauricio.
Ronnie Mo is having a heck of an afternoon himself. Hits left and right, pun intended, as he is a switch hitter. But yeah, he's been all over the place.
Sinker sent foul. It's 1-2, 2 down. Here in the bottom of the 6th.
Good take. 2-2 now.
Remember, don't pay attention to the Ship It scoreboard. Pay attention to the score bug in the right-hand portion of your screen.
Oh.
And that will retire the side.
That was pretty well struck, but nothing comes of it. Keeps it at 1 run, so it is 7-2. You see 1-0 in the bottom right. We had a little bit of a freeze issue at 6-2, so just know that it's a 5-run lead here for Weens, and it's the top of the 7th.
Jonathan VR due up for Kreiner. Xander Bogaerts on deck. And Polanco in the hole. Here's the 1-1. K-Viz says the inside sinker kills me every time. Preach!
Right?
The sinker, man, is yeesh.
And then I have it in my nightmares to the point where I swing at the one that he just threw.
Yeah. Sports Writer 09, 10th inning bosses set to be revealed after this game is over. Oh, that is perfect.
Boom.
Sounded good, looks good, is good.
VR.
Jonathan VR, another home run. And Kreiner cuts the lead to 7-3. Man. We got to come up with a nickname for this BR, any BR card. Jonathan B Star. Nailed it. Got it.
Nailed it. Crushed it.
Crushed it. That's it.
Clip it and ship it.
Put that in. Let it be known, chat. Jonathan B Star. Thank you. You're welcome, chat. Feel free to use it whenever.
He's a pro, folks. VR is a god, though. He really is. He's one of those cards, too, that, you know, his live series has always been sneaky in VR. He's got a gold card that dominates this milestone, you know, and I got to hype up SDS on that one. They understood that VR cards are super popular, so they went out of their way to make a diamond version so that you can kind of have VR at all levels and not just in VR.
You know, as an Astros fan, what I think of when I think of Jonathan VR, the first thing that comes to my mind.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate slide he had against the Cincinnati Reds.
Yup.
I'll let you guys. You probably already know what I'm talking about, or you can YouTube it. Big Sean, yes, this is still game one. As you can see, the left-hand portion of your screen, lower left corner. You see that graphic there? It'll show you where the series stands. There's 2 zeros on each side of the player's gamer tags. Because we are in game one, those numbers are at 0. Sharply hit ball to second, backhand stop, throw over to first, and that retires the side.
All right, so we still got a 4-run deficit here. You see the 1-1. If you're just joining us, it was 6-2. We had a freeze, so we've worked around that, and the bottom right score bug will be updated once the new half inning starts. You see there some little fancy camera work there for us.
Seth Brown serves one to left, but the left fielder is there, and quickly there's one away.
It's lefty-lefty, and that's a pretty good swing there. You know, it goes
that's
for
a very
an out,
good swing.
But
very good swing.
Not every out's created equally. Sometimes you put a heck of a swing out there and just don't get rewarded. And then other times you have a terrible swing and you still get a base hit.
Manic, have you tried blowing on the cartridge or the disc? That might help.
It's a good call.
2-0. And Xander Bogaerts with another hit. Oh, as Mickey Mantle nearly comes up with a diving stop. Can't make the play, and Bogaerts will hustle in for a double. Here's Harmon Killebrew. This is the Killebrew Gold card.
Killy getting a lefty is pretty huge. That's where he shines. That's going to be a shot.
That's going to be trouble. That's going to be down the line. 1 run will score. Killebrew will hold at first, and Kreiner Weens adds to his lead, 7-3.
Oh, yeah, I did say double as though it was a guarantee. 38 speed's a little bit of a different story, but it was well struck, gets the run in, that's the key. It is 8-3 now. That's a base hit, too.
That's going to be a base hit. So back-to-back base hits with 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Florial looks at a strike from Jake Diekman, who has already given up 1 run and in danger of giving up some more.
1 out here for Florial. We've been talking him up the entire afternoon. Can he do some lefty damage? Oh, man, that's going to be just a few feet.
Jeez.
I was going to say 8 feet. I almost nailed it. 7.7. What a take.
That slider. What a take. That slider just misses.
Get out of here with that wonderful take.
Little inside-out swing going back.
Up.
Are they going to? The runner at second is going to tag 38 speed.
I see you, Killebrew.
Harmon Killebrew is able to hustle his way to third. Runners at the corners, 2 down. Here's Chipper Jones. Chipper Jones. After you started to say, now I say that.
I can't hear his name and not go full skip carry. Yeah, Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones. Here's Mark Lemke. Jones is
Jeff Bowser steps in now. He's been hit by a pitch.
That is golfed well foul.
Chipper Jones against a lefty. This is scary.
Imperial Russia. 10th inning bosses revealed after this game.
Stay tuned. Good take. 2-2.
Here's the 2-2 from Diekman.
Wow.
Oh, no doubt.
Wow.
No doubt about it. Be about it. That's a 3-run homer from Chipper Jones.
No diggity. No doubt. How? That pitch was in at his belly button.
I don't know how it got to that.
And he no doubts it.
I want to see where I didn't get it. Look at that PCI
Beautiful.
placement. Look at that. That is about 2 inches off the inside part of the plate. Kept the hands in and sends it 500 feet.
That is criminal. It's criminal to be that good. Jake Diekman absolutely dumpstered. 11-3 now. Weens looking to put up a big first game lead here. You might see 5-1 in the outfield scoreboard there. You're just joining us. Is that a no doubter
Vladimir
as well?
Guerrero Jr. back-to-back.
Sure
Jimmy Jacks.
It'll be 12-3
and it's now 12-3. Refresh my memory, Paul. Are we in a mercy territory here?
We are in a mercy territory. It would have to be an inflicted one, though, wherein we would have to just tell them that they've been mercied, because we did have a freeze-off situation, and we're just playing it from the jump with the previous deficit, kind of in our minds. So you'll see the score bug in the bottom there is 12-3, but in game it's 6-1. So if he gets the 10th run,
Lord,
he might.
Oh, that's going to bounce over the wall. It's a ground rule double. So Jones went deep. Vlad Sr. went deep. There's another extra base hit, so that's 3 extra base hits.
Base hit from Ronnie Mo ends this here, but it will not.
Here's a high fly ball. Posada.
Yeah, it's senior, not junior. We haven't said junior, I don't believe.
I might have said it.
Oh, okay.
I might have mistakenly said junior.
I feel like we've been pretty good at identifying that it is indeed senior, but you might have had to slip up there. My bad.
No, yeah, I think I might have said junior, and the chat was just eager to jump on that.
I know, they couldn't wait.
Come
on, chat. Give us a break.
They're like, what?
Let Rolfo live.
He called him junior?
How dare
you?
They were waiting for you to slip up.
What the heck?
They were waiting for you to slip up.
I love it. Here's Mickey Mantle.
Chat's keeping us honest. We appreciate them being here, spending their Sunday afternoon with us. They love us. I don't blame them. We're awesome.
Here's Mickey Mantle as the top of the order due up here for Kreiner. Obviously a huge hill to climb.
Yeah. I mean, he's worried about one at a time. It's the old, I'm going to get back in my cliche zone here like I was earlier. It's the old one batter at a time. You can't hit a 9-run homer, etc. And those cliches all become true because they've been borne out over time, though, right? You do have to take it one batter at a time. You do have to be smart and realize that you're not going to get it all back and try to piece it together. So we'll see what he can do here. There's a leadoff base hit. That's something. Oh, I thought that was going to be more.
Yeah, that sounded good. Here's Florial after the leadoff knock from Mantle. Metallica Boy, bosses will be revealed after this game is over. Here's the 1-2.
Oh,
got him.
Nasty
That's
cutty.
a nasty, nasty cutter. That cut piece coming in hot at 99.
Like, what can you do with that? I mean, I know sometimes these guys hit it for a home run, but
yeah, sometimes they can hit it 500 feet.
Usually,
here's Mike Trout,
no.
and that will shoestring catch for out number 2.
Are you kidding me? Nice play.
What a catch by Florial, a shoestring catch for out number 2 here in the 8th.
I respect it. Nice play. Yeah, he was looking for a little bleeder base hit there. It wasn't his most well struck ball, but when you're down 9, you're hoping for a little break. You know, you're like, give me one, give me a little nibble, something to build off of, and he's like, nope, you get nothing. Good day.
Here's the 1-2 to Babe Ruth.
Delay the reveal every time someone asks. Ooh, we'll be having it on opening day if that's the case.
Here's a sharply hit ball, but booted by the second baseman.
Ooh, he recovers.
But too many hot dogs for Babe Ruth, and he can't beat the throw.
Way to go, Cougs. Now, you guys are eager, and we appreciate that again. Y'all engaging and getting excited for the bosses is great, and we will pay that off here in a couple innings after this game is over.
Dunsey Burr, I love you speaking that into existence, but there's no way that that's happening. All right, here's Seth Brown, 7, 8, and 9 due up for Weens.
Oh, we're teasing you, Metallica Boy. You're all good. You're all good. And I know people are in and out too. They just want to know, because we did, and I will own it, we did accidentally say that we would be announcing it between the semifinals and finals. That was our fault. It's after game 1 here. So we set y'all up. So we'll take a little L on that one. But don't worry, sit tight.
Knocked down by the diving Babe Ruth, flip over to Kenley Jansen, and that's out number 2. And if things hold, we could be revealing those 10th inning bosses very, very shortly, because it is a 12-3 lead for Weens as he bats here in the bottom of the 8th.
Mutton Claw reminded me of something I wanted to ask. There's a ground out for the 3rd out. Since we are in a little bit of a blowout, I'm taking it down a little bit of a frivolous line. But I wonder if anybody has made a custom roster on the vault of like pop culture players. Because he had mentioned in chat about Homer Simpson and his friends from the softball episode, which obviously included real players. But I'm talking about a roster that has like the players from the Simpsons,
or maybe
Sandlot.
like Serrano from Major League.
That's what I'm saying. Like the Major League players, the Sandlot players, the League of Their Own players, like just a history, like a roster full of pop culture players. Has anybody made that? Is that anywhere in the vault? And if not, Scan, why don't you make it this week?
I like that.
I'm volunteering
like that idea.
Scan to do that.
I might have to download that roster and
after Scan makes it.
Yeah, do it for one of my streams.
Free content for you, Scan. You're welcome. I got you back.
Here's Jonathan VR. As we bat here now in the top of the 9th, remember the Ship It scoreboard is not actually correct. We did have a little bit of a freeze, so we are picking things up. The score bug in the lower right-hand portion of your screen, that is correct. And this is going to be out number 2.
Scan's like, do you think I can do that? Yes, of course I think you can do that. You're an absolute god. Community project. We gotta create. Wow,
Xander Bogaerts.
It's a base hit up the middle.
He nutmegged Steve Cishek and put it right through his legs.
Yeah, we
phrasing.
Need Kenny Powers, Wild Thing. There's so many. We need the guy that can't hit curveballs on Trouble with the Curve.
Oh.
Greatest movie ever.
Oh my God, that movie
is wonderful, and your network is wonderful for showing it. Don't say anything else. Don't get fired. Don't get fired.
Yep, it's going to be shown quite frequently, I'm sure. Jorge Polanco grounds to first. Seth Brown steps on the bag, and that's the ball game.
Bo Gentry, yep. And that'll do it. Game 1's in the books. That one got away from him a bit.
that will do it. Okay, we had a little bit of a virtual rain delay with the stoppage, but stoppage, freeze off, nothing was going to stop Weens there in that game one. Just another tour de force performance by Weens.
It really was. It looked at the very beginning like it might be the slugfest that we continue to look for, where both teams put up double digits and just answer back and forth. It did not. It started off hot, plateaued a little bit, and then Weens just started piling on in those middle and late innings and almost ended up with a mercy. So now Kreiner's back up against the wall, but it is also a 5-game set. Let's take a look at some of the home runs here. He opened with 4 solos to open the game.
Yeah, just an early statement from Weens. In the first inning, he hit 4 solo home runs to stake out to a 4-0 lead before Kreiner was able to rally back. But again, Paul, whenever, and that has been the theme for this tournament, whenever Weens gives up runs or his opponent mounts a rally, he immediately answers right back with runs or multiple runs of his own.
He really does, and that's what's kind of kept him at the forefront here, both against Toby and now against his friend Kreiner in game one. That was really quite a showing. Every time we thought Kreiner would kind of get back on the horse and make it close, Weens said no. He would snuff out any attempts that he was making at the dish and then adding runs of his own too, including several after the freeze.
Yeah, you see me looking over to my left. I've got my monitor up to my left, and I'm looking at all the comments, everyone wanting to know. What have they been wanting to know, Paul?
They want to know who the cover is. No, I'm kidding. They want to know who the 10th inning boss is. Which bosses are we going to have for the 10th inning?
Well, I'm glad you asked, and I'm glad that the thousands of you in the chat asked as well, because at this time, let me make sure I have clearance. Guys, can we reveal it now? Yes, we can. Okay, here we go. This Friday, the 10th inning program begins. December 10th. That's when it happens. You're going to look for new missions. You got a new conquest map, and there is a big, big reveal. San Diego Studios giving us the chance to reveal it to you who have waited so patiently. And Paul, the big news is there's only one boss. There's only one boss in this 10th inning program.
It's the Highlander. There can only be one.
I'm going to give you a few hints, okay? His amazing career started in St. Louis.
Ryan Schiff.
From there, he went west to Anaheim. And then, most recently, finished the season with the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's currently playing in the Dominican in their Winter League. That's right. It is a big, big reveal. Your one and only 10th inning boss, the Machine.
Albert
Pujols. Let's go.
Ooh, Big Al,
yes,
the Machine.
There we go.
What a stud.
Absolutely. There you go. So that is your one and only 10th inning boss available beginning December 10th. Remember, they're going to have the new missions, the new conquest map, and then your one and only 10th inning boss. That is Albert Pujols. Check the MLB The Show social channels later this week, where the Albert Pujols card art and attributes will all be revealed. So that wasn't necessarily his card art. And by the way, the card art all season, but here especially, has been fire.
Oh my gosh, it really has. The art team is one segment that just continues to outdo themselves year over year, series after series. The finest this year. The milestone art is brilliant. Can't wait to see what they've got in store for Pujols. If it is an Angels or Cardinals, they should make it a Dodgers card. I think that'd be the funniest if they just made a Dodgers milestone or something and just to troll everybody. But Pujols is a lot of fun. You know, he's one of the best players of his era, arguably the best right-handed hitter of his era. I think you could put Miggy in there too. But Pujols is a true god. Can't wait to get him in on my team.
I'm wondering, just in terms of real baseball, where do you think Albert Pujols ends up next season as Game 2 of this championship series is set to begin?
I'm pretty set that the National League will get the DH back. Now, I know I said that coming into 20 as well, but with the CBA being negotiated, I think they'll get DH, which opens up the field for him to go anywhere because he does need to be a DH. And any team that's open to having kind of a lefty killer off their bench, because that's really the only asset that he can kind of deliver, at his elevated age.
Meantime, we're underway. Game 2 of this championship series. Mickey Mantle leading off for Weens, grounds out to short, and we're underway. Weens leading this best of 5, as you see here. Lower left-hand part of your screen, that's score bug, and the numbers correspond to where we stand in the series. You see that 1 next to Weens and the bat icon? Obviously, that tells you he's batting and he's leading in this championship series 1-0. And Paul, Kreiner going with Jake Arrieta here in Game 2.
First time seeing Jake Arrieta, I believe. He might have come out in the bullpen, but he has not started a game yet that I can recall. So this is going to be an interesting setup here. He's moving away from who was he using last time? Kluber, I believe. And so, gives up 4 straight homers to open the game. He says, I need to make a change. And so Arrieta is who he goes to, and he has 2 quick outs. So far, so good.
Doc Zen, I loved the Players League in 2020. That was one of the coolest things I have ever done. And I believe those videos are up somewhere, maybe on YouTube or something, but during when...
Players League was great.
Yeah, when we had the stoppage because of COVID, we had the Players League in 2020. Blake Snell was your Players League champion.
Had a baby Blake.
So that was definitely a lot of fun. But here, Chipper Jones ahead in the count 3-1. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. For all you in the chat. For all you in the chat, he's on deck. Full count here. Payoff pitch. Fly ball. Slap to left field. That's going to fall, and it's going to go up against the wall. Big turn at first for Chipper Jones, but he'll hustle back, and it's a loud single. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Sr. At the plate, 2 down. Boom, boom.
Arrieta looking to get out of this here. Make it a scoreless first inning. That'll just calm the nerves a little bit of Kreiner, right? Again, we've hammered the point home quite a bit about how these guys aren't phased. They're not going to melt down, but there's a lot of money on the line, and even the coolest of heads can get a little bumpy when they lose that first game or when they give up another deficit in Game 2. So if he gets this clean first inning here and then can go bat as the home team, maybe put up a couple runs, that'll go a long way for the Kreiner team morale here. Full count now.
Got another full count. Runner at first. Chipper Jones will be on the move. Payoff pitch from Arrieta.
Good take.
Walked him.
My goodness.
Really good take. Just
So
missed
good.
with that fastball up in the zone. And here comes Jorge Posada batting .364.
That is such a good. I marvel at that take. That's so strong. I don't know.
Again, and here's the interesting thing now, Paul. 2 quick outs from Arrieta. Now all of a sudden, he's thrown 24 pitches here in this inning.
Yep, and this
should get him out of the inning.
Okay.
Oh, flip over to second, and they got him.
All told, not too bad, right? Runs up the pitches a little bit, but puts out the threat after getting 2 on. Now gets his chance to bat. I'm not going to go so far as to say, he needs to put up runs here or anything. It would be huge, but just not letting Weens score in the first and kind of get a little breather there has to feel good. And there's a base hit.
So Kreiner starts his inning off with a base hit from Mickey Mantle. Good start for him as he trails in this best of 5, 1-0.
Does kind of go without saying here that Kreiner doesn't want to go down 0-2 in this series, of course. And so, this is about as close to a must-win as you can get without it being a technical must-win.
That ball sent deep to left field. Going back as a left fielder, he'll make the catch on the track.
Won't
That's
quite
a loud
carry.
out number 1.
Trout up now hitting 446, got some speed on the bases. We have not seen either these two or their combatants in the semifinals really get the ground game going. I think part of it is just, well,
that ball sent deep to right field, and that's a 2-run homer. And Kreiner jumps out to a 2-0 lead here in Game 2.
And that's literally what I was going to say. Is the reason why is because they have, powerful offenses that are such that they don't need to try to start, getting extra bases via stolen bases and running into outs because they hit so many homers.
That's a hot shot. Jones is there. Fires across first, and there's 2 down.
Chat was wondering if they can use the same pitchers every game. Yes, because it's a friendly setup, the way these games are played, there is no stamina. So it's just a quirk of this tournament setup that you can use the same guys. I do think it'd be cool if in the future we set up some rules about stamina,
I agree with you.
Or, because you could set up something where you say, oh, you can't use the same pitcher twice in a row, but how do you police that? So we'd have to have a mechanic for it, and maybe it's something that they have planning for MLB 22.
Well, as we sit here in Game 2 of this championship series, I think it's, this game as a franchise, there's a high fly ball, shallow center. Left fielder will make the catch, and that will end the inning. This game is still relatively new in the competitive gaming space.
No doubt.
But I think there's been some definite great progress, and I think moving forward, I think we're going to see some really cool things. So I think hopefully the community has enjoyed these first few steps of this game being played as a competitive game in esports, and I can't wait to see what's next.
I totally agree, and I don't know how you couldn't be happy with the progress that we've seen from where we've started and how things have transitioned and gotten better to the point now where we're sitting here in late 2021 with $15K on the line for first place and an nice prize pool for all 4 players to play for. And, we used to have, all we had was community tournaments, which, by the way, shouts to the folks that put those on. We mentioned Scuffy earlier. He does a great job with it. But now we have sanctioned tournaments with great prize pools. This is moving forward. But like you said, it's in its infancy. So plan for more, folks. It's only going to get better from here. There's only one way, and it's up.
Yeah, I know I host tournaments of my own on my Facebook gaming page for people that follow my streams, and it's a big kick. I get a big kick out of it. It gets me give me some reps before I call this event, so I enjoy it. So it's definitely, and that will retire the side. I'm glad that it's something that this game has definitely. I'm glad it's here, as I said earlier, I can't wait to see what it looks like here in the next weeks and months and years. SB
Monkey wants an over 40 tournament. I'm with it. I'm with it for sure.
Hey, there we go.
It's a different level. Lieutenant Dan, I'm talking about policing it through the tournament up to this point, though. Obviously, in a situation where the semifinals are here and everything's on, being broadcast and covered, we could say, hey, you can't use the same starters twice in a row. And maybe that is something. Maybe that's the first step, is that in the semifinals and finals, we say you have to use a different starter each time. But as far as the widespread qualifiers, there's no way you could police it.
Right.
And chat, thank you. I did see that my god-awful Lions did finally win a game on a last-second walk-off there.
Congratulations to the Detroit Lions. Here's Xander Bogaerts drawing a one-out walk here in the second inning. So Kreiner is leading 2-0 here in Game 2, trailing in this best-of-5, 1-0. The score bug on the right hand obviously tells you the status of the current game, but the score bug on the left, it shows you the gamer tags of the players, shows you who's batting, and also shows you what the status of the series is. So Weens out on the field, trailing 2-0, but leading in this championship series. With Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores, as that's out number 2. That'll bring up Jake Arrieta. Thank to those of you watching on YouTube, and those of you watching on Twitch as well.
Arrieta now 0-2. Just trying to take a few extra pitches here. And there it is.
Yeah. That will retire the side.
I do not live in Michigan anymore, but that's where I grew up, so I am a Lions fan. Unfortunately.
Always nice when you can get the pitcher to start the inning, and that's the case for Kreiner as he deals with Weens' 9, 1, and 2.
Meanwhile,
Felix Hernandez, Mickey Mantle, and Florial.
In Kreiner's case, he ended with the pitcher, so he gets to turn over the lineup to start the bottom of the third. So good situation for him on both ends of it. There's a little base knock.
That ball is slapped through the left side, and it's a one-out base hit for Mickey Mantle.
That'll trigger some folks in chat.
Here's Florial 0 for 1. Our semifinal series, they were a best of 3. Our championship series is a best of 5. It's Kreiner against Weens. Couple of Philadelphia area kids, or at least Pennsylvania kids. They're friends. They're Philly fans. They're Penn State football fans.
Well, now wait, isn't Kreiner a big Nats fan? He's got the Nats.
Wait, you know what?
on.
You might be right. It's the, you know what? They both like Penn State football. That's what it is.
There it is. Okay.
Runner
There's a walk.
There's a walk. So runners at first and second.
Ruh-roh. It's a little nerve-wracking here if you're Kreiner.
There's perfect from Chipper Jones. Runner is going to hold at third. Perfect contact from Jones. It's a base hit, but the bases are loaded for Vladimir Guerrero Senior.
Now, my customary line, he's a ground ball from getting out of this inning, and he is, but he's also one swing away from being in some trouble here, Kreiner is.
That's right, absolutely. Here's the 1-1.
Pivotal at bat here in the top of the third.
Late on the swing timing, PCI placement pretty good. Was just under it. Spits on that off-speed pitch. It's now 2-2.
Good take.
Fastball or off speed here?
I go sinker.
He fouls that one
Probably
off.
goes to a cutter here. Slider.
Now 3-2.
Back to the sinker.
Payoff pitch. High fly ball.
That's gone.
Deep left field. It is out of here. It's a grand slam homer.
Wow. Vlad
And
Senior.
Weens. Coach likes it. Weens likes it. The chat loves it. It's 4-2.
Yeah, I couldn't recall if Arrieta had a cutter. I'll take the slider and call it even there. Pretty much same concept. But, yeah, I wasn't confident in my call there that he had a cutter, so I did get that wrong.
Goodness gracious. 23 pitches coming up in the inning for Arrieta.
It's crazy. And, these things turn on a dime. When we talked about how pivotal of an at-bat that was, to where he could have gotten out of the inning and held his 2-0 lead, or goes completely the other way, and it's now 4-2.
Here's Posada swinging at a full count. Shallow fly ball. Mantle is there, and there's 2 down. Weens is, he's Thanos.
He's built differently.
He's Thanos. He's inevitable. That's exactly what he is. And as soon as he got traffic on those base paths, you knew he was going to do damage.
Yep.
Grand slam, I didn't, you can't call that, but I
you had
knew
to feel
he was going to get a knock.
Yeah, something was coming, and it turned out to be the big dog, the big hit.
Here's a chopper over the pitcher's head, and it will sneak through for a base hit. So Arrieta hovering around now 60 pitches here with 2 down in the top of the third.
Seth Brown has made his presence known.
Blackout 809 says on Twitch, Weens should just be banned from the game.
It's too good. Why was I banned? You're just too good.
You're just too good. Pick another game. And that one's slap foul. We'll do it again, 1-2.
And they're both so young. They're not going anywhere. Get used to these names, folks. As the competitive scene expands and gets better, these two will be a part of it without a doubt.
Seth Brown, fly ball. The right fielder Trout is there, and that retires a side, but not before big damage. Vladdy Daddy, grand slam.
Boom.
Boy, that was early contact, and he still took it out.
Well, you had to go out and get that one based on where the pitch was. To pull it, you gotta get around on it. A lot of home runs are in the early range if you're looking at real baseball, because you meet the ball out in front of the plate.
Chance, Albert Pujols' card art and attributes, they will be revealed during the course of the week, so be sure to follow MLB The Show's social feeds for that information.
Call me Deutsch. All 4 spots, all 4 of our participants today are taking home a cash prize along with a gift card for MLB Shop.
Here's Mickey Mantle, 1-for-1. Payoff pitch. And he walked him. So a positive start there for Kreiner. Leadoff walk against Felix Hernandez. Here's Estevan Florial. High fly ball. Left field.
That one holds in.
And the left fielder will make the catch a few feet shy of the wall.
Fishboy now, who gave Kreiner his 2-run lead. Can he tie it up?
Paul, to your point, the winner of this series gets $15K and to get $1,000 gift card. Second place gets $5,000 and a $750 gift card from courtesy MLB Shop. So, and as you correctly mentioned earlier, all 4, we started the day with 4 semifinalists. All 4 of them are walking away with at least some form of cash prizes. So congratulations to all of them.
That's fantastic. And then after we sort it out with our cut from each of them,
that's true.
We'll know what we have, and that'll be pretty good too. So money all around. It's awesome.
Okay, Nick, let's not sleep on the fact that payoff pitch here, full count, runners at first and second, 1 down.
Uh-oh.
And that is perfect.
Baby.
And that's a 3-run homer.
Come on.
Kreiner back on top. 5-4. Babe Ruth again.
If you thought Kreiner was rolling over for a 2-run deficit, you don't know what you're talking about. There will be, I'm going to predict, I'm going to say there will be 5 more lead changes this game at a minimum.
Well, this latest lead change puts Kreiner up 5-4 with 1 down in the third.
Yeah,
Jorge Posada.
Outside of one of them, oh, there's a strikeout.
There's that high changeup up in the zone. I'm telling you, I am so late to that party. I'm going to have to start using that more. I love it.
Outside of one of them putting up like a 7-8 run inning, I think we're going to see a bunch of lead changes here.
People in the chat commenting on Kreiner's excellent eye. Spit on a lot of good pitches, fouled off and fought off a lot of good pitches as well.
It's one of the key. Whoa, broken bat.
Broken bat.
Can he beat it out?
Could be trouble. Good speed by VR, but not fast enough, and that retires the side. But a 3-run homer puts Kreiner back on top, 5-4 through 3.
That patience is such a game changer in what sets the top players apart from the rest of us. And it's usually the very first tip I give too. And obviously I'm in no position to be like telling people exactly how to play. I'm not that good. But when they come in like, oh, you know, I'm really rough. I'm down in this level. I can't do anything. First thing I ask is, you know, how patient are you? Are you taking pitches? Are you finding the right pitches to swing at? Because that's the number one thing to improve on when you first start the game, is to not, you know, be in the 4th inning with 20 pitches seen already.
Here's Michael Conforto, pinch hitter now. That's going to be all for Felix Hernandez. Jake Arrieta still out there for Kreiner here in the 4th inning. The other thing I would add, Paul, is that obviously there's going to be, look, if you run into guys like this, guys that we've seen today, our semifinalists, other players that were in the fall circuit, it's not going to matter. You're not going to be able to beat them. But if you're playing other average players, mere mortals, I think you can also pick up on your opponent's pitch pattern. I think many players fall into a pitch pattern that's easily detectable. But also patience is definitely a key.
No doubt. And that's another thing, too, about, like, you're rarely going to face players of this caliber. The MLB community is a large pool of players, especially during the peak time of the year, March through July. And you're mostly going to run into guys that are more comparable to your level. Not always going to be playing guys of this level to where you're playing the sweatiest game ever that you don't have a chance to win if you're a newer player. Worry about playing and beating the people that are in your group of talent, because that's what you're going to face a lot more often.
Here's Mickey Mantle, 1 for 2. As Weens tries to battle his way back from a 5-4 deficit. Ball in the dirt. They'll throw to first to complete the strikeout, and that's how the 4th inning comes to an end. We go to the bottom of the 4th, and Kreiner is leading by a run, hoping to add here.
Kluber coming in. 1064 OPS for Bogey. Gonna get the bullpen warmed up. Uh-oh. Who we got here? Oh, yeah, Arrieta's on batting third here, so we'll likely see the end of his day.
Bogarts fouls that one off. It's 1-1.
That slurve stayed up there forever, it felt like. That's a rip.
There's a sharply hit ball through the left side, and that's a leadoff knock to start the bottom of the 4th. Healy is in the chat. What's up, Healy?
Healy in the cut. School in chat, per usual.
One of the many great content creators. He's streaming. He's putting videos together. Goobs, how you doing, man? A lot of familiar tags and faces in the stream, which we like. Here's Jorge Polanco, 0 for 1. He's going to step out. Payoff pitch. Corey Kluber.
Got under
High
it.
fly ball. Swing timing early. And as you see, the PCI just underneath. Here's Jake Arrieta now facing Corey Kluber, and he will place the bunt.
Arrieta.
That animation always cracks me up.
Drives me insane.
It does, the sweeping of the ball.
Do that.
And he attempts to foul that one as well, and it's a strikeout.
Basically just take the strikeout, yeah. He didn't want to risk the double play, so he was trying to bunt him over, and the worst case, he'll take the strikeout, which, that's probably the best way to get out of there if you can't move him over, because you just don't want the double play. Some folks will just take 3 pitches down the middle. They don't even they put their controller down when the pitcher's up. They want to keep the guy in, but they don't want the double play, so it's a controller break for them.
I like to do that as well.
Yeah.
I also like to do that when I bring up my 2-hole hitter. Just to, mix it up, throw off my opponent a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep him guessing so that they don't know what's going on.
Healy brings up a good point. These are 2 of our younger competitors. There's a sharply hit ball past the diving first baseman. Runner will head to third. So you got runners at the corners, 2 down, and Florial 0 for 2 at the plate. Yeah, these are 2 of our younger competitors, both under 18, both playing for $15,000.
What are they going to buy with all that?
Ooh, I don't know. What are young kids buying these days?
Fidget spinners?
Yeah, probably. Are they still buying spinners?
No.
No?
I'm just being old and being ridiculous.
Okay. What about some fancy kicks,
Hey,
as the young kids like to say?
That's bases loaded.
We got something cooking here. Bases loaded. Puffy Benjamin, how you doing, man? Puffy Benjamin is in the stream.
Graceful Swan talking down to me. This man goes out on TikTok, thinks he's one of the kids now just because he's popular on TikTok. He thinks he knows what all the youths want now. With your gadgets and gizmos. Okay, fidget spinners aren't cool anymore? Okay, sure.
Samuel, the series is 1-0. Weens leading this best of 5, 1-0. If you look in the lower portion of your screen, lower left-hand corner, you will see the gamer tags for our two competitors. The bat icon shows you who's at the plate, as that one is sent foul. And those numbers on each side of each player's gamer tag shows you where the series stands. So Weens has the 1 next to his name. That tells you that he leads this series 1-0. Full count now. Here's Mike Trout. High fly ball. Drifting over is the right fielder. He'll make the catch near the line, and that retires the side. We're through 4. It's 5-4. Here's Estevan Florial. 2, 3, and 4 due up for Weens.
Oh, he's going to squeeze one through.
First pitch swinging, and that will bounce through for a base hit.
Oh, base knock.
Ooh, that sinker caught a lot of the plate, but Jones looked at it. It's 0-1. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not.
Kreiner looking for, he's looking for his first substantial lead here in this series, and it was snuffed out. He had the right guy at the dish, full count, bases loaded, and he couldn't get it. It's tough.
Who's your favorite MLB The Show umpire?
Oh, Ed Drummond, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. That's the one to go to. Runner is on the move. Throw down to second.
Got him.
And they got him. I thought he had a really good jump.
Yeah.
But instead, it's a strike him out, throw him out. Perfect.
That's huge. Oh.
Past the second baseman VR. Vlad Sr. headed for second, and he's in with a 2-out double.
Past the diving Jeter.
Shifty. Albert Pujols is your 10th inning boss.
Posada now. 0 for 2 somehow. That's a miracle in and of itself.
I thought it was roped foul.
I thought he was changing that with one swing there. Thought he was about to be 1 for 3.
Tried to go back in there.
Oh, yeah, no, Eej. That's what I was saying earlier with regards to the speed. That's why you don't see guys send a lot of guys on the bases because they don't want to run out of innings when they have such high-powered offenses. If you were a pitching first person who kind of has to manufacture your runs, you might incorporate the steal game. But these top players are driven by home run power and premium hitting. They're not going to give away outs via potential stolen bases. The upside just isn't there.
Javi Baez, the Tiger. Albert Pujols' attributes and card arts will be revealed during the course of the week. So be sure to follow MLB The Show's social feeds.
It's a base hit.
To see what that looks like. And what looks like here is another run. Throw to the plate, not in time.
Hey, that was a lot closer than I thought. I thought that was kind of be an automatic run there. That was
throw from center field, not in time, and we are tied. Okay, first time we've seen Dallas Keuchel be used today.
Okay.
He's coming out of the pen. What do you make of this move?
I mean, he's a lefty version of the guys that we've seen, the nastiness with the finesse and the sinker. Other meta pitches, too. I don't know his exact. I don't want to misspeak. I do believe he has a cutter, though. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I had it wrong with Arrieta. And he gets the out. But, yeah, I mean, we're seeing a similar sort of pitcher type running across these teams here. The names and maybe the handedness might change, but overall the arsenal that they have and what they're able to do stays pretty similar. Yeah, Keuchel's a good velo change too because he throws so slow that you can kind of get your guys off balance out in front sometimes too.
Here's Corey Kluber facing Babe Ruth. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Kreiner here in the bottom of the 5th. A half inning after Weens tied the game at 5. It's 1-1. Posada on deck. VR in the hole. Due up for Kreiner here in the 5th. That ball misses low, and he's ahead in the count 3-1.
Yeah, Goobs, I agree. That Keuchel is nice, especially, these top players on pinpoint. They're perfecting darn near every pitch. And when you got a high control guy like Keuchel and you're able to put your pitches everywhere that you want, those guys can be very effective.
Here's the payoff pitch.
We'll do it again.
Very early on the changeup. And we'll do it again. Here's the 3-2 from Kluber.
Fights that one off to stay alive.
Is he going to go back inside?
Sinker.
Oof.
Down and away cutter. No, he goes to the sinker again.
I think we're approaching pitch number 9 on this AB.
But I don't know if it's me up and in or down and away. There's the down and away cutter.
That was a dot. Look at that pitch placement, and he somehow got a piece of it.
Pitch 11 now. Cutter in. No, he goes to the sinker again.
12 pitches already in this AB. This is the kind of AB where no matter what happens, you're going back to the dugout and your teammates are loving on you.
Absolutely. Pitch 12.
Shout out to D-Row. Shout out to D-Row. High fly ball. That one sent foul.
Pitch 13 here of the at-bat. Babe Ruth, Corey Kluber. Payoff again. Ripped.
Perfect rip through the left side. Misplay out in left field. But Ruth will stay at first. What an AB there by Kreiner.
Oof.
Excellent work. Tremendous.
That was incredible.
Here's Jorge Posada, 0 for 2. Yeah, Doc Zen, I'm with you, man. Doc Zen in the chat says that was a great pitch, too. How? I'm with you. It's a question that needs to be asked. I don't know how these guys do it. Posada ahead in the count 3-1. Ooh, he was ready for that one. A fastball. Yep. He was basically right over the middle.
He was all over it. 2 over it, to be honest, and now he's going to end up with a double play.
This could be
instead.
2. Over to 1. Back over to first for 2.
That's tough.
And that is a tough double play if you're Kreiner. What a turn of events. Got over 1,100 people here in the stream. Thanks for joining us on Twitch and on YouTube. Also want to give a shout out to our people watching on YouTube. VR slaps a single through the right side. So still some life left in this inning.
Of course, VR keeps the inning going. He's been monstrous.
Micah, Christian, watching on YouTube. Shout out to both of you. And this should end the inning. Chipper Jones fields, fires, and that retires a side. Big double play to help Weens get out of that inning unscathed. Dallas Keuchel now on for his second inning of work.
Aobi. Yeah. Go ahead.
Aobi in the chat says, I'm convinced these dudes get different games than we do.
That's hilarious. You know, a big part of it, of course, is obvious and straightforward, but they put in the work too. These top players, I mean, you go through and you see, what was it? Chipper Jones hit like his 208th homer. I mean, think about the time you have to put in to hit 208 homers with a player card. And so yes, there is an inherent skill that these folks have, and a lot of younger players have an advantage just by being younger and having better reflexes. But putting in the time and effort to get good is very important too. Anybody can be made better by practicing. Not everybody has that time, but you can raise the level that you're at through sheer practice. Doesn't mean you can get to Kreiner's level. I could play, 18 hours a day for the next 3 months, and I'm still not sniffing Kreiner's level, but I would be a heck of a lot better than I am presently. So there's still, the old time tested 10,000 hours thing plays a role too.
And that's a pop fly in foul ground, and that's out number 2 as Killebrew came off the bench and didn't do much, so there's 2 down. Here's Mickey Mantle.
Swanee says, I'm too old to keep up with these kids anymore. That's why you just took over the social media game.
Oh, that one. Is that a... Oh, I thought that
feet?
was fair.
4.9 feet.
Just 5 feet to the left.
That was an Altuve away from being a homer.
Here's the 0-2. That one also just foul. Also want to mention SSU2 watching on YouTube as well. Here's a chopper fielded by Dallas Keuchel, one of the better fielding pitchers in real baseball and in virtual baseball as well. And that will retire the side. We go to the bottom of the 6th, tied at 5.
He's the Jim Cott of his era. Sweet topical reference, Paul.
By the way, I think Jim Cott, one of the finalists for Hall of Fame induction.
That's right. See, I was being topical inadvertently. The results will be today at 5 on the channel you work for.
What was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
The committee ballot,
it comes on at 5 o'clock?
Yeah, 5 Central, I should say, 6 Eastern.
Okay.
So stay with us, watch the game, and then you can tune into the Hall of Fame committee's choice.
We can talk about talk about the results as we watch this championship series here. Game number 2. Weens, team out in the field, leading this best of 5, 1-0.
NFL Go, that's just not true. Older people have just as good reflexes on a video game. There are some 40-year-olds that play pro sports in real life. There are unicorn outliers, and those are exceptions. They do not prove the rule. It is unequivocally, inherently true that younger players have quicker reactions and are better at the game on average than players 5-10 years older than them. It's not even a debate. It's not a meme. It's not a joke. It is the stone cold truth.
All right, so a 1-out walk.
There's no slowdown in hitting a button on. Oh, wow. Yeah. NFL Go. If you're going for how many comments in a row can I make that are completely incorrect, you're killing it right now. You're on a Joe DiMaggio-esque streak because that's just simply not true.
I wish it wasn't the case.
I mean, yeah, I wish it wasn't either.
Is.
As an oldie myself, I wish, but it is unquestionably true. But sure, go ahead and cite Tom Brady as if that proves your rule. Yeah. Yep. A unicorn Hall of Famer definitely proves the rule. That's how things work. Yep.
Wait, are we trying to figure out how good Tom Brady is at MLB The Show?
Yeah.
Because I definitely would love to know that.
I'd like to see. I'd like to see.
That's a question that needs to be answered at some point. Meantime, we've got runners at first and second. Runners at first and second. Kreiner is batting. He's got a 2-0 count. Florial is at the plate. Kendall Graveman out of the bullpen. Drops that one in for a strike. Bottom 6.
We've been gassing Florial, and he's been playing great, but he is 0 for 2. Now a 3-1 count. Can he make a pivotal play here? Oh, he missed his pitch. Oh, man. Full count now.
Payoff pitch.
Oh,
high fly ball. This
2.
will stay up for the center fielder. Runner will not tag. He will remain at second base.
Dundee, we're not arguing with Chad. We're having fun. Chat can't be so sensitive. We're just having a good time, chopping it up.
Here's Mike Trout, 1 for 2. Ooh, good take there. Spits on that slider. It's 1-1. Cutter misses inside. Mike Trout, 1 for 2. High fly ball. Right center field. Kiss it goodbye. It is a 3-run homer from Mike Trout. Kreiner now leads 8-5. Coach likes it. 99 finest Trout in full effect. How much is that going for in the marketplace? I know I'm not going to get it winning 30 games in World Series this season. I'll tell you that right now. So give me the stubs. Tell me how many stubs I need to get that card.
He's $1 million, and you're about 2,700 deep. There's a pretty big back order, though.
All right. I will do that. I'm willing to do that. I need that card in my life.
Chad, please stop trying to say older people have the same. Like, you guys are embarrassing yourselves so badly. They don't know what anecdotal evidence is. They cite one example, and like, this one example says that's not true.
Oh, diving stop by Chipper Jones. But he's not going to get the runner at first.
Dang. No. By the way, that this is an old reference, so people that might not have even seen that play earlier. But that puts the play that we saw short that still got the 97 runner. We see how great that play is when we compare it to plays like that one, where Chipper made a good diving play but could not get the 68 runner and never even had a chance.
So a big, big, big home run. Right now, that's the difference. This play right here, Mike Trout, opposite field pop, giving Kreiner an 8-5 lead. Paul, you said there's going to be a lot of lead changes, and we've seen a couple already.
Exactly.
As we begin the top of the 7th. This is Chapman.
And Kreiner knows darn well that he doesn't have anything won yet either. He's still got a lot of work to do. 3-run lead is nothing to rest on. We could still see a couple more.
That one is past the diving Babe Ruth.
Little skidder over there.
Yeah, a little 3-hopper getting past Babe Ruth. And there's a base hit up the middle. So early trouble here in the 7th inning. Runners at first and second, and no one out. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. at the plate. High fly ball, no doubt about it. Give me the no doubt homer animation because we're tied at 8.
Just like that. And
Vlad Sr.
Chapman, Meat City. Roll this Chat Meat. Roll this Chat Meat strikes again.
Oh, good. Look at Chapman fielding his position. We started up, going on almost 5 hours ago. Started at noon Eastern. We're approaching the 5 o'clock hour in the Eastern time zone. That will get past the third baseman. There's that animation. Again, you see your fielder go to that side.
You know right away.
You know when you see your fielder go to that Roger Dorn position, he's not making that play.
We do need a coach emote. I agree. We need that little coach graphic that popped up in the left when we had the freeze off, too.
I like that one. That was nicely done. That's a nice little wrinkle. Like seeing coach.
You know, everyone can talk about the content or the parallel system. Coach is the best addition to MLB in the last, 5 years.
I would agree with that.
I'm not even sure that's up for debate, you know. Full count here.
Seth Brown, who was 0 for 3, fouls that pitch off.
Seth Breezy has hit some lefties, though.
Come on, Dorn. Don't give me this Olay stuff.
J-Man Jake, if what you're saying is true, why aren't there any 3-year-old top players? That's fair. I've been thwarted. You have crushed me in the marketplace of ideas. You are correct. There are no good newborn players. You're right. You're right.
On a related note, need to see a 3-year-old gamer ASAP.
Oh, man.
That needs to happen. Needs to happen. That ball in the dirt, runner at first will hold. It's 2-2. Top of the 7th. 3 runs are already in.
It is adorable to watch chat fall over themselves trying to pretend that younger players don't have an advantage, though. Like, I think some of them still believe it.
Runners on the move. We'll do it again.
I think they're self-reporting, though. It's just the old players like, no, I'm not washed. I swear. I'm not.
Oh, diving stop by the third baseman.
He's got it.
Throw to first in time. Wow. What a play by the third baseman, Polanco. But not before.
Look at Vlad. Look at Vlad.
Vladdy Daddy ties it at 8. And we go. It's 7th inning stretch time.
Ansel Armstrong in the chat. What's going on, Ans?
How you doing, Ants Armstrong? How are you? Good to see you.
Speed Thrash, we actually do know it if you read the right stuff.
Here's Jonathan VR now to start things. Got a break in the action. I've mentioned this a couple times. These players, these two competitors, Kreiner and Weens, they are friends. They know each other pretty well. Have played against each other numerous times.
Weens with a one zip series lead, in this best of 5.
T-Rad, that's nice of you to say. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you. First time we've seen Mike Hampton being used by Kreiner in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Hampton and Keuchel have made their first appearance of the tournament.
I'm sorry, being used by Weens as Kreiner starts off his inning with a base hit up the middle. Graceful Swan says, I played Weens once. I was on it. Lost by like 10.
I played my best game ever. Got mercied.
Yeah. I mean, again, and that ball is roped to left field. It's going to get, a diving, tumbling catch by the left fielder.
Oh, and he does a full gainer.
Florial with a great catch for out number 1. That changeup just misses. Tied at 8. Game 2. Best of 5. Winner gets $15,000. Second place gets $5,000. Both guys walking home with a gift card as well. Here's the 2-1. Slapped past the diving first baseman. Now you got runners at first and second. Obviously not going to test Vlad Sr. out in right field. We are going to have a pinch hitter, and it will be
Harmon
Killebrew.
Can we take out the lefty?
This is the gold veteran Harmon Killebrew. I believe that's the series. I know it's a gold card, but is that the series, veteran all-star or veteran star?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
I'm a proud owner of Weens Friendly Quit. Reason it was Hall of Fame. Y'all friendly quit too much.
We are going to have a pitching change. It will be Steve Cishek. So Hampton could only get one out before he's lifted for a reliever.
I figured Killy was only in there for the lefty, and if the pitching switch was made, so too was the batter. And we see that here with Schwarber getting the righty, but now he's looking at him 2-1. Mr. Good Cat, what are you crying about?
What's up, Big Cap? How you doing, man? All right, 3-2 count. High fly ball. Deep right field. Good night, Nurse. It's a 3-run homer for Kreiner.
Boom.
He's back on top, 11-8.
4:45.
Look at the PCI placement. Again, teach me your ways.
You gotta get an aimbot.
What's that meme, the GIF with Doctor Strange? That's what I feel like.
Chat's gonna have to
show me your ways.
Chat's gonna have to help me out on that one. I don't know what you're referencing. I'm sorry.
That will work through for a base hit.
EJ, this might be our double-double game. It's getting there. We need Weens to get 2 more runs, then we got it. We've been looking all day for a double-double where both teams score at least double digits. We haven't quite had it. This one looks like it could be the winner. Kreiner's hoping not, but the rest of us kind of are hoping so because the excitement that it'll bring. Cishek here against Trout.
Yeah, these guys need to donate their thumbs to science. It's unbelievable.
No, it's the same as our old thumbs, I promise. 100% the same. People don't age. Aging is a myth. Chat's proven it. Because Tom Brady.
Cishek is down in the count, 3-1. Mike Trout sharply hit ball through the left side. It's a base hit. Runners at first and second, 2 down.
This Tom Brady. This Mike Trout's pretty good.
Yeah, that's the 99 finest Trout, and that'll bring up Babe Ruth. Another pitching change. Aaron Loop to face the lefty Babe Ruth. To your point, Paul, I get the sense that Weens is thinking, look, I'm down 3. I can't be down 6.
Exactly.
I got to keep him within shouting distance at this point. That's why he's going lefty on lefty.
Yeah, he wants to try to do his best to try to snub this out here with Ruth up. Has him 0-2 already. 3 runs he knows is super manageable. 6, not the end of the world, but you don't want to put yourself in that kind of deficit if you can avoid it, especially as we go to the 8th after this. Oh, got him out front of that one.
Just got a piece. 1-1 is in the chat. He was one of our semifinalists today. Lost in 3 games to Weens. Appreciate you being here. You did an excellent job. GG's to you. And that will retire the side, but not before a huge 3-run homer. A Schwarbomb.
Running on E.
Wink 721. This is a best of 5. Yes,
it's
sir.
Kind of clear you're running on E. That comment doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. I tried to follow it, but it just didn't make sense.
Here we go. We have Willie McCovey pinch hitting.
You're here for commentary, not to argue with whatever. I mean, that is part of the commentary. 9,000.
Shad, this is not game 1. This is game 2.
Yeah, check bottom left.
Yeah, bottom left, you can see the players' gamer tags, who's at the plate, and what the series status is. So that number 1 next to Weens indicates that he's up 1-0 in this best of 5. Oh, my goodness, he was on that one.
That sounded like that good crack at the bat, but his PCI was just a bit off. And he gets him with the strikeout.
Nice change of speeds there for out number 1. So Kreiner hoping to, because as we have said throughout this tournament, Weens has had the ability to answer quickly whenever his opponent scores a run or mounts a rally.
Yeah, every punch that's been thrown his way, he's counterpunched. This is his first time facing, a real moment of trepidation late in the game as he has a 3-run deficit here in game 2.
Metallica Boy saying, I would be afraid to throw any pitch to these guys.
Oh, absolutely.
You're 100% right.
Like, you can't even throw pitches out of the zone. They get their PCI perfectly on those pitches, too. Like, it doesn't matter when you're facing folks of this caliber.
EJ, appreciate you being here. Jorge Posada now. So a good inning there for Kreiner as he's able to keep Weens off the scoreboard. And Jorge Posada greets Kenley Jansen with a leadoff knock to start the bottom of the 8th. Shout out to those of you watching on YouTube as well. I've been monitoring their chat, and it's not quite as active as Twitch. And now that I think about it, that might be a good thing. What? All right, here's VR. Here's VR, 2 for 4. Oh, high fly ball. It's going to be a few feet in front of the track. And that's out number 1. Here's Xander Bogaerts, 1 for 3. Xander Bogaerts. Oh, that ball is crushed. Going back, way back. It's another home run.
That's huge. That is colossal.
A 2-run homer, and Kreiner gets some big-time insurance here in the bottom of the 8th. Jacob on YouTube says we need a God Squad update. My God Squad is nice, Jacob. Definitely nice. My level of play, still subpar. But the God Squad, excellent. Did he go? Yes, he did.
As long as you're having fun with the players you're losing with,
that's it.
Still a good experience.
You know, you're rolling with like Babe Ruth, and you look at your batting average, and it's like 202, and it's like, goodness gracious, what am I doing?
Oh yeah, like whenever there's like a top player in my chat hanging out, and I'm talking about how my 815 OPS is good with a player, I know that they're cringing. They're like, he thinks that's good. I'm like, oh, I have a 900 OPS. This guy's my best player. And then Rebel's like, yeah, uh-oh.
What a moonshot. Mickey Mantle goes deep.
We might not get another lead change at this point.
And Kreiner is getting the insurance he needed. Big time. Now 15-8.
Rofo's clear about team money spent.
That's right. Hey, you know, a lot of you content creators with the team no money spent, I am definitely team money spent.
And why not?
That is exactly.
Yeah. Hey, shouts to everyone putting cash in. That's how we get that's how we get the next wave of players in the game. So never shade a whale. Let them do with their money what they want. And there's enough for everybody out there.
Right. Just have to hide the purchases from the old wife.
I mean,
if you know what I'm saying.
That's your own personal thing to deal with. But as far as the MLB community, we applaud you for putting in that cash.
Why do we have all these emails that say from PlayStation saying, thank you for your purchase, thank you for your purchase?
You're like, I'm not sure. That must be something else. Who could say for sure?
Hacked. Yeah, we must have got hacked.
For sure.
Someone must have hacked our account.
Had to have been.
Big hill to climb, obviously, for Weens now here in this game 2. He's down 7. 3, 4, and 5 due up. Jones, well, this is a good way to get it started. Chipper Jones, no doubt. Perfect bomb.
Smashed.
Now 15-9. And Vladimir Guerrero Sr. First pitch swinging. I don't think this one has the distance.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Wow.
My bad. Sorry, Vlad Sr.
I did not think that was going to get out of here. Jeez.
He bing-bonged it.
Now back-to-back home runs to start the night.
There's our double-double game, 15-10. So we got that. Now, there's one out, I imagine. Do we get 2 more outs to get a 1-1 series? But I am happy that we got our double-double game. So thank you to Weens for the back-to-back homers. I knew we would get one today.
Boy, that cutter is so filthy.
Yeah, when you execute that cutter, it is beautiful. There's that high changeup. Not quite the zone where you would want it.
No, that was definitely out over the plate. Here's Seth Brown.
This can get away from him quickly here if he's not careful.
Yep.
2-run shot here, and the collar gets a little tight.
One swing could potentially change the complexion of this game very quickly. Seth Brown 0 for 4. Looks at a strike.
He's taking there.
He was taking all the way 2-0. That is down the line. That ricochets back towards right field, and it's going to be a base hit, an RBI. It's a single for Seth Brown. Now you got runners at the corner. We're going to have a pitching change.
Runners at the corners, 1 out.
Here's Xander Bogaerts.
Kluber coming in to try to get the save. I believe it's a save situation. 4. With 2 on.
Ooh, got him to chase there. It's 0-2.
Actually, no. I think he would need 1 more base runner. Not that anyone gives a hoot about a save situation in a video game. I'm just talking my way through it.
Here's the 1-2. Good take there. 2-2.
Chat,
Sent foul.
Type Weens in chat if you think he ties it. Type Kreiner if you think Kreiner gets game 2 here. Oh, well, now it's cheating.
Here's a grounded short.
Play.
Flip it. Fire it. In time. Got it. And that's it. Kreiner evens this series at a game apiece thanks to a 15-10 win over Weens. So we will have at least, 4 games?
Yes.
Is that what we're going to have? Yes,
Guaranteed.
at least 4 games. This series, best of 5. We're tied after 2 games, a game apiece. What have you? What's jumped out at you after 2 games here, Paul?
We got the double-double. I wouldn't shut up about it, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to see 20-plus runs with each team getting 10, and we got it there. Kreiner just kind of pulled away late. Weens gave a little valiant effort there, a little kick there at the end, put a little threat up, but Kreiner had to feel pretty much in control in the second half of this game. His offense really got going. We know that when he gets dialed in, it can be trouble. The thing of it is, though, I just don't see him or Weens running away. I still think we get our full 5.
Yeah, I think you might be right. And I think that these games, I think we're going to see another double-digit game from both of these players moving forward. All right, so we're awaiting game 3 as this series is now tied at a game apiece. As I mentioned, these 2 guys are friends. They have played against one another frequently. Kreiner got the scoring started with a 2-run homer before Vladimir Guerrero. This card was a beast, albeit in a loss in game 2, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it was a situation where Kreiner obviously had to jump out and get this one, tie up the series. He did. Weens gave it all he could. You put up double-digit runs and take an L. That's a tough way to go. But these 2 are trading punches. They're going to be going back and forth. Like I said, I would be surprised if we don't get all 3 games remaining in this series.
99 finest Mike Trout also went deep here. A 3-run homer to give Kreiner the lead, 8-5. But Vladimir Guerrero Sr., what did he have, 3 homers?
This was where it was like, is Kreiner gonna give this game back? And then he does his Kreiner thing, pops a 3-run homer of his own. We're gonna see another one here coming up. That was a key situation, by the way, where there was a pitcher change and a pinch hitter change, and Schwarber ends up hitting the homer.
And as you see, Mickey Mantle adding some insurance with a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th. $15,000 goes to the winner. $5,000 goes to the second-place finisher. Both players also getting gift cards from MLB Shop to go along with their winnings. So some high stakes for this championship series, and we're waiting game number 3 after this series is now tied at 1. I'm wondering what pitching change. Would you go with different pitchers? We saw a few pitchers we hadn't seen so far in this tournament. Mike Hampton, I know, came out of the pen not for very long. Yeah, Dallas Keuchel as well.
At the risk of being flippant, does it matter? I mean, the way these 2 are hitting, aren't you just kind of putting them out in a particular order and hoping to string together some lucky outs when you need them most? It's so difficult to stop either of these guys at the dish that it's hard to suggest that the pitching matchups are going to be the game changer here. It's going to come down to getting a few key outs, getting that key double play, but you're never going to truly stop these guys. You have to go in saying, I'm giving up like a minimum of 8, and if I can kind of keep it at 8, then I know what I need to win. That's the kind of world they live in with the way these 2 hit.
The other thing, and I think it was so much Pagney bringing it up in the Twitch stream, is that these guys are approaching now 5+ hours of gameplay.
Yep.
We started this thing at noon Eastern. It's now past 5 o'clock Eastern time. At some point, yes, it's not real baseball. We know this, but there is, I would think, a potential for some kind of fatigue moving forward in this series.
There's no doubt. Just because it's not the physical grind of quote-unquote real sports or on-field sports doesn't mean that there isn't a mental grind. The people that don't believe that there's a mental toll of doing esports, I mean, have never played in a competitive situation because it takes it out of you for sure. These guys are grinding out. And the thing of it is, too, it's not like casually playing on your stream. Every at-bat is so important. $15,000 on the line for teenagers here. I'd be quaking, and I'm an old man. These guys are young kids, so they have to have the nerves getting there, and that only adds to the physical or to the mental toll. And that's going to be
meantime,
a homer,
Mickey Mantle leading off, and he is going off. It's a solo home run for Kreiner. And a leadoff homer to start things here in Game 3. Wow. That's quite a start. That'll bring up Florial.
Younger players are more resilient. That's true too, Doc.
Thuney, how are you, man? Appreciate it. Thuney did a great job calling yesterday's action. We started yesterday with 32 players.
Yeah.
Began today with 4.
Thuney was fantastic.
And we're down to 2. Corey Kluber getting the start here in Game 3 for Weens.
We just saw him, or no, we saw Kluber close it out for Kreiner. Sorry, I got it confused there a little bit because they are using some big overlap on the pitchers.
Here's Mike Trout. Went deep in Game 2, batting .467. Gracious.
Trout's obscene.
Yeah, it's very
He's
obscene.
the new World Series reward, right?
Yes, he is.
I mean, I made it once. Maybe I can make it again.
Or you can accumulate 30 wins. Oh, kept the hands
True.
inside, and that is just foul. Here's the 1-2. High fly ball. Forget about it. That ball is
obliterated.
crushed.
And there's the downside.
2 homers in the first inning.
There's the downside of that up and in change, and it is a meta pitch right now. But when you barely miss, it ends up being fat in the middle, a changeup that's just floating in there. You really can't miss low with that pitch, so there is a small margin for error on those top of the zone changeups.
Doc Zen, you already know, my man. You already know. Here's Babe Ruth. Looks at that. It's now 1-2. Corey Kluber, 17 pitches, has given up 2
That might
homers.
carry.
Did he give up a third?
He did.
Carrying, and it is gone. 3 homers in the first inning for Kreiner.
I didn't get fooled by that one. A couple of those with the 125 power guys that felt like they weren't going to carry, and then they get there. This one I was ready for. That one's going to hold up, though.
Well, look, Kreiner is on everything right now. Even his outs are relatively loud.
And you saw chat start to hint at this last game when he was dialing in. And some of the folks that know him a bit better said, watch out when Kreiner gets locked. It can be trouble for any opponent, including somebody as great as Weens. And right now we're seeing locked Kreiner. He just dropped a 3-bomb after winning his last game there. We saw this in Game 1 on the reverse when Weens had 4 straight home runs to open the game. Let's see if he has an answer after giving up 3 homers in the top of the first of Game 3.
Well, Weens will lead off with Mickey Mantle, and he will fly out to left for out number 1.
Smitty, I believe they're both 16 years old.
All right, here's Florial. It's 0-1. Batting .408 out of the 2-hole for Weens. Good
That's
pitch
it.
there.
Just a cool 408.
Yeah.
Oh my
Got it.
goodness. Wait, so
There's
they're
2 down.
Are they both using Florial, or am I just conflating the 2 lineups?
They both are using, let me make sure I've got that. Let me see. Weens definitely use him.
Yeah, they both
Yes,
have
that is
them-
correct.
Yeah.
They both have him in the 2-hole as well.
In the 2-hole after Mantle, and that's where I was confusing myself, making sure that I wasn't just seeing him once.
Here's Chipper Jones. A little shallow fly ball. Mantle is there, and that retires a side. Quick first inning, and after 1, it's Kreiner leading 3-0. Those 3 hits, all solo home runs.
Absolutely, IOB. These two are the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other like, you're the GOAT. No, you're the GOAT. They're both excellent players. Anybody trying to suggest otherwise is unfamiliar with them. We're not here to disparage either player. They're both the cream of the crop. And if you're complaining about either, you've probably just been rolled by one of them, and that's why you're upset. That's just a theoretical. Nobody seems to be saying any negative words about our 2 combatants here. They're absolute studs.
It's 1-2, Kluber to Bogarts. He went up in the zone to get that one, but it will hang up there long enough for Mickey Mantle to run it down, and there's one down.
Agreed, Doc. I do think they're being friends. And I have seen the inner workings of that in different friend groups in the community where they drive each other to be better. I'm not necessarily with these two, but other top players, when they're friends and they face each other all the time and practice against each other, it drives them to want to one-up one another. Iron sharpens iron, exactly, Clue. Jorge Polanco. Don't sleep on his cards, folks. He's always got great cards, whether it's just a standard old live series or his tops now or now his finest.
Kreiner, Giannis Kreiner is using Mike Trout. He's batting third, playing right field.
Weens isn't, though. He was saying Weens.
Oh, Weens? Yeah. Oh, can't believe I read that wrong. Yeah, that's my mistake. You're right. Hey, but look, does he need?
I mean, yeah, it hasn't really impacted him in any sort of negative way. I think the big difference there would be that maybe he wouldn't have Vlad Sr. And Vlad Sr.'s had so many key hits for him that I'm not sure he's losing anything by not having Trout.
IK, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
This is Fraser Ali. That's a good call, Doc. It's an old man reference, but hey, as an old man, I appreciate it.
Corey Kluber against Corey Kluber.
The real-life Corey Kluber is going to take up home in Tampa Bay this year. That's a very Tampa Bay-esque signing.
Yes, it is.
Don't be surprised if they get 120 good innings out of him. They just always seem to maximize players.
So we move to the bottom of the second. Weens trailing 3-0. Vladimir Guerrero Sr. past the diving shortstop, and it's a leadoff base hit.
And that's what I'm saying. That's who would be out if he didn't have Trout. I'm not saying the bleeder single is why he's okay with it, but Vlad Sr. has like 5 home runs today as well. So it's 6 one, half dozen the other. He's not really missing anything by not having Trout in there.
Posada facing Kluber.
Posada's been a monster today. Game 3 of the finals. The series is at 1-1. This is a best of 5. Effectively turned into a best of 3 now because it's 1-1. But it is a 5-gamer. I shouldn't say the best of 3 thing. That just confuses people.
The count is run full.
If you're just joining us here, sorry.
Runner is on the move.
Strike him out. Throw him
strike him out. Throw him out.
Wow. If you're just joining us.
So a bit of a risk there by Weens to start the runner with no one out and a full count. Turns out to be a strike him out, throw him out, and what about Mauricio?
Oh, Coach. You see Coach pop up in the bottom left? He's like, oh, no, what was that decision?
Yeah.
I wonder if he thought about hitting and doing a hit and run and then decided against it when the pitch came in, because we have not seen any of our 4 players today really start the running game going. So that was kind of a surprising send there, and it didn't work out.
Here's Seth Brown.
That's going to stay up.
Lazy fly ball to right field, and that will retire the side. We're through 2. Kreiner leading 3-0.
I was going to say, by the way, if you're just joining us for this game, Kreiner opened up with 3 straight solo shots in the top of the first to get it going. Kind of reminiscent of something that Weens did in game 1 when he opened with 4 straight solo shots. So each of these guys have come out with a bang in a particular game tonight.
That ball goes outside. It's 1-2. Mickey Mantle started this game off with a bang with one of those solo homers that Paul mentioned. 2-2.
He was ready for that cutter.
Yeah, that was crushed.
Almost too ready. He was early on it.
Big T asking, do I think Pujols retires? Could be the last card for a while. Of course, Albert Pujols is the lone 10th inning boss. Those attributes and card art will be revealed
Ground
later
ball.
this week. That ball booted off his glove.
Oh, no.
Ronnie Maurizio, it's an error to start the third. Albert Pujols is currently playing in, or at least as of a couple of weeks ago, was playing winter ball in the Dominican. So that would suggest that he still plans on playing in 2022, where we don't know.
If his body's holding up and somebody's willing to pay him, I think he's going to continue to play. Like I said, I believe the DH will be everywhere. And so if a team is open to having kind of a team leader, quote unquote, veteran presence type who can crush lefties, then I think Pujols will find a home. Oh, and he botches it.
Yeah, J-Man Jake with the great meme reference.
Just make that up, J-Man. I'm going to steal that. I've never heard that, so I'm going to take that, if you don't mind.
From the Matty V commentary. Oh, no, he botches it.
Whoa, that was a good one. You sounded just like him.
What's some of our other favorites?
This game is tied. I say that literally every time I'm watching a real-life game and it gets tied. There's, of course, Santa Maria.
I think Dan Plesac has some good ones in there too.
I don't have the commentary on anymore, so
yeah, neither do I.
I don't remember it as well anymore. We have a full count now with 2 outs, so the runners will be going here. Hey, he didn't send him, but it didn't matter. He gets a walk.
Oh, I love the other one.
In the dirt is like one of my favorite. Healy, I can't.
In the dirt here.
What I love about that one is it is recorded 5,000 decibels higher than every other sound. So you just have like a normal game, and then it's like in the dirt, and you're like, okay, Matt, why are you screaming at me, man? That's my favorite one. That's gone.
Perfect. That is gone, and it is out of here. A 3-run homer. It's now 6-0 Kreiner as Posada goes deep again. 104 feet worth of thunder.
Coach loves it.
Actually, what was that? 104 miles per hour off the bench. Coach loves it. Kreiner loves it.
By the way, you could ditch us and just put the coach emotes up after every play as a reaction, and it would probably do better numbers than what we're drawing. Nothing against us. I love us, but Coach is on another level. Coach is the Weens and Kreiner of announcing.
Oh, that's out of here.
Boom, bogey. Folks.
It's heavy artillery raining down at Ship It.
We have breaking news. Kreiner is officially locked in.
Oh, my goodness.
Xander Bogaerts.
It's now 8-0 Kreiner here in Game 3. Trevor, this is a best-of-5 series. This is Game 3, and the series is tied at 1. We got a pitching change here. Felix Hernandez will come out of the bullpen, facing Polanco. First pitch swinging.
Kreiner's dad, Ralph, was pretty good in his day, too, and does have a card in the game. I am surprised his son doesn't even use the card, though. It's unfortunate. It was a Ralph Kiner reference. Wasn't very good, and I don't regret saying it, though. I would do it again.
8-0. As we move to the bottom of the third, Felix Hernandez is going to have
Thank you, Swan.
Seem to pick up some innings here. Bottom 3. Corey Kluber. By the way, Corey Kluber, just his 25th pitch. So he's motoring right along here with now 2 down in the bottom of the third.
Thank you, Nikolai. It was a dad-level joke. I appreciate it. Appreciate it for what it is. That's fine. That's fine. It was a joke about his dad, so it's technically a dad joke. Thank you, J-Bus. Yes, we're going on 6 hours here. I'm trying to pump out some premium content for y'all. Let me have a few dad jokes. Come on. It's 8-0 game after all.
Top of the order now. Mickey Mantle 0 for 1. Kreiner said before this game, and before a potential matchup against Weens, He said, Weens and I have known each other since MLB The Show 20. We're the same age, both from Pennsylvania, both Eagle and Penn State fans, so we have a lot of connections. That ball corralled by the third baseman, who will throw over to first to end the inning. We're also really good friends. So it's an interesting backstory here between these two.
It really is, and it's cool.
Combatants.
And we've talked about how friends can drive each other too, and that maybe there is a little extra spice. It's not like a negative spice that drives it of like, oh, I don't like this guy, I want to be him. It's more of like, this is my homie. This is something that we're going to remember for a long time, facing off against each other in this big finals, bunch of cash on the line. This is an awesome thing for them, in a friendship that hopefully lasts a long time because, they're 5 years old.
Talk about potentially the ultimate scoreboard moment between your friend.
Right?
Hey, you remember that time I beat you in a championship series and won $15,000?
And that's the beauty. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what drives it even more perhaps than if they had some sort of rivalry.
That ball smoked to left center field. That's going to be up against the wall and bounce over the wall. It's a ground rule double for Mickey Mantle.
Kreiner's locked, man. He really, really is. And it's not that Weens can't come back because he can get locked too, but it is going to take a gargantuan hitting performance at this point because I just don't really see Kreiner slowing down. I could see Weens jumping to his level and starting to hit his own, but I don't know how he's going to string multiple scoreless innings together.
Saws him off, and that will retire the side. But the lead grows to 8-0, or remains 8-0, excuse me. Move to the bottom of the fourth. VR goes into the hole to make the play. And that's out number one. Here's Chipper Jones, 0 for 1.
Yeah, Chipper Jones.
Chipper Jones. By the way, we're here 1 out in the bottom of the fourth, and Weens only has 2 hits. That is a big upset.
Oh, for sure. Kluber has found something a bit here. There's one, though.
As we say
there
that.
Goes the shutout.
As we say that. There goes the shutout. Opposite field pop from Chipper Jones. Perfect. And Weens is on the board. Did Vladimir Guerrero Sr. follow him? He sure did. Back-to-back jacks.
And
it's 8-2.
Well, something, right? Just get the little taste going again, See what that's 3.
Okay. Yeah, JBU, that was the classic announcer jinx. What did I say just a few seconds ago? Hey, Weens only has 2 hits.
I said Kluber found something. Kluber didn't find anything. He found himself with 3 runs allowed.
He now has 5 hits.
Ronnie Mo,
and he now has 3 runs.
Ronnie Mo going yard here too. It's gonna be 4 straight. Oh.
Ooh, just late on that sinker. Up and away. Mauricio, 1 for 1.
And just to reiterate, not that I don't think the point has been well proven, but Chat was asking, how come Weens isn't using Trout? It's not that Trout wouldn't be great, but the player that he'd likely replace is Vlad Sr., and Vlad Sr.'s been out of his gourd. Yankees Kluber. Yeah, this is Yankees Kluber.
MHX says this is Yankees Kluber.
This is Texas Kluber.
Seth Brown on deck. 3-2 count.
There's a base hit.
That will find outfield grass. And that's a base hit. So 1 down here. And Seth Brown, one of those Gold Series cards that's been huge for Weens.
Seth Breezy.
Throughout this run.
He's going to do
Potentially, one swing makes it feel a lot differently. I think he just got under it. Yes, he did.
He just missed it.
Timing was good. PCI just at the bottom portion, the lower half of the baseball. And that's 2 down. Here's Xander Bogaerts. Starts him off with a high slurve. It's 0-1. Sounded good.
Not quite, though.
But not deep enough.
All right. Well, he makes a dent, though. He lands a body blow on Kreiner. Question is, though, can he find a 0? He got the scoreless inning in the 4th. Can he find another one here? Because if he can't get multiple 0s put up for Kreiner in these coming innings, then I just don't see how he comes back.
Doc Zen, we appreciate that, man. Thanks for watching. Here's Babe Ruth.
That's
Jump
it.
Foul.
That's a home run pitch if he gets it back. He missed it, and he knows he was very early.
Yep.
He was so excited to crush that, and then he waits too long on that one. No, that's like good. It was just a bad PCI. Never mind.
That ball's going to stay in the infield. Seth Brown is there, and there's out number 1. Here's Posada, 3-run homer, back in the 2nd inning.
I feel like the second baseman should cover first on those. Obviously, you're probably not going to drop it. And maybe they're thinking if you drop it, you weren't going to get him anyway. But it feels like the second baseman should cover first. Just an ancillary point here.
Good point. You want to be fundamentally sound. Here's Jonathan VR, 1 for 2. Now, can Kreiner do what Weens has done so effectively that whenever his opponent mounts a little bit of a rally,
there you go.
He will answer with a run of his own.
You couldn't even finish it. Yep.
Jonathan B. Star.
That's
Nailed
right.
it. That's it, chat. Feel free to use it.
Jonathan B. Star, baby. He's been amazing.
And it's now back to a 9-3 lead.
You hit on what I'm sure Toby is going to have nightmares about, which is exactly what Weens was able to do in the first series in particular, is that every time Toby came back and hit him with something, Weens answered and took those runs right back. And that is so demoralizing. And he gets 3 runs in this half inning, and then boom, Kreiner gets at least 1, and it will be just the 1. But still, he answers, so you can't even get the full weight of your 3 runs there. And those little comebacks are just they're tough because they take a little wind out of your sails.
All right, remember, this series is tied at 1. Lower left-hand corner of your screen. That shows you where the series stands, and also the batting icon shows you who's at the plate. In this case, it's Weens. Pinch hitter in Michael Conforto, and then top of the order in Mickey Mantle and Florial.
100%
down in the count 0-2.
San Diego studio. We do need Coach Rally GIF. If you could create assets out of those Coach GIFs and maybe just send them to my email or something, I don't know. That'd be cool so that I can have them and use them on my stream constantly. VR is no news. What do you mean? What's that mean? VR has been creating a lot of news. His name is Jonathan B. Star. 2-2 pitch now here.
B-Star, absolutely. That's early on the swing timing. PCI placement just a little low.
It's the milestone VR. It is a best-of-5 series, but now that it's 1-1, it has effectively become a best-of-3, so to speak. There's a homer.
Mickey Mantle. Get up. Get out. It's out of here.
Boom. Oh, there's the coach.
Mickey Mantle.
They sent
now
me
makes
the
it a
coach
9-4.
reactions. Oh, my goodness.
Here's Florial.
Hey,
oh, look at Babe Ruth.
I see you, babe. Look at Cougs making a move.
Get on in there, Slim.
Look
nice play by Babe Ruth.
Yo, he only has 208 homers with Chipper. Lame, dude.
He's batting .465.
Not even that good, I guess. Okay. He'll get better. Are there NFTs from the tourney? There should be of Coach.
There's Chipper Jones. 2-0.
Look at that Cuddy.
Just early. Here's another 2-1. I love this Chipper Jones card. Does a great job of going the other way. Got big-time oppo pop, especially when he's batting from that left-handed spot. From the left-handed batter's box. try to throw something low and away, and he serves it over the fence to left. VR, backhand stop. Throw over to first in time, and that retires a side. But Weens is able to get a run back, and he's still trailing 9-4.
Oh, wow. Chat saying that home runs actually reset. I was kidding, by the way, TJ. The 206 would not be bad at all. It was a joke. But also, I didn't know that home runs reset after 250, so he actually does have more than 206. He's cycled over the 250 and accumulated 206 more, which means he has like 456, which is insane.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that 250 reset until today. I mean, that's crazy. Here's Jorge Polanco, 0 for 2. Kendall Graveman now on in relief for Weens. Pivotal game 3 in this best of 5. That ball is smoked, but it will be foul.
Oh, wow. Look where that pitch is, and he still put like a decent lick on it. Like, are you kidding me? For me, I would have swung through it, and it would have hit me in the shoulder. So I would have gotten a strike and not gotten the hit by pitch.
Here's a 2-2. Again, just the fact that he made contact and sent it that far foul.
It's silly.
Remarkable. Here's the 2-2 from Graveman. Shallow fly ball. Mantle is there, and there's one down here in the top of the 6th.
Kluber coming out now. Jesse Winker. Smart. Kreiner realizes 5-run lead. Nothing set. You come in. You do not give this at-bat away. You know you have a lot more work to do. I appreciate the aggressiveness here. Not resting on his laurels.
This is the Jesse Winker Live Series card, and Jesse Winker Live Series card
missed it, but
just
pretty
misses.
Good swing.
Yeah, really good swing. Here's Mickey Mantle, 2 for 3.
DBLC Lucy, that's what I was saying earlier. These guys got 200-plus homers with a card. I don't have 200 homers in the game. Mickey Mantle up now, 2 for 3.
Ugly swing there. He's down to the count 0-1. Oh!
That's gone.
Right in the nitro zone, and it is gone. It's another home run for Mickey Mantle. Another home run for Kreiner.
For Kreiner,
and he has his 6-run lead right back.
You were right to ignore that. I should be banished from the broadcast, if we're being honest.
This ball will be caught in foul ground, and that retires a side, but another run. Another run for Kreiner. He has scored in every inning, except for 2. Multiple innings where he has scored 1 run. Another inning where he scored 3. Another inning where he scored 4. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Sr., 2 for 2. But down on the count, 0-2. As you see Vlad Sr. parallel to 5 here for Weens. Pulled the string and tags him out, and that's out number 1.
Given how well we've seen him hit with Vlad Sr., we're not surprised that he hasn't P5'd.
Here's Jorge Posada. Slaps one to left center field. That will fall. And it's a 1-out knock for Posada.
You know, I want to make a point about a pitch earlier. It was the Mantle at bat before he hit the homer. He swung at that slider and had a terrible swing, and you commented on how ugly of a swing it was. One of the things I learned from a top player kind of practicing with them and having them help me hit was don't be afraid to swing and miss wildly on a pitch and be wrong on a pitch, right? You sell out for pitch A and it ends up being pitch B. You swing and miss. A strike is a strike. It doesn't matter, but commit to your reads. If you have trouble catching up to outlier, you need to commit to fastball when you think it's going to be a fastball. Sometimes it'll be a slider and you'll swing wildly, but when you connect, it'll be a 500-foot homer.
Meantime, there's a base hit through the right side, so runners at first and second for Weens here with one down, and Seth Brown, who's 0 for 2. You got Posada at second, Mauricio at first.
Seth Brown
Changeup fouled back.
0 for 2, so he's got to get loose here. I see a base hit coming.
Not Nate says, I see a Seth Brown homer here.
Oh, he's one-upping me. Okay, fair enough.
Spits on that ball low. It's 2-2.
Not Nate, 99, streams himself. I believe he's a college ball player as well, if I have that correct.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I think I got my lore correct here.
Well, Brown didn't do anything. Bogarts didn't do anything either. And that retires a side. We go to the top of the 7th. And it's 10-4. Kreiner trying to add to his lead. He'll start off this 7th inning against Kendall Graveman with Mike Trout. Babe Ruth due up next with Jorge Posada in the hole. (10-4) game here in this pivotal Game 3 of this best-of-5 championship series. First 1 to 3 wins gets $15K.
Trout 2-2 now. Full.
Payoff pitch coming from Graveman. Babe Ruth on deck. That one is scorched foul. We'll do it again.
Something running away here.
Yep, you called it, but he just missed it. Good take there by Kreiner. It's now a leadoff walk. Here's Babe Ruth.
Goes with the
and that
slider.
Is roped. Diving stop by the first baseman, Seth Brown.
Wow.
Trout will go to second. Throw over to second, not in time.
Great play to get
good
the out.
defense there. Yeah, good defense there by Seth Brown for out number 1.
Easy scenario to envision that getting down the line and ending up maybe scoring the run or at least putting runners second and third. Instead, Brown stops the ball, gets the one out, and now with a pop-up, they're going to have 2 outs with just the one on and a chance to get out of here.
But he's going to have to deal with Jonathan B-Star.
Not easy.
Not easy to say.
B-Star gonna rock one here. Not a homer. I'm not calling homer. I'm calling base hit.
He homered his last time up. He's 2 for 3. Looks at a sinker, drops in for a strike. It's 1-2.
It's anecdotal, but he's been a monster with 2 strikes. I can recall like 3 hits off the top of my head, including a homer. Full count now. Can send. Oh no, you don't send the run right.
He won't offer at that off-speed pitch.
Oh, he just missed.
Payoff pitch. Lazy fly ball. Mantle is there, and that retires a side. 7th inning stretch time. Kreiner leading Weens 10-4, trying to take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5. Pinch hitter for Weens, it'll be Willie McCovey. First pitch swinging, Babe Ruth is there. Steps on the bag for 1, and there's 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Mickey Mantle now, top of the order. EJ says Weens needs a 3 spot right here.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 2 quick outs here in the 7th as Mantle bounces out to short.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're starting to look at the scoreboard there. You see bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. I mean, 7 outs left in his arsenal. You got to see a breakthrough scoring chance here to really envision the comeback. And there's going to be the 3rd out, so he's going to have 6 outs for 7 runs at the very least, right? Because obviously Kreiner, the way he's dialed in right now, don't be surprised if he tacks on a few more.
Kenley Jansen will now come out of the bullpen for Weens to try to keep this deficit at 6. He's going to deal with Bogarts and Polanco, and then the pitcher's spot.
Ooh, gets him with the strikeout there. That was nasty.
Nasty slider for out number 1. Big T says the eye on these guys taking pitches, unreal. You're not lying, man. You are not lying. These guys are the best at what they do.
Count 0-2. Trying to be yard. 0-2 now. Still going to go yard. Good contact there. High fly ball. Right center field. Going back to Spantle. And
that's going to be that. Okay, they're going to hold him to a single. Pitcher is going to be bunting. Kenley Jansen comes over to cover first, and that's out number 2. Here's Mickey Mantle. He's been fantastic for Kreiner today. 3 for 4, including a couple of homers. Uh-oh, Rexy. This one doesn't quite have the distance.
And hit that one in a silo there.
And we go to the bottom of the 8th. Weens coming to bat.
10
trailing
runs.
10-4.
10 runs on 10 hits. 4 runs on 9 hits here. So some pretty high impact for the hits that Kreiner's had. Lots of home runs, of course. For Kreiner out loud, what a game. I agree.
Jake Arrieta now facing Vladimir
Senior
Guerrero
again.
Senior goes yard. It's another home run for Vladimir Guerrero.
He's unreal. That's like his 90th home run today.
He is so locked in with that card.
Base hit.
And Jorge Posada follows that solo homer with a base hit of his own.
All right, is this the beginning of the rally here? 1 run in, there's 1 out, but 1 on. Got Ronnie Moe, 3 for 3. He's done a lot of great work throughout this tournament. But today in particular, I can't speak for the entire tournament.
He's ahead in the count, 2-0.
Ooh. He's taken there, I think, because that was hittable.
Oh, that's dotted up right
Dot
there.
City.
That's Dottie Pippen. 2-2. Hard hit ball
Boom.
past the shortstop. That could go to the wall, and
That'll
it
score
will.
a run.
You don't have speed at third, but are they going to hold him? No, they're going to send him.
Yeah, you got to send there. I mean, that one gets all the way to the wall at the 388 marker. That's an RBI double, and all of a sudden, boom, 10-6.
Well, they called it an error.
Oh, they called it an error?
scored
Okay.
that an error.
On a perfect?
He got that Roger Dorn fielding animation, and it rolled underneath the shortstop and past the left fielder and all the way to the wall.
Tough scene. So they'll go to the lefty in Keuchel, which will move from Seth Brown to Harmon Killebrew here, as we see some maneuvering.
Showgrinder 93 says perfect should never be an out. See, this is where I kind of disagree, because in real baseball, you can hit a ball on the screws, and you can hit it right at somebody. Someone makes a diving catch.
Yeah.
But I get why it's frustrating when we're playing and we got a perfect. But I mean, that's baseball, Susan.
Not every hit result is super satisfying. I fully grant that. There's a 2-run shot.
Harmon Killebrew.
And all of a sudden it's 10-8.
We've got ourselves a ball game now. It's now 10-8.
And then I knew, predictably, Chad's like, well, this isn't real baseball, but it's simulating real baseball. So, I mean.
Exactly. Thank you for that,
come on,
SD
guys.
Dugan.
There's another one.
Thank you for that. That's going to be another extra base hit. Now Weens is suddenly locked in. S. Dugan with quite possibly the most ridiculous statement made in the chat thus far today. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of people competing for that honor. So you're right at the top there.
Yeah,
so we're going to come off the bench now with Robbins and Chirinos, the BR God, to face the lefty. And as you correctly noted, he kills left-handed pitching. As you see the bullpen now for Weens. He's got Loop and Cishek, a lefty and a righty.
Still just 1 out, too.
That's true. Just 1 out. Base open at first. The pinch hitter is Robinson Chirinos.
These
looks at a cutter away, and it's now 3-1.
Well, this is a video game.
Oh, I thought he got that one.
Chirinos was trying to tie it up.
Oh, very early, too. Payoff pitch. Another one sent foul.
Where's Keuchel
We'll do it
go
again.
here? Sinker?
10-8 game.
Oh, that hung.
Is that going to hang up?
Hanging changeup.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
Mickey Mantle is there. The runner at second will stay put. Now Mickey Mantle, the switch hitter. Remind me of Mantle's splits. Is he better against lefty or righties, or is he 125 against each?
I think he's 125s against righties. And then good, but not quite 125s against lefties. Like 125, 108 against lefties, perhaps? Something in that vein.
Here's the 1-1. Chapman on to face Mantle. Yankee great against Yankee great. 2-1. Uh-oh. Is he going to get out of it? I think he's going to get out of it. Lazy fly ball. Bogarts comes over from short to make the catch, and that retires the side. But 4 big runs from Kreiner, thanks to a big blow from Harmon Killebrew, and it's now a 10-8 game.
That was massive. Obviously, kind of goes without saying there, but he needed something big. He comes through. No matter how much we've been talking about how dialed in Kreiner is, we've maintained the fact that we know that Weens is not going to roll over. He puts up a big fight here. Now it's just a 2-run game. Obviously, he needs a 0. And what did we talk about earlier? Can he string together some zeros for Kreiner? And he did. He's had back-to-back zeros here, in fact, in the 7th and 8th. He needs another one in the 9th.
No, that's a very good point. He held Kreiner in check in the 7th and in the 8th. Mickey Mantle. Hard grounded to first. Loop over to cover. And that's out number 1. Here's Mike Trout. Kreiner scored 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and then none in the 7th or 8th before Weens exploded with 4 of his own.
Aaron Loop, we've seen him late in most of these games here. He's come in, he's had mixed results.
Tried to come inside, but missed. Oh, Mike Trout.
Gets under it. Bad PCI
look at
there.
the the PCI just to the left of the baseball there. Timing was good, but the PCI was just to the left.
Says Loop is the best reliever in the game. He's nasty. I still have not seen when he's come into a game. Is this the finest or the live series? I think you said it was the finest, right?
I believe it is the finest. That is correct.
Okay. That would make sense, but there's also roster restrictions, so maybe he's using – I thought maybe he might be using the other one as like a way to save some rating.
Leah reminding us that Weens did have a grand slam in the last game. You're absolutely correct. Oh, did Babe Ruth give him some insurance?
He did.
Babe Ruth just gave Kreiner some much-needed insurance.
Rips one. Didn't even get all of it. That's what happens when you're Babe Ruth, though, and you're 125, 125. PCI, Schmeeci.
Bump, 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 bump. Babe Ruth insurance. And there's a base hit past the diving shortstop.
For Kreiner out loud.
So we'll have to see how significant that run proves to be for Kreiner, as he now has a 3-run lead, at least, going into the 9th. And that is going to be down the line. Extra bases into the corner. Runner headed to 3rd.
Kreiner's a machine.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. Now we're going to have a pitching change. Steve Cishek.
KB, it's best of 5. It's tied at 1, though.
ERA is 2.25, but look at the whip. 1.75.
Yeah, I usually don't care so much about ERAs with relievers because so many different things can go into it. You can let them wear it for a game and they give up 6 runs and you don't care. I look at their whip and their strikeouts to determine what my general quality is with a reliever. Cool.
Xander Bogaerts looks at a cool whip.
Why are you saying it like that? Like what? I just want some
like
cool
what?
whip. You're saying with an H in the front. No, I'm not.
Payoff pitch.
Uh-oh.
Ball well struck. Going back is Mantle, and he'll make the running catch over his shoulder. But a big insurance run, courtesy Babe Ruth.
I thought he was going to throw his arm up with the old, just out of my reach animation there. I was nervous for a second.
Florial starts off the ninth, flying out in foul ground to Posada, and quickly there's one down. Here's Chipper Jones.
Griner's 2 outs away, but Chipper Jones has been, Aroldis Chapman has been absolute meat today across all 3 series that we've seen.
Now Chipper Jones has himself a double with 1 out. And Paul, that will bring up Vladimir Guerrero Sr. 3 for 4, 3 homers.
It's insane. Homer here would not tie it, so you got to feel moderately comfortable about that if you're Kreiner. At least you cannot have the game tied with Vlad here.
If I'm Kreiner, I am not walking this batter.
You're not walking him, or
I'm not walking. I'm not going to walk him.
Well, he gave up infield base hit to him. No, he got it.
Bogarts with a great play.
What a play.
What a play by Xander Bogaerts.
BR Goon does have a good point. If Vlad had gone yard, that would have killed the rally, which would have been devastating. It's a good point.
Now there's
Xander,
2 down.
What a play. Yo, Xander.
Bogarts going up the middle. Throw across his body in time to get Vlad Guerrero Sr., who runs pretty well.
2 outs now. 2-1 to Posada, who's 3 for 4. It's fantastic.
Return of MB called that Bogarts play one that saved the game. We'll have to see. Doc Zen says possibly a $10,000 play. We'll wait
to be a straight take there. Full count now. Show Grinder. We know homers don't kill rallies. It was a joke.
You can't walk this guy. I'm not going to walk him.
You got to challenge him because he can't beat you.
Got to challenge him.
Well,
okay. Perfect.
And what I meant by can't beat you, meaning he can't tie the game. So you have to challenge him.
But now he has to deal with Ronnie Mauricio. Tying run is at the plate, and it's the form of Ronnie Mauricio.
It never gets any easier, that's for sure. But I agree with you. Like, he can't walk the guy there because then you do have the tying run up, which ended up being the same. But I'm saying you have to make Weens earn it.
That sinker came in hot at 96 miles per hour. Here's the 0-2.
Good take.
Spits on a changeup. Devin Boos calling.
I mean, don't be surprised if Ronnie just
game-tying nuke.
Yeah, I could totally see that. I'm with you, Dougie. This is tense, and I'm not even in the game, man.
Goodness
We're
gracious.
just calling it. I can't imagine it being here with 10K on the line.
Got him to chase.
Goes for one. That's a pitch they can hit out, though. Top players hit that one out a lot to the opposite field. Same pitch, basically.
Went there again. Here's the 2-2. High fly ball.
Get another chance.
This is going to find the seats, and we'll do it again.
2-2 for the 3rd straight pitch or 4th straight pitch.
We'll do it again.
Follows it off again.
Good
Staying
AB
alive.
there.
8 pitches.
Showgrinder says I'm sweating. Tense moment here.
Steps off. Gonna ice him a little bit.
Kreiner leading 11-9, trying to take a 2-1 lead. High fly ball.
He got it.
He got it.
Ronnie Mo.
And this game is tied.
Oh.
Wow.
Bouncing up Ronnie Mo.
Ronnie Mo. And for Kreiner, it's oh no, because this game is tied at 11. Wow.
Oh, my goodness. And now he's in a walk-off situation. So all of this has led to Weens being in a walk-off situation to where he can take a 2-1 lead now.
Goodness gracious.
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
Ronnie
a strike away
Mo.
from taking a 2-1 series lead.
I don't know how much MLB The Show can track this, but I would bet that there's a big spike in Ronnie Mo, Estevan Florial, and Vlad Sr. card usage tonight from those who are watching this tournament. They might already be using some of those guys, but they got to try them out. We're going to go to the 10th because that's going to be an easy fly out, but not before Ronnie Mo.
To the 10th.
It's a game-tying 2-run homer.
22 combined runs, 29 combined hits, and remember, extra inning rules are in effect here.
We got another
So
double-double.
that's why you've got the runner at second base to start the 10th.
Mm-hmm.
My strategy as a visiting player, swing away. That depends if I'm the home team and what the visiting team does.
Yeah, obviously, in Kreiner's situation, knowing where Weens is at with his ability to hit and the fact that he has 7 runs in the last 2 innings, you got to play for more than one. So you're not bunting the guy over anything. Like you said, you're going up with an attack approach here. And he strikes out there on the full count pitch.
Wow. A Hopper 1616 brings up a good point. He says that insurance run that Kreiner got in the top of the 9th proved to be very, very big. That's a great point, Hopper.
Bingo. It's been massive. Now, I will say, I talked about, you don't have to play for 1 run to where you play small ball, but you want that 1 run at least. He needs to put something on the board here.
Absolutely.
I don't think you can give Weens a clean shot at it because then he can bunt the guy over and play small ball and just win it with the 1 run, should he choose.
Yeah, I think playing small ball
#neverbunt
is more advantageous for the home team as opposed to the visiting team in this format.
Yep.
And that one,
wow.
Wow. First of all, I don't know how it got to it. 2, that was very close to being fair.
Doubly so in a situation like this where the hitting, these two hit so much better than quote unquote like normal, right?
Yes.
In a real life situation, teams don't hit the way these two do. So you also have to play for more runs on the road for sure.
Here's the payoff pitch.
That's his pitch, man. He wants that splitty back.
Spoils that splitter. We'll do it again. Oh, my goodness.
He tracked that one so nicely.
He sure did. And he'll step out.
Bunting is fun. Yo, Pepe, I don't begrudge people that bunt, especially with like bunt-worthy players, the slap hitters or whatnot. It's just not for me. I just don't like to give up outs. So you'll never find me sacrifice bunting, that's for sure.
That'll bring up Mickey Mantle. He's 3 for 5, including a homer and a double.
He's going to go to the pen here. He's got Diekman and Waino warming up. Checks out his opponent, sees that he has Hampton, and I couldn't see the other one. This is a best of 5. This is game 3, though, and it's 1-1. So from here on out, it's essentially a best of 3.
Appreciate you stepping in and stopping by, Izzy. We are going to have a pinch runner. D. Strange Gordon will pinch run at first base. So excellent speed at first base.
Yeah, because he knows a shot in the gap here could score both with Mantle
Mickey Mantle.
And as hard as he hits the ball. It's been an amazing game if you're just joining us. 7 runs in the final 2 innings from Weens to tie it up and bring this to extras. Great take there. Mickey Mantle, 3 for 5, has 2-1 count. Rips that one foul. 95-mile-an-hour sinker.
28 pitches now for Cishek.
Another great take. Gonna have the full count here.
Payoff pitch.
Oh.
We've seen a lot of deep counts here. We'll do it again. Mickey Mantle, 3 for 5.
Splitter here. Change up, same diff.
Change up, just got a piece of that, and we'll do it again.
Sinker.
Oh, did check swing? They say he did not go.
They don't even look down the
They
third.
don't even get the appeal. It's a 1-out walk, and the bases are loaded for Harmon Killebrew.
He doesn't have anything here on the bench that he can really go to. CJ Crone doesn't really help him out much. By the way, he does have Harmon Killebrew in left. I wonder if in the bottom of the inning he wants to switch Babe Ruth and Killebrew so that you don't have Killebrew's defense out in the outfield.
That makes sense.
Trinan's going to come in now.
So Trinan will face Killebrew. 1 down. Looks at a cutter away. It's 1-0.
Good take. Got
High
under
fly
it.
ball. Just got under it.
Should be
Mantle
enough to score the run.
Settles underneath.
Force a
Runner
throw.
tagging from third. Here's the throw home. Not in time. Kreiner gets his run for now. He's leading 12-11 here, 2 down in the top of the 10th, and Mike Trout at the plate.
The right guy to tack on some runs, obviously, with Mike Trout. Only 1 for 4 this game, but he's been electric all day.
Jay Buss bringing a comment that I think is kind of a sentiment that we all share. 1 isn't going to be enough. I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, I think so too.
But is
going to
this
hold up?
No, it will not. A line drive, a liner caught by the center fielder Mantle. Kreiner does get 1, but that's it.
Well, it literally is better than nothing, but at the bare minimum here, because obviously Weens is so close to scoring, and then any swing of the bat at this point wins a single swing of the bat that goes over the fence wins the game at this point.
Adam Wainwright facing 8, the pitcher's spot, and then Mickey Mantle. Dynamite drop in, Tom. Vedri, you get points for originality in the chat. Have not heard that meme before. Tremendous stuff.
Still funny.
Right. Here's 3 and 1.
Oh,
Bogarts.
got under it.
And straight up the chute, Posada collects, and that's a big out number 1.
It's massive. Now, do you? I mean,
he's going to bring on the phenomenal A.J. Pollock.
You don't want to put the winning run on, but, man, do you consider walking him at all to get the force out in the double play?
To face
Mantle? Mickey Mantle, that's the thing, too. No, I don't think you can. You don't want to put the winning run on base anyway, even though 1 swing of the bat beats you. But now you got 2 outs.
Wow.
It's moot anyway. Again, I don't think I could have done it. I got to face Pollock there versus Mantle.
Mickey Mantle, 1 for 5. That 1 is a solo home run.
Well, that's tough.
He will walk Mantle.
Goobs. You can't do that. This is the right move. This is definitely the right move to walk Mantle and get the Florio. He's going to walk Mantle.
You've got to force at every base, and he will have Estevan Florial. Jake Diekman will now face Florial, lefty on lefty, but he's fallen behind 2-0.
Florial 0 for 5, very uncharacteristic of him. Can he get some redemption here?
Ball in the gap, Paul might score 2.
But the wrong kind of base hit might not score a run because Killebrew's a 29 speed.
Dotted him up there to run the count
Now he's
full.
got an opportunity. A single should score him now because he gets the runner started.
Got a pause in the action here. Pause time, dipping below 2 minutes. Devin, here we go indeed. We've got over 1,200 people, almost 1,300 people here in the stream. We've been going on 6+ hours here. Fall Circuit Finals, Championship Series.
A pair of friends fighting for 10K. This is incredible drama here.
Here we go. 3-2 count. Payoff pitch.
Bites it off.
Wow. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores with you. Game 3, Championship Series. Payoff pitch. High fly ball.
Oh left
field. Left fielder is on his horse. He will make the catch. What a catch there. Wow, and that's it. Kreiner hangs on, and I mean hangs on for dear life to take a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 championship series. Paul, I believe, if my notes are correct, I believe that was Killebrew out in left field. Am I correct on that?
For Kreiner out loud, it was. I mentioned, do you want to put Babe Ruth at first and switch him and Killebrew out there because you don't want Killebrew having to chase it down? That was nerve-wracking for sure. And as Not Nate said, imagine if he drops that there, because that is a situation with the fielding that he has and the play that was and how far he had to run. There's a lot of instances where he drops that and everyone would have lost their mind, and I understand, but that's the dangers of having a bad fielder out there. So he got a lucky one. He holds on for the dub. Let's watch some of the replays here. This was a wild game. He goes up 3-0 with 3 straight solos. Kreiner pushes it to 6-0. He's just piling on here before Weens even gets on the board. This is to make it 8-0. Then Weens starts to get going here. This is right after we said that he only has 2 hits on the day. He promptly put up a few runs with the chipper homer. Vlad hit a homer. And then he eventually got going here. And in the 8th and 9th is when he really took over. This is for his 3rd straight run to make it 8-3. But Kreiner just kept adding on and answering every time Weens had something to say. This is another shot here to make it 10-4. And we just kept saying, hey, I just don't know if he's got this one. Then Harmon Killebrew with a 2-run shot to make it 10-8. This was part of the 8th and 9th inning where he scored 7 runs. And
big
Ronnie
moment here
with a 2-run homer to tie it, send it into extras. This play by Bogaerts was huge. There's the Ronnie Mo. I jumped it. Pardon me. But yeah, there's the Ronnie Mo tying
to
homer.
your point, the Babe Ruth homer was huge to give because it turned out to be just enough insurance to prevent a win for Weens. There's ultimately the game-winning run. And then scary moments here. Wobbly moments as Harmon Killebrew was able to make that play out in left center field. So a potential now closeout chance for Kreiner, leading 2-1, best of 5 championship series. Paul, he is 27 outs away from $15,000.
And I can't imagine the nerves flowing through both of these guys right now as they face off with 10K hanging in the balance between first and second. And he's 1 game away. And we saw there from Weens in that final couple innings that he's not going down without a fight. And Kreiner knows that too. I still see us getting all 5 games. I think Weens answers here, and then we play game 5.
Yeah, game 4 still to come, and we're going to take you obviously there. We're going to crown a champion here. $15,000 goes to the first place winner. Second place gets $15,000. All 4 of our participants today, they're going home with at least something. Cash prizes and a gift card. And it has been, we're now approaching 6 hours and 16 minutes here of broadcast time. We've started noon Eastern, and we might be on the brink of crowning a fall circuit champion. We want to remind you that there is more tournament action coming your way next weekend. It's going to be exhibition tournament. You can go to battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21, ages 13 and up. If you want to partake, if you think your skills are good enough to go against some of the best in the community, stubs are going to be on the line. Here we go. Kreiner will be the home team. Weens will be the visitor, and he will be at the plate first. So here we go. Mickey Mantle due up to start things for Weens. It will be Mantle, Florial, and Chipper Jones against Jake Arrieta. We've seen Jake Arrieta, this card, a handful of times here being used by Kreiner.
Yes, we have. So Arrieta time. And I think both guys have found bits of success with different guys. But for every time a guy has strung together 3 scoreless runs, he's also given up 4 or 5. So nobody's really a go-to ace here. You're just trying to piece together the 27 outs the best way that you can.
Eat Tree, you can look at the status of the series by looking at the left-hand corner of your screen, lower left-hand corner. As that ball is going to fall in and go past Mickey Mantle, rounding first and headed for second, and it's a bloop double for Florial.
Florial. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, you can look at the lower left-hand corner. You will see the 2 players' names, who's at bat indicated by the bat icon, and those 2 numbers to each side of the player's gamer tags. So Kreiner, in this case, he's JBD. He's got the 2 next to him. He's leading this series 2-1. You
can also keep an eye in the bottom left for coach reaction gifts.
That's true.
We've been popping those up, and they're fantastic.
All right, 2 down. Here's Vladimir Guerrero, who has been
unbelievable.
Jacob, this is not game 5. This is game 4, my man. Chopper to third.
Weens needs a win to stay alive here. Kreiner wins $15K if he wins this ball game.
Jordan, there's only one boss in the 10th inning, and it's Albert Pujols. To find out what his attributes are and what his card art will look like, be sure to tune in to the MLB The Show social feeds throughout the week.
Kreiner's also known as JBD for those that are wondering, who's this Kreiner they keep referring to? That's JBD. He's just known as Kreiner in the community, so that's why we call him that. But JBD, I believe, is his PSN. Uh-oh.
Oh, that ball is crushed. That
Bing
ball
bong.
is demolished. That ball is nuked.
Yes, Ralph
A
Kreiner.
leadoff homer from Mickey Mantle.
This is Ralph Kreiner's kid. For Kreiner out loud.
And it's 1-0 here in Game 4. Here's Florial. What a start indeed. Truman Nation. Here's a chopper to second. Second baseman Bogarts will make the play, and that's out number 1. Here's Mike Trout.
1556.
446. And he looks at a ball outside. It's 1-0. He's ahead in the count, 2-0.
Were you surprised by the choice of Ship It? We don't usually see many people play here.
I was stunned when I saw that we were using Ship It.
Literally every game has been here. I hope they troll everybody and take this park out next year just for fun.
Here's Babe Ruth.
I hope they replace
431.
I hope they replace Ship It with a bronze Phil Necro.
That ball is smash foul.
Crushed.
1-1.
Babe Ruth, pretty good at baseball.
It's 1-2. 1-2 from Felix Hernandez. Got him.
Got him on strikes.
That retires the side, but not before Mickey Mantle leads off, goes off. 1-0 Kreiner going to the bottom of the first.
Everyone uses
Excuse me,
Ship It,
top
though.
of the second.
That's the joke, Noah. The comp scene would be ruined. No, it wouldn't. You just have to play somewhere else. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I think it's just
Here's
such
Jorge
a
Posada.
ugly park, too.
I do rather enjoy the created stadiums that we've seen.
Oh, yeah. That's been a major
And
addition
That's
this year.
That's been a great addition to this year's game. If you haven't already, I'm rather partial to the Show Dome. I can't remember who created it, but if you're on PlayStation or Next Gen, look for the Show Dome.
Yeah, the creativity of some folks has been
Jorge Posada
unbelievable.
flies out to right. There's one down. Here's Ronnie Mauricio, batting .341.
Guys, I really don't care about Ship It that much as a joke. People can
Here's
pick here.
Mauricio. And there's a shallow fly ball caught by the shortstop, Xander Bogaerts, and there's 2 down. Yes, Tater Tot, an unbelievable creator, Thuney. He's made some great stadiums. I've downloaded a handful of his stadiums.
Yeah, it's really more just I'd rather see some variety. I understand why people pick Ship It. It's boring watching games at all the same places. Or at all the same place. But yeah, there's some stadium folks out there that are just incredible.
Here's the 1-2. Oh, that's a dot right there.
Wow, that was filthy.
Caught him looking, and that retires a side.
That was filthy.
Let's go to the second inning.
Be
5,
interesting.
6, and 7 due up for Kreiner.
You know, obviously in the grand scheme, we're still in the infant stages of the competitive / esports scene here in MLB. Be interesting to see different things we talked about earlier, like having pitcher stamina, so you can't use the same pitchers every game. Maybe a tournament where you bring your own stadium. You know, everyone has to bring some stadium they created within restrictions. You wouldn't want a bunch of Mickey Mouse Clownvilles. But yeah, I think there's a lot of different things that can be done. Again, baby steps. We're just starting. If you had told people 2-3 years ago that there'd be a 15K tournament or a tournament with 15K for the first prize in 2021, they'd have laughed in your face. So
yeah, great point.
If you don't think there's a green arrow next to the competitive esports scene in MLB, I mean, just not sure you're paying attention, you know?
That'll bring up Jonathan Villar after a leadoff hit from Jorge Posada. I've seen this VR card quite a bit in multiple lineups in this tournament.
Somebody should do a perfect replica of Ship It for the stadium creator, except change the elevation to the worst elevation possible. So they think they're playing at Ship It, and then nothing leaves the park, and you just gaslight them into thinking that they're not hitting it well enough.
Just call it anti-Ship It.
Call it Gaslight Stadium.
Full count. No one out. This could be 2. Flip it for 1. Fire it for 2.
You know,
that's a much-needed twin killing here in the bottom of the second.
Those are always so huge. Obviously, we got to get to a different situation in the real world to facilitate this, but it's also going to be great when we can have competitive tournaments live and people are right next to each other. Squaring off, you know, we've seen that in the Madden world. I think we'll eventually get to that in the MLB world too, but you know, we need the real world to cooperate a bit more. Obviously, bigger fish to fry as far as that goes.
Still some hurdles as far as that goes, but definitely would love to see players playing in a studio, packed with people as they battle for.
In the MLB studios, MLB Network studios.
MLB Network studios. We got a great studio for that.
Exactly.
Studio 42 would be outstanding for that.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's Xander Bogaerts, 352.
This is a best of 5, y'all. We are in game 4. JBD, a.k.a. Kreiner, is up 2-1. He's in a win the whole thing situation if he wins this game. Meanwhile, Weens needs this win to stay alive. Nasty strikeout there for Weens to end the second.
Will, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. All right, moving quickly to the third inning. Still no score. Actually, Kreiner leading 1-0. Top 3. Kreiner, the home team, in white, wearing the Nationals uniform. Weens, a Philly sports fan, wearing the Philadelphia Philly throwbacks. He's trailing in this best of 5, 2-1. Got inside on him and induces a lazy fly ball to first, and quickly there's one away.
Still just 1-0 here. Scoring is tamped down quite a bit from the end of that last game there. You never know, is it going to carry over into the start of the next game, or starting pitchers kind of tone things down? Well, it's looking like the latter right now as the run scoring has halted a bit. Guarantee it'll amp up at some point this game, though. Nope.
Here's Felix Hernandez.
Oh, that was Felix. Never mind. I was like, I knew it wasn't a very good hit, but then I didn't even realize it was Felix.
John Heyman's tweeting out.
Nasty.
Gil Hodges elected into the Hall of Fame.
About time.
Congratulations to the late Gil Hodges and his family for his induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
From what I know,
Mickey Mantle, of course, is a Hall of Famer.
From what I know of, sorry, I keep thinking you're going to be done there. I'm sorry. I was going to say, from what I know of Gil Hodges' candidacy, that is long overdue, and so good on him, or good on the committee getting him in there. It's unfortunate that it has to be posthumous, and they can't revel in that while alive. But it sounds like a wrong is being righted there with Gil.
Let me see if there's any. I know there were some other. I know Buck Leonard was someone that I was. Buck O'Neill, excuse me.
Buck O'Neill, yeah.
Buck O'Neill was someone that I was hoping would get the call to the Hall. Here's Jorge Polanco, 8, 9, and 1 due up here to face Felix Hernandez, who's given up 1 run as he works here in the third inning.
We haven't called Polanco's name in a little bit. He's had flurries of quality here so far, but see if he can get something going here in this game, pivotal game 4.
Here's a chopper up the middle. Nifty stab and a good throw to get the runner at first, and there's 1 down. Congratulations to Minnie Minoso. MLB The Show fans will recognize that name. He's headed to the Baseball Hall of Fame. And my colleague at MLB Network, Jim Cott, headed to the Hall of Fame.
That's huge. And Minnie definitely belonged in. I'm more familiar with his stats and everything that is involved in his story. He definitely deserved to be a part of that. Big strikeout there from Felix for 2 outs now. Again, we're seeing both guys get a little bit better pitching going on right now. And I'm wondering, is this a little bit of a lull, or is this going to be a low-scoring kind of game?
Well, it could be both, right? You know, could be both. Shout out to Jers, Yayo, Ashley here in the stream. Scan still here. Thuney is still here. Welcome to all you guys, and shout out to all you guys that have been with us for now going on 6.5 hours of broadcast time here. We're in Game 4 of this championship series. Here's where things stand. Kreiner, the home team, he has a 1-0 lead. He's out on the field. He's leading in this series 2-1. If he wins this game, and he's currently leading in the 4th inning, he will win $15,000. But Weens, go ahead.
Doc is dead on. They did both turn into Dottie Pippen. Shouts to Roflo for hitting me with that one. That's so good.
Here's Chipper Jones, 0 for 1, facing Jake Arrieta. On for his 4th inning of work. He's given up just 1 hit.
Big shouts to some of the names in the chat that have literally been here for all 7 hours as well. I definitely see some names in there that we've been seeing since the jump. So appreciate everyone who's here. Obviously, you guys got, what your available time as it comes available. But those who have been with us all day, that's a long commitment. So thanks.
You ain't about it. Great name, by the way. Thank you for being here.
An amazing player and a good guy himself, too. Thank you for the compliment. Very much in tune with the competitive scene and what makes this game tick and how to improve the game. He's got a lot of great thoughts on different things. So that's nice of him to say.
That'll bring up Vladimir Guerrero Sr., 2 down, 4th inning. Tell you what, this Vlad Guerrero Sr. card put on a show in game number 3, albeit in a loss.
Yeah, Vlad Sr.'s been silly. And like I said, folks probably tried him before because he had his earlier time in the cycle. But I know when I see cards pop off in tournaments like this, I want to go put them back in and try to capture some of that magic. Vlad Sr. definitely someone who's going to go back in the lineup for a little bit, at the very least in honor of what Weens was able to do. I'll put him in and hit 200 with him to embarrass myself.
Well, he got Guerrero to fly out to shallow left field. Shortstop made the play, and we go to the bottom of the 4th.
That should count as 2 outs to get Vlad out the way he's been going.
That's good. That's a good point. 1 down. Kreiner batting and leading 1-0. 2, 3, and 4 due up here in the 4th. Florial, Trout, and Babe Ruth.
I would love to see the composite box scores from today for both these teams, just to see the guys that are killing it. Because obviously, anecdotally, we're remembering different things, but I would just love to see some of the numbers put to it, especially the Vlad numbers, the Jonathan B. Starr numbers, Trout. There's some silly box scores out there today.
I would love to see what Vlad Sr. hit in this tournament, in this semifinals and finals. VR, as you mentioned. Ronnie Moe, there's a hard ground to third, but Jones fields and fires, and there's quickly 2 down. Congratulations to Buck O'Neil.
Buck made it. Let's go.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame. Bud Fowler and Tony Oliva. Tony Oliva,
very strong player.
That's a card that there was a Tony Oliva card very recently, correct? In MLB The Show? Am I
Yes.
Am I crazy?
I'm saying that hesitantly, but I believe you're right. The problem is sometimes I mix up Out of the Park and MLB The Show cards, so I might just be conflating the other game. But yeah, he hits for ton of contact, decent pop. He was in the game, wasn't he, guys?
Oh, back diving pass.
Oh,
past the diving first baseman. He can't make the play.
He didn't get a ton of that one, but he got a base hit there. Not in the show? Okay, then it must be
not in the
Out
show.
Of the Park then.
Who am I thinking?
Thinking Rod Carew.
Maybe Tony
Since
Perez.
he's a twin.
Maybe that's what I
Maybe
was
Tony
thinking.
Perez. Yeah, it might
That's
be
what I
Tony
was
Perez.
thinking,
Wait, Evan Chance.
yeah. Oh,
said,
broken bat.
I was
The
gonna get
first
that.
baseman will make the
See,
play.
that's what I'm talking about. And then no one covered first.
No one
Again,
covered first.
If he drops it, you're not getting the play at first anyway. So I guess in a weird way, sure. But aren't you supposed to wheel over there if you're the second baseman?
So quickly, we're on into the 5th inning. Here's Jorge Posada leading off. Sends a lazy fly ball. Mantle is there, and there's one down.
Nate, was Benito a 2-year guy? 1 or 2 years? We didn't have him very long, but he's gone now, isn't he?
Ooh, Benito Santiago. I remember that card. Good card. Here's Ronnie Mauricio. 0 for 1.
Five years? Oh, best of 5. I'm an idiot.
Here's 1 and 2. Jake Arrieta, just 55 pitches. He's given up just 1 hit.
I mean, this is an elite outing no matter how you put it, but when you add the degree of difficulty to keep one of these guys in check for as long as they have, I mean, this is like, might as well be a shutout.
That ball is just foul.
Each inning that you shut these guys out should be counted as like an inning and a half. So if you can go 4 scoreless, it's basically a full shutout for Arrieta.
So we got a pause in the action here.
I agree that Lou Whitaker needs to be in the Hall of Fame. He and Tramp should have gone in together.
Yep, I agree. Lou Whitaker should be a Hall of Famer. Ronnie Mauricio
should also be a Hall of Famer. Oh, wait. Need a juiced Willie Moe. The only problem is the best Willie Moe card would probably peak at a silver. And that's with them juicing it. I love Willie Moe, though. He would have been a BR god.
Count is run full here. 3-2 count.
Good hack. A little late.
Little under. Here's the 3-2.
Another sinker.
Chopper up to second. VR is there. Throws over to first, and there's 2 down.
Hortz Gaming says we need a Tommy Herr card, man. Under 10 homers, over 100 RBIs. Isn't that what he had? Like 9 homers and 100 ribbies? Somebody said Jim Cott was robbed, but he made it.
He made it. Jim Cott is in the Hall of Fame.
Jim Cott made it. He and his like 20 gold gloves.
Seth Brown dealing with Jake Arrieta, who has been dealing. Just 1 hit thus far.
Yeah.
Now 63 pitches.
Both guys are dealing. It's 1-0 here in the top of the 5th. About to be bottom of the 5th if he gets another strike right here. Ooh, good pitch. Good take.
Pitch, just low. Here's the payoff pitch.
And there it is.
Right into the shift.
5 scoreless.
Hashtag ban the shift.
Where's Quashtag at?
We are through 4.5. And it's still 1-0. Kreiner coming to bat. He'll lead off with Jonathan VR, 0 for 1.
Jonathan B. Star here, going to get it started. Felix Hernandez and Jake Arrieta both dealing. We saw a ton of runs. We saw back-to-back double-doubles where each player had double-digit runs. Unsurprisingly, we're seeing things kind of smooth back out here, and it's a 1-0 game. Although, the way these guys can turn it up, don't be surprised if there's still like 12 more runs scored from here forward. That's how crazy these guys can get.
Yeah, these guys, as we saw really throughout this tournament, but especially in the last game as VR grounds out to start the inning, these guys can turn it on quickly. Here's Xander Bogaerts, struck out in the second. He's 0 for 1. Big slurve comes up empty. It's 0-1.
Not to turn this into a big like Hall of Fame discussion, but somebody said, how's Roger Maris not in the Hall of Fame? He has the standout moment of breaking the record, and then the season before that was great too, but those are literally his only 2 like Hall of Fame worthy seasons. He had some other good ones, but he's just not a Hall of Famer.
High fly ball just into the outfield grass in shallow right field. Seth Brown will come over from his first base position and make the catch, and there's 2 down.
J-Bus is dead on, too. We're talking about this game slowing down a bit offensively. The time is starting to wear on these guys a bit, too. You know, we had our whole discussion earlier about how younger players are quicker, they have better reactions, more stamina. Sure, but there is still a finite amount of stamina, and this is starting to catch up to anybody once you hit 7 hours.
I would agree with that. I think you're seeing, like you said, it's a little bit of both. I think the guys are pitching very well, and I think they're both a little fatigued, and that could be why we see maybe the offense taking a dip here thus far in Game 4. But, as you said, these guys are certainly capable of turning that around quickly.
T-Towney talking about how you do get tired, and he knows from experience. He was in our summer circuit.
No, that's a great, Towney, absolutely tell people. Let people know just what the effects are when you're playing this game for this long.
Think about whatever your biggest moments have been in the game, regardless of what your level is. If you're championship series, think about the game it took to get to championship series. You made Hall of Fame or World Series a couple times. Think about the game it took to get to that. If you have a 12-0, think about
high fly ball.
That's gone.
Right center field. This one is out of here.
Boom.
It's another home run. This one from Polanco.
There's Polanco. We were talking about him getting going there. He hadn't really had a big moment in a while. There he goes. But all I was saying is think about the hardest moments you've had for that game. They've been playing that for every pitch of every game today, whatever that hardest moment you've had is. And that's how difficult these tournaments are. Every at-bat is full bore, 100% intensity.
So we move to the 6th. Kreiner now with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Zoe Obliterator is saying how much this takes his energy. He has like 412 and O's. Absolute monster. Like, it absolutely drains you. So these guys are putting in a full effort here. And don't be surprised that the offense tones down a little bit as the fatigue ramps up.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. 8-9-1. Do you pinch hit for Felix here? 6th inning, down 2 runs?
Yeah.
Bogaerts.
I mean, if I get a runner on, sure. It really depends where it's at, right? If it's 1 on, nobody out, probably. If it's 1 out, I'm a little bit more in between if Xander makes an out here. I take him out for sure here.
But Bogaerts starts the inning off with a single up the middle on a 3-2 pitch. Towney says, yep, thumbs are just as tired as the mine. Every pitch is so stressful, it really tires you out, and they are only in Game 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So we will have a pinch hitter, and as Michael Conforto comes off the bench, and he's ahead in the count 2-0.
Big moment here in this game. 2-0 lead and a 2-1 series lead for Kreiner. But he got a runner on, nobody out. Conforto facing a full count now, pinch hitting for Felix. He crushes it.
Michael Conforto, perfect. This game is tied.
Look at where that one goes, to the tree.
Look at the location, look at the PCI, and look at the score. It's a brand new game.
That's the very same tree that we caught Kreiner sitting in earlier, scouting his opponent. And then Conforto hits one to the tree, as if to say, don't you dare scout us like that.
Wow. What a turn of events. Michael Conforto off the bench with a 2-run homer, and this game is tied as Mickey Mantle will ground out to first for round number 1.
Notice we just kept saying that, like, hey, they can explode it. We were trying to announcer jinx some offense into this game, and I think we sufficiently did it. We just said, hey, just wait. They can turn on a dime. And then Conforto said, here you go. Boom. Florial, 1 for 2 here. 2-1 pitch now coming from Arrieta. Pitch 85. Misses. 3-1 now. Chipper on deck. And all of a sudden, things get a little tight here. And there's going to be a foul ball. Make it a full count. Offering from Arrieta. Swings through it for the strike 3. Wow. You don't see that very often. That is a late swing with a misplaced PCI for the strikeout. Great pitch. Evan Chance, great call. Ted Simmons will be a wonderful addition. Switch hitting Hall of Fame
Switch
catcher.
hitting, yeah.
He'd be a lot of fun.
Here's Chipper Jones, 0 for 2. This one lofted shallow left field, and that retires the side. But Michael Conforto delivers a huge 2-run pinch hit homer, and we're tied.
Filthy.
Going to the bottom of the 6th.
That was nuts. That was nuts. New game. New game here. Weens fighting for his life.
You see the bullpen activity up for Kreiner. Game 3 went into extra innings. Kreiner won that game 12-11. This game tied here, and Mickey Mantle starts the inning off with a base hit.
Base hit Mantle. We've seen a few different instances where guys try to get the running game going, and it hasn't really worked out, so I don't expect to see anything here despite the tight game, and a stolen base could maybe be pivotal. I don't think he pushes it. Never mind, I'm wrong. But he's out. See, I didn't think he'd send him. He went ahead and did, and he gets thrown out. That's kind of why I was thinking I didn't really want to do that, though, because we don't usually see top-level players get the base running going because they hit so many homers. They don't need to push it. He tries to push it there, gets thrown out, and all of a sudden that runner is erased.
So a risky move there by Kreiner to send Mantle, and he comes up empty. One down. Flodial has run the count full against Aaron Loop.
That'll be a pop-up or a fly-out.
This is definitely playable for the left fielder, Flodial, and quickly there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th, excuse me. Here's Mike Trout. Yeah, some people just have a knack for stealing a base, but I am not one of those people, even with cards with good stolen base numbers. Now see here, if Mantle had not attempted to steal, you could potentially have runners at first and second and 1 out instead of a runner at first and 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why he wants to send him there in this close game, and if you can get him in a scoring position, it can be helpful. I was surprised because of how little success we've seen on the bases with these two guys. I thought he might just keep him parked there and try to get him in via an extra base hit.
Here's Babe Ruth, 1 for 2. He's had some huge hits in this series and in this tournament. Here's the 2-2. Fouls off a slurve. We'll do it again. Oh, great job of just to fight that one off.
That's that.
Look at the cutter. Look at the location on that pitch. Jeez. Here's the 2-2.
Wow.
Oh, he gets past the shortstop, Ronnie Mauricio, headed to third.
Oh, my goodness.
Chat, that is a couple of times where Mauricio's defense has come back to bite Weens.
And you'd have to say...
And he botches it.
The overall net positive has been there for Mauricio in terms of what he's done offensively, canceling out the defense. But this is a pretty key area to have that happen. Let's see if Loop can erase it, though. It is a 1-2 count with 2 outs. He can make this an afterthought here if he gets out of this.
They did not rule it an error. High fly ball. Oh, it's going to be over the left fielder's head. 1 run will score. 2 runs.
No, he's out.
Ooh, no, he's out. Babe Ruth is out at the plate. Wow. Flodial misplayed that ball out in left field, allowing a run to score, but to his credit, A great job of getting the ball back in. An amazing relay throw, and Vlad Sr. did it again.
Oh, my God. Absolutely nothing in that sequence of plays should be meriting people say fix your game. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, my gosh. What a 2-minute sequence there we just saw. Babe Ruth gets thrown out at the plate to end the inning, and then Vlad Sr. leads off the 7th with a solo homer to tie it.
Vlad Sr. is silly. I'm going to ballpark it here, Robert, because I don't know for sure because I haven't been counting. I want to say he has like 8 homers.
Yeah.
That number has to be close, right?
He had 3 in one game alone.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm thinking he's got about 8.
Straight up the chute, and Posada is going to fly out to Posada.
Posada to Posada.
And there's one down here in the top of the 7th. Now that play, that ball that seemed to eat up Mauricio in the last half inning, that was not ruled an error.
That's surprising.
Here's the 0-1. That misses low. Dallas Keuchel now on in relief.
And then Florial just gets twisted around there, and it's obviously a tough time to get in there. Error's always brutal, but he catches him turning around and gets over his head there. This is best of 5. It's game 4. If Weens wins, we play a game 5. If Kreiner wins, it's over. Oh, and he drops that.
Oh, he did not catch that. Tried for a shoestring catch, but unable to secure it. It'll go down as a one-out hit.
Bako, that was not a routine grounder.
Ooh, late swing there. He's down in the count 0-2. Seth Brown 0 for 2.
1-2 pitch now. Lefty here for Brown. Can he make something happen?
Did he go? No, he did not. It's now 3-2. Oof, and he walked him.
I was only 79, Bako. I thought it was faster than 79. Pardon me on that.
I think Xander Bogaerts.
Xander. Ronnie Mo now on second, trying to avenge his botched play there.
So we'll have a right-hander Kluber to face Bogaerts. Slurve misses. It's 1-0. Sinker at the knees. It's 2-1. There's a chopper to
double
short.
play?
Could be 2.
2.
And it is 2. But not before Vlad Guerrero Sr. does it again.
Vladdy ties it with the crush job there. Could have been more, but Kreiner settles it down. We go 3-3. How crazy is this game, Robert? It's 3-3 now. We go bot 7. And we're kind of starting a fresh game here going into the final couple innings.
I feel like it was just a couple of innings ago. We were commenting that the two teams had combined for 4 or 5 hits. Now they're up to 13 combined hits.
They started pumping them out. But now the pitching has come through to make sure that these haven't turned into big rally innings because it is still just 3-3 despite the hits jumping up.
Here's Mike Hampton.
Right, Clue.
Out of the bullpen for Weens. Facing Jonathan VR. VR, Bogaerts, that ball sent foul, and Polanco.
I see some dang dingers. You'll see him, Bako. You know there's more homers coming. Of course, Horst, absolutely.
Here's the 1-2.
Chad knows I
Chop
love him.
foul as well.
Some people just don't like hearing anything come back to them. You've heard the phrase condition but can't take it.
Swing and a miss, and that's a big out, number 1. Here's Xander Bogaerts. Chopper back to
Gonna
the
beat that
mound.
out?
Could be tough.
He's gonna beat that out. Save.
Got it.
TN Dows, it's 2-1. Kreiner's up, bottom left. Always take a look if you ever need to find it out quickly. But it is 2-1, best of 5. If Kreiner wins, it's over. If Weens wins, we play game 5. Chico, you said you weren't going to tell anybody that.
All right, Polanco, 2-2 count. Spits on a sinker low, full count. Pitcher spot is up. Payoff pitch.
Oh, he was on that.
He
Two
was
on that.
Very much on that.
He hit the very early there. Needed to be a little bit more patient on it. But he knew what he was getting. Got a base hit there.
Here's a base hit there. So back-to-back hits, including that one infield hit with one down here in the 7th inning. We're going to have a pinch hitter, and it will be
Killy.
Harmon Killebrew. Killebrew has had some big moments in this series.
Yes, he has. Well, we go to new pitcher, though, and then take Killebrew right out. Killebrew's definitely been brought in as a decoy a couple times just to force a pitching change. Let's see what happens here. I doubt he gets an opportunity to face the lefty. Here comes Kenley. So we go to Schwarber or Winker.
I think I might go Winker.
I'd probably go Winker here. Save Schwarber.
A little bit better contact maybe than Schwarber.
Yeah, I'll take the guaranteed look at a righty with Winker. Yep. Kreiner agrees. Oh, Kreiner agrees. That means we're just as good as him, right?
Here's Jesse Winker batting .365, facing Kenley Jansen. Looks at a ball low. It's 1-0. Perfect.
3-run shot.
Mickey Mantle will not even turn around to watch it fly.
Oh,
It's a 3-run pinch hit homer for Jesse Winker. That ball was crushed.
and we saw it last time too, where it was a lefty versus Killebrew. It brought in Jansen, and then Schwarber came in and hit a home run off of him. So twice, Killebrew's been used as bait for it to still result in a home run for Kreiner.
Nin Jersey says, GG's. Fellas. This is not over by a long shot.
Yo.
If you think this is over,
You haven't been watching.
you haven't been watching.
I know y'all want to be the first to call it, say it's over.
Tell me you haven't been watching the stream
Without telling me
you haven't been watching the stream.
Yeah, and don't disrespect Weens like that. He's not going to roll over.
No, these guys are too good. Too good. Full count here.
Jesse Winker's an absolute monster.
Base hit up the middle. Kenley Jansen can't make the play. And it's a 2-out knock, inning extended. Here's Mike Trout. 6-3 lead for Kreiner. If he wins this game, he wins $15,000. If Weens comes back to win, then we will play Game 5 immediately following this Game 4. High fly ball.
That's gone.
Kiss it goodbye.
No, it's not.
No, it's not gone, but it's off the top of the wall.
It hit the
Rounding
high
third,
wall.
headed for home.
Oh, he's out.
Throw at the plate, not in time.
I made 2 wrong calls there. I said it was out, and then I said he was out at home. I tried. I failed. It hit that high wall there. I thought it was going to get over the 385 marker in right center. It ended up hitting the high wall, and then I was actually worried that the guy was going to be out at home. But that scores him.
That's going to be down the line. That should score and will score Trout. It's another run for Kreiner. It's now 8-3. A half inning after Weens had tied the game at 3.
He has 7 runs in the last 3 innings. I mean, we kind of called that there when we said that even though it was a low-scoring affair, these two could pop off at the drop of a hat. Now we see a bunch of runs coming. Can Weens answer? We go to the top of the 8th. He has a 5-run deficit, and he's up against it because this is do or die.
So we go to the top of the 8th. Kreiner, 6 outs away from $15,000. That's where we stand.
Coach Playa, the lenses are clean. I just got it wrong. I thought Trout was going out, and then I thought he was out at home. I just missed him. I'll eat those L's.
That sinker low. It's now 1-2. 2 friends, Kreiner, Weens, both Philly fans, both Eagles fans, Penn State football fans. They've played and battled each other head to head.
Can roll this chat meet do something here? He's been getting clobbered left and right today. Does Weens have a rally against him? They're going to ring him up for that. Oof. Ed Drummond, you coward.
Bum, 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 bum. Here's the 2-2.
Full now.
Obviously, if you're Kreiner, you're just looking for outs. Mickey Mantle.
Nope.
That curls foul just at the last moment. Look at the PCI.
Staying alive. Staying alive.
High fly ball. Did he get enough of it? He did not. And that's 2 down. Just got underneath it. He was underneath and to the left as far as PCI placement comes up. That'll bring up Florial.
Better than back and to the right. Florial 1 for 3. Got a lefty-lefty situation here. Gonna rip that one. It'll be scooped at first. And that'll be 3 up, 3 down. Gets nothing there, It's looking rough, right? Obviously, we're going to play this all the way through. We're not going to count him out till it's over, but he's got to be feeling some type of way right about now.
Steve Cishek will come out of the bullpen to try to keep this deficit at 5. Jonathan Villar, 0 for 3, struck out in the 7th. It'll be Villar, Bogarts, and Polanco due up here in the bottom of the 8th as Kreiner tries to get some insurance run and secure this win and secure $15,000.
I thought that one was dropping. I'm all over the place right now. I'm going to start George Costanzing and just going with the opposite of my instincts.
Here's Xander Bogaerts, 1 for 3.
Oh, I guess he could mercy him, right, if he got 5 runs.
He could.
But he's
Did
going
he
to
get
have
a
2
run
outs.
here? No, just got... Man, actually, I don't know. Looking at where the PCI was, I don't know how that didn't get out.
I agree, Sonny. Oh, never mind.
Here's Jorge Polanco.
And it'll be
First
3 up, 3
pitch
down.
swinging. High fly ball. Mantle comes
All
to
right.
his left to make the play, and here we go to the top of the 9th. 3, 4, and 5 due up for Weens here in the 9th inning, facing Aroldis Chapman.
Did you ever play for $15,000 as a 16-year-old? There's
Well,
one.
that's perfect, and the lead is down to 4. Chipper Jones goes yah.
Says not so fast. There's something that, gives a little extra juice about doing that with the leadoff hit, too. To say, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to score one real quick, put a little bit of a tighter clamp on you. If he strings a couple solos again, though, which we've seen him do, we've seen both of them do to open the game. But if he opens with like 3 straight solos, couldn't imagine the pressure that Kreiner would feel.
Here's Kenley Jansen
3-0
now.
here.
And
are you
he's fallen
swinging 3-0?
behind
Are you swinging
3-0.
3-0?
No, can't swing 3-0. Not right now.
Oh, I think he should.
Even with Vlad Guerrero. Here's the 3-1.
Oh, he's not swinging 3-2 or 3-1 either. Okay.
Looks at a strike on the outside corner. Payoff pitch. Good contact. Going back is the left fielder. He'll make the catch.
He played it right. He got a nasty one. He was able to do something with it. It's just one of those that, you hit it well, just not where it needed to be. And that's going to be two quick outs.
Posada, chopper to first. Ruth steps on the bag, and Kreiner is just an out away.
Ronnie Mo.
Pez reloaded. Guerrero's solo homer means nothing. You need base runners. Here's Ronnie Mauricio.
And
that's going to do it. That's it. Kreiner loses game 1, wins game 2, 3, and 4, and is now the Fall Circuit Finals champion. Congratulations to both players. Congratulations to Weens. Congratulations to Kreiner. But, Paul, it is Kreiner that reigns supreme on this Sunday.
Great job to Kreiner. All 4 competitors really showed out, put themselves on the map. If you didn't know about them already, you definitely do now. Kreiner, let me get $200, and don't say you don't got it. I know you do.
He's got $15,000. He's got more than $200. He's got $15,000.
So you can give me $200
gift card to MLB Shop. Our second place finisher, Weens, also is not going away empty-handed. He wins $5,000. So congratulations to all the competitors. Once again, just to give you a recap of what the series looked like.
Look at that.
It was all about the long ball.
This was
Michael
so clutch
Conforto,
here.
a 2-run pinch hit homer by Michael Conforto to tie the game. But as you see the misplay out in left field,
there was like a late reaction there, and I don't know if, was it just totally animation driven, or did Weens react late? That one was really difficult. But then Vlad immediately bounces back, so you can't even blame anything on that misplay because it was a new game again. But then here is when he pulled away and started to put the runs up, and he was just too much late for Kreiner.
We started with in excess of 100 players in the fall circuit. The weekend began with 32. Today we had 4. Weens taking care of 1-1 in the first semifinal, and Kreiner sweeping Izzy on his way to the championship series, where he dropped game 1, Paul, but he was able to rally and take games 2, 3, 4 on his way to $15,000.
Yeah, and it really kind of covers that overarching point that we talk about how these guys at the top level, they don't buckle, they don't get too worried. He lost game 1 and then reeled 3 off in a row. Didn't even need the 5th. Great job by Kreiner. He's our champion. I think he was the favorite coming in, too. Obviously, there's no official favorite, but the community kind of had him as the favorite, and he came through with the big dub.
Yeah, and he's, 16 years old?
Yeah.
$15,000. Christmas right around the corner. Should be some pretty nice holiday season there in his household. Hey, we want to remind you, there were a lot of people feeling froggy about themselves in the chat, talking about how good they were. They reigned supreme on their sticks. I can do this, I can do that. Okay, well now this is your time because the tournament fun continues, okay? 16 of the best MLB The Show 21 players, many in the summer and fall circuits, are going to be invited to compete in the first ever MLB The Show Dynasty Invitational. Ooh. A $50,000 prize pool, and other prizes are on the line. Invites are going to be going out next week, and we're going to be broadcasting the finals together again on December 19th. Paul, you and I are going to be back.
2 weeks. I can't wait. I guess this means I'm not getting invited, but that's okay. I'd rather be in the booth with you anyway, Robert. I cannot wait. We're taking the cream of the crop, creaming it up even more, and then going with those players. I wish I wouldn't have said that. I hated it as soon as it came out of my mouth.
Yeah, congratulations to Kreiner. He is your champion. Remember, the 10th inning boss was revealed exclusively here on this broadcast. Only one boss for the 10th inning, and it's going to be the machine, Albert Pujols. For what the card art will look like, for what his attributes will be, tune in to the MLB The Show social channels throughout the week. They will have that information for you. One other thing, exhibition tournament play next weekend. Get on the sticks. Get into some tournament play both Saturday and Sunday. If you're 13 years or older, go to battlefy.com/MLB The Show 21 to sign up and enter. Now, everyone participating in this Dynasty Invitational will also receive a very rare special in-game banner and icon to show off that you were one of the 16 players invited to this year's most elite MLB The Show competition. And, Paul, as we all know, there's still so much content in Diamond Dynasty right now. The finest cards are here. Go earn 30 Team Affinity players, one for every club, through the Team Affinity Season 5 programs. I'm going to give you my favorite pitcher. Finest card, Corbin Burns. Finest hitter, Juan Soto. What about yours?
They're absolutely gorgeous this year. My favorites, I'm leaning on the Jorge Polanco for my hitter and Emmanuel Clase for the pitcher. So I'm going a little AL Central heavy there, but those are the two I like. I'm not sure there's a bad one in the lot, to be honest, though. I really love so many of these. Don't sleep on that Sandy Alcantara, too. Just a great group. And the art team, another grand slam.
Yeah, absolutely. Also loving the Max Muncy finest card as well. Big time pop. A little bit of positional flexibility as well. Paul, this was a lot of fun, man. I'm glad we could do it again. I'm already looking forward to December 19th.
Me too, Robert. We're just 2 weeks away. Being in the booth with you, cutting it up is a blast. It's so much fun. And, you know, one time we're going to have to get on the sticks against each other and play like a 5-game series. We got to.
Yeah, we'll do it off stream.
Okay.
I think we'll. You know what? To heck with it. We can do it stream.
You think I'm going to crush you? I'm not that good.
I know you stream here on Twitch. I stream on my Facebook page, so we could definitely make that happen.
I think we need to do it.
But in the meantime, for everyone behind the camera and behind the scenes, I'm Robert Flores. Thanks for watching. For Paul Sporer, thank you for joining us. We will see you December 19th. Have a great week. Have a great holiday season, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Take care.